We are live here on the Nature Sports Podcast, man. Y'all know what it is. We bringing y'all that good NFL draft. We already started up. I mean, literally on the clock. The Bills look like they got Keon Coleman. Washington is next. I believe
Arizona's on the clock next. Then Washington.
Arizona, then Washington. Okay, so we got something definitely. Big Son, we did not get your thoughts yesterday on what you felt about the draft, the full draft, everybody. So let's get that in, and y'all can just keep us up to date on the picks as they come along, baby.
I'll say yesterday was some surprises there. I honestly didn't think Bo Nix was going to go that early, but he did, and for good reason. Absolutely love the pick that we had. Grabbing Jaden, y'all already know how I felt about that from the beginning. I always wanted Jaden Daniels, so I'm not going to say I'm completely ecstatic. I just love the move. I love the move in the right direction to go ahead and pick the right player. You know, you could have picked the wrong player. We've seen that done around here a lot, but to actually get it right, pick the right player, like I said yesterday, and kudos. It might have been a PR move or whatever, but kudos to Josh Harris and the group for finally retiring Darryl Green's number. It was long overdue. Like I say, Dan should have done it respectfully, but he didn't, and Harris and his group did it. You know, so I also like one of my guys. I mean, I like the guy. I don't like where he went. Tyler Guyton. He went to a rival team, the Cowboys. But my first 6 picks that I've been doing on mock drafts went exactly the way that I thought it was going to go. On my first 6 picks were correct down the board. I had like 9 mock drafts that I did, and they ended up like that. So I was pretty confident in how that first 6 was going to roll, and they rolled right out. I'm just mad I didn't bet no money on it. Yeah.
Keon Coleman to the Buffalo Bills. Oh, shout out to the nose. Shout out to the nose, man. Squad got 3 players in first and second day off the board. 115 receptions, 1,500 yards in his career at Florida State and Michigan State. Keon Coleman had 50 catches and 658 yards last year, but had 11 touchdowns. Led the team. Physical receiver in NFL comparison right now would be like a Marquise Colston. Used to play with the Saints. Physical in his routes. Heavy on the top end of the routes on being physical. Definitely make some athletic catches. One of the top end guys on that aspect of the draft this year. Somebody big to give Allen a bigger target to go with Samuels, James Cook, Dawson Knox, Dalton Kincaid. See what they get going on over there. I do see Buffalo getting a little stout over that jump. They're not so small anymore.
Yeah.
The Chargers have traded with the Arizona Cardinals.
Oh Lord, that scares me. Well, no, not right now. It don't scare me. Not for the guy I want. It shouldn't scare me. Mhm. They're probably gonna grab AD.
Is this the Blake Corsom pick?
I mean, could be. They don't have Eckler no more.
So they get the 34th overall pick, and the Patriots move back to 37, and they get a 5th round pick. The Patriots receive a 4th. Hey, Ro, trying to get Leo in. I like the Blake Corson move right here. I think that's what they want to do. I wouldn't have drafted him right here, but I don't. That's when you show a player you really want him. So I can't be mad at what he's doing.
Yeah, them moving up like that, that screams he gonna go get his college boy.
I don't know if you heard the move up so soon, but All right. They don't have a, but they do got a running back. They still got a, who they got? I forgot his name. Herbert, Khalil Herbert.
Yeah, yeah. Uh-huh.
If not Khalil Herbert, it's somebody else at running back. I know they got another running back outside of Eckler. Not Corson, but
Yeah, he was running the show while Eckler was down. I forget the guy's name.
oh, he already came out. They already made the pick. Lad McConkey from Georgia.
What?
Lad
Sorry.
McConkey from Georgia.
Bro, are you serious? They didn't
Yes.
go get AD. Why would y'all draft up and get Lad?
Lad's not bad, bro. I told I y'all you ain't see my my text I sent to the group. AD has got some personality concerns and some medical concerns with some execs on his medical evaluation.
Wow.
Lad McConkey, 5'11", 186, 4.340 time, Georgia. Juicy, route tempo, inside, outside. That's the descriptions they gave, not mine, but I'm just giving a little bit of insight to the fans. 30 catches, 478 yards last year, and 2 touchdowns. Not impressed. But his combine was very good. Maybe he had a better year the year before, stat wise. I don't care whether he had the highest grade or all receivers left, Leo. Well, excuse me, you are correct. So I guess this is looking at his production from the year before, not from last year. And you did lose Keenan Allen, so I do understand that. But this means you got to make a splash trade to get Corsom, or you're not gonna get your guy because they don't have another pick in this round.
Uh,
If I'm Washington, I'm getting Blake.
over Troy?
No, but you got 2 picks in this draft. I mean, in this round. If Blake didn't go right there, you're looking at the Giants being able to get him, who need a running back. I don't want him and Neighbors on the same squad. You don't want him to fall to the Cowboys.
Yeah, I feel you on that one. You definitely don't want that.
So what we looking like? What we looking like? What we looking like? What we got so far?
Leo in the back. He said, "Let him bet."
All right, got it.
The Chargers traded up to pick Lad McConkey.
Oh my goodness, that's who y'all was high on yesterday. Y'all said y'all was high on McConkey.
I don't
Not
know
me.
about trading up for that though. Even if
Not
New
me
England
either,
was
though,
going to
big
get him,
son. Thank you, big son. That's not me either. I wasn't high on him either.
no, Lad's really good, bro. Like his
Good, but he's just not my style.
no,
Like,
no. Well, I mean,
That's what I was saying though. Did I not say the same thing though, Vito?
he's not a number one. He's a number one receiver, but he's not going to be a number one receiver in that field. He's probably better suited to be a number 2 or a slot guy.
Yeah, that's. I was just saying the same thing.
But
About him.
they don't need a number one receiver. They still got Mike Williams.
Somebody told y'all last night. Hey, remember what I said when I said that they are taking a lot of those players off of the grades because all of the players with the highest grades was gone last night.
Right.
Every single one of them. Every single one of them had high
And
grades.
I don't think that's
And now,
the correct move.
I mean, maybe that's not the correct move. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just being real. That's what it
No,
that's what it
I'm
looks.
talking.
That's the trend.
I'm talking about for
All
every
them.
team. I think that move for Harbaugh is fine. Lad to the Chargers is not a bad pick. I'm with Rowe a little bit, like a little bit more height, but they've gone with height a lot and haven't had the best success every year because of that. Lad's a good route runner. I think they're replacing the route running skills that Keenan Allen.
I think Mike Williams gone though. If I'm
Huh?
not mistaken. I think him and Keenan Allen left this year.
Nah, only Keenan Allen. They was gonna trade Mike Williams, Keenan Allen. They still got Mike. I believe.
I do think Harbaugh needs a number one receiver though.
I think they. I'm gonna double check, but I think they still got Mike Williams.
Okay, yeah. I do think that Harbaugh does need a number one receiver.
It looks like the Falcons traded up. Did y'all get that one?
Yeah.
Okay.
They traded
So
up.
I think the receiver. So Rowe receiver if they trade up and they go get another receiver, because I think receivers are going to be the ones snapping on the board.
Did we get moved back? Because I thought it was only 2 picks before we picked. It felt like 3 teams just picked.
No, New England traded their pick. New England traded their pick to the Falcons.
Okay. I see. I got it.
Yeah, we was 3 picks behind, basically.
No, I got it. The Chargers traded with New England, and then New England traded again with the Falcons. No. Arizona traded out.
So
Arizona traded with the Falcons.
So looking at the trend, do we think it's going to be a receiver heavy second round?
You say what?
I said, looking at the trend, do we think it's going to be a receiver heavy second round?
Just not necessarily receiver heavy. Just the ones that are left on the board that were highly rated will probably be off now. I've said to the group that it was supposed to be 5 within the first 7 picks of the second round.
Okay.
Ruke Ororo is a defensive tackle with the Atlanta Falcons. That is what's been drafted from Clemson.
Yeah. You said he from Clemson?
Drip coming? Yeah. My bad. And Bankroll got the 3 guavas on. All right. Let's go, Washington. Let me see if I can get an early ride on what we looking at. I almost don't want to look. I want to be surprised.
Yeah, man. So they got
All right.
they got them a nice quality D tackle. Root.
So the Buffalo Bills fans are comparing Keon Coleman to Gabe Davis.
Yeah, I just think, for me, McConkley, did we pick yet? We ain't picked yet, did we?
No, we're on the board now.
All right, we're on the board now. Let's see what we're going to get, Skins fans. Skins fans.
If we don't pick a receiver right here, look forward to that trade that I told y'all about possibly.
I would love for us to pick a receiver here, though, because being as though the first 3 trades, outside of McConkley, the board, but that wasn't high on my board. Y'all know who I wanted. So hopefully they see things the way I see it.
No. I wasn't saying McConkley for our board.
I was going to ask because I think he just clicked on. I was going to ask him a question before he clicked on.
You hear me, bro?
So yeah, for me at least, with
Can you hear me?
I would like for us to pick a receiver here.
Bro. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, my
But
bad.
you
My bad.
low. You
My
real
bad.
low.
Okay, hold on. No, I was saying that. I was saying that. Oh, I think I know why. I think it's because my TV hooked up to my Hulu. Uh, no, I was saying that McConkley's good and that he was on my board, but he wasn't on my board for us to pick him. I don't think that we go into this draft and go into the season with 3, 5'11", 6-foot receivers. I can't hear you. Hold on, man. God dang, man. Shit, blowing me, Joe.
Was off. My mic was off. My mic was off.
Oh,
My
all
mic.
right.
No, that wasn't you. That was my mic. I was saying that I would like to see us just get somebody with a little bit more size, only because all the receivers have pretty much fit the same frame here. So I just want to see some. Only person that really got a lot of targets who wasn't like Terry McLaurin was a guy who was 6'6", 6'5", which was Logan Thomas. So I felt like that's something that over the years has proven itself to be
that. I think that was kind of the coaches though that we had, bro. Like, and not saying that you're wrong. I don't think you're wrong per se, but more so that Rivera, Scott Turner, and Bieniemy favor the tight end very heavily.
Right.
And I don't think our wide receivers really got a really heavy opportunity with them, except for when we had Alex Smith.
Right.
So we don't really know like what kind of offense we, you know what I'm saying? Like you said, like yesterday, like we got to wait till we get this on field to see what Kingsbury and them guys and Brian Johnson can kind of put together. But I think with a weapon like you have at quarterback, you have to give him options of what you're able to throw to. You got to give him different size targets, different speeds, you know what I'm saying, different talents to kind of get the best out of him. And to me, what I was saying about him in our pre-draft stuff when I was going over the tape with him, he's very exciting and those legs are great. But again, as you know, in the NFL, same comparisons with Lamar Jackson. You don't want to have a guy solely rely on just his legs.
Pick is in. Okay.
Let's see what we got, y'all. Let's see what we got, man.
The pick is in.
Let's see what we got.
Yes,
All right,
the pick is in.
I can't.
I got a question for you, Big Sam, before you click back
New
off.
England on the clock.
Who is that pick?
No, I'm saying New England is on the clock. I said the pick is in and New England is on the clock.
All right. Whoever get it up first, just announce it, baby. Whoever get it up first. Whoever get it up first. Everybody get, for the people out there listening, it's the Nature Sports Podcast, man. Everybody on the feed is getting things from different areas. So whoever get it first, go ahead and announce the pick. We talking about.
I can't get it, bro. That stuff is secretive right now.
Yeah. So the Redskins are on the clock with a very important second pick. And so we're just trying to tune in for that. But Washington is on the clock.
I'm online. So I'm on NFL.com and I am also on
Jalen Pope. Jalen
Pope is what? What
Jalen
is it?
Pope.
Give me the full announcement.
Jalen Pope. The Patriots fucking select Jalen Pope. How in the fuck?
I don't know what's going on. But who did Washington select? How did you get the Patriots before Washington?
Bro, listen, I'm trying to find this, bro. I can't see nothing for us, bro.
How did you get the Patriots pick before?
I don't know, bro. Listen to me. I don't know. I'm trying to find out now, bro. That's what's blowing me right now, bro. I didn't even want to say that.
How did we got the Patriots pick in before? What is Washington doing out there?
I don't know. It's in though. I gotta wait, bro. Hold on. We got this all the way together.
Yeah, Washington pick. I don't see it either. I'm on.
Gerald Green is at the podium for the Redskins with his retired jersey on.
Okay. We still don't have Washington's pick yet.
Yeah, because you know something funny? I am getting glitched out on NFL.com.
Bro, it's not doing nothing for me right now, bro. I'm hurting right now that this is happening. I got everybody's pick fast, And our stuff is on glitch, bro. I got the Patriots picking. I don't even know how I have the Patriots pick.
Yeah,
Commanders select Jerzon Newton, the defensive tackle.
Oh no, I disagree with the pick. I disagree with the pick. I disagree with the pick.
Jerzon Newton.
I disagree with the pick.
I don't understand.
I disagree with the pick. Disagree with the pick. You got Fideldrian Mathis. You got Fideldrian Mathis. Yep. Jerzon Newton, Illinois.
I don't understand this. We lost. We lost, bro. We lost. Leo's right, bro. Everybody's picking based off draft grade, bro. It's only a couple of teams picking off need, and I don't like this, bro.
Hey.
Yeah, that wasn't a good look. That wasn't a good look.
It's a first round talent, but I still don't understand. I don't get the pick. You have Jonathan Allen and Deron Payne. Please explain to me why you picked I don't care about Mathis.
Unless they about to trade one of them.
Hell no. You trade the pick. You don't even make the pick. You don't make the pick. You just trade it. This was bad.
Unless they plan on parting ways.
No, this is a Dan Quinn pick. This is bad. You got what did you pick all these niggas in defense? I'm sorry. Y'all go ahead. I ain't even gonna talk.
I know. I agree with everything Vito was saying. I think the need in the receiver room is dire. I think the need in the receiver room is dire. So that's the route I would have went. I think it's, even though they did pick Doxson to help out in that receiver room, I still feel like they needed something more than what they got.
You got 3 defensive. What are you about to run? Are we running the 3-4 now or something? I'm so confused. Pieces of the puzzle for the Commander defense. We had the worst secondary, and you picked another defensive tackle. I'm lost, bruh. I'm so confused right now, bruh. I don't care. You picked in 2 more picks. That was a wasted second round pick. Oh my God, bruh. That was so dumb, young. My fault, chat. My fault, chat. That's crazy. That's crazy.
That was stupid. That means, hey, you know what that means? I think we might be about to trade one of ours. Because we have no edge rushers. Like, what are you doing?
Nah, we got Ed. Well, you talking about at defensive end? Nah, we got defensive ends.
Yeah, I'm saying, like, think about it. So what is Jonathan Allen gonna move out to defensive end?
He can. I told Jalen folks to the Patriots. I'm disappointed, bro.
I am so disappointed.
And you don't have
so much opportunity.
Solid starting tackle, bro. Even with Lucas, and he didn't play bad last year, but look at the pressure you putting on. I mean, I don't know. I guess you're not putting pressure. He's a returning starter, and maybe with better coaching, and if you're not selling your team on tanking, maybe you do get better production from him. But
I still think you have Mathis, who you really haven't given a chance to for real. He hasn't had a chance.
He's been injured.
Because he's been injured. You don't even know what you have in him yet.
Availability is the best ability, bruh.
Yeah. I don't like the pick at all. I don't
availability.
Like the pick. I think you could have got a backup lineman. You could have got that in free agency or elsewhere. You didn't have to go into your second round. I think your second round, especially a high, that's really a first round pick that you spent on this guy.
No, he's a first round grade though. The pick is a first round grade. Excuse me. The player is a first round talent. I just don't understand the need.
We don't. I
don't understand the need.
You don't have a need.
That is a Dan Quinn pick, right?
Unless they about to
gotta be a Dan Quinn pick.
Jonathan Allen or Deron Payne in the near future. Unless that's the plan.
This is when I don't like my foot being in my mouth. And like I say, I'm standing behind the pick because, again, I do understand the rotation. Jonathan Allen can play defensive end. But Jonathan Allen is not this means you're looking for your pressure to come from your outside backers instead of your defensive end per se. But and I guess we can't look at this like the Cowboys set up, you know what I'm saying? But I'm just going from his last defense. Parsons didn't get a lot of pressure from the outside edge more than he did when he was lined up at defensive end. But Parsons is a freak of nature, so maybe that's not a good example to use. And maybe you have to figure out how you're going to use this defense in a different way. All right, cool. I don't believe that Jonathan Allen's contract is up or Payne's. So I don't necessarily understand the pickup of a defensive tackle when you have a offensive tackle that you need, or a guard if you wanted to shore up that position, and you definitely need a wide receiver.
I don't think they understand how important it is for them to get another wide receiver in these doors. I don't think they get it, because I think they're taking that way too light. They didn't address it in free agency. I don't think they understood how valuable Curtis Samuel was, and maybe to the average eye, they'll say, "Oh, his numbers are not excellent." This is how valuable was he? But to be honest, when it were times that McLaurin and them just couldn't get nothing going, Curtis Samuel had something going. I mean, I'm just gonna be honest, and you get people got to encourage people to go watch the games. So again, for Washington at least, I don't like the pick. I don't like the pick, at least for me.
I don't. Yeah, I don't think none of us right now in Washington wanted that pick. I don't think any of us think that was one of the biggest needs. I don't think that any. It's not saying that he's a bad player, and it's not even against him as a player. It's just that team need right now, what we see on the roster, right? Even if you say Lucas isn't a hole, like I said that Adam Peters said. He said there's no hole at tackle. So maybe they don't I think that still, even outside of left tackle, you have a need at receiver. You may not feel like you have a need at running back, but you definitely have a need at defensive end, in my opinion.
You signed 3 of them, so I mean, you got defensive ends. That's what I'm saying. You got system defensive ends as far as Armstrong, Furl, and the guy that Big Son like at the end. You know what I'm saying? So you got edge rushers as far as that are system guys. So you don't necessarily need to pick one right here. And I honestly don't think that the defensive ends are great in this draft right now. If you look at the board and what's available, it's not any of them that's up there right now, because it's not really. It was like I said, it wasn't a really deep draft in edge rushers as far as like super off the meter talent. I think these are guys are plug and play guys.
So that's I was just talking about the different types of holes that we have.
Right.
You know what I mean? And there are plenty of holes that we have, in my opinion, and we should be taking this.
What's the plenty though? What's the plenty?
I think wide receiver is your biggest hole, especially with a rookie quarterback.
I think
you got
tight end. I think tight end.
You think that Ertz is a drop off from Logan Thomas?
No, but I think that Ertz is not necessarily going to be super strong. Or might be, but he hasn't played.
Hands-wise, he is a little bit. Not as far as separation, but hands, yes, he's a drop off. Hands-wise,
he hasn't been.
Are we remembering this?
No,
are we remembering?
No, listen what I'm saying about Ertz. He hasn't been durable for the last couple seasons, and with him being going to be as available that we may need him for a rookie quarterback. That's my thing with Ertz.
He's not injured right now, so he had to be injured for us to see that. I said he's not injured right now, so I think we have to see that as far as him getting injured. Plus, I don't think the draft is the second pick. But wide receiver to me is a hole because you got rid of Curtis Samuels.
That's what I'm saying.
But I don't know if it's a like a major hole in comparison to. Well, no, I think it's the biggest hole that you have.
Yeah.
Because I think you lost the most production at that. You lost the most production without filling in the spot. Like even for cornerback, you brought in 2 corners. You know what I'm saying? You brought in 2 corners, 2 rangy and 2 long corners. And I'm telling you, the grades for the cornerbacks, there's only 4 or 5 cornerbacks that were graded really well in this draft. And in comparison to what you have, if we're talking about a selling season, I'm not sure what we got. Like, don't get me wrong, St. Juicy's not somebody that blew off the water to me, but he does have a lot of size. And if he's used in a similar way as the Seattle defense was, I think he can make some plays because of his length. Forbes has to make plays this season, or that's not going to work well. If that don't work well,
back from me?
Huh?
Is the feedback coming back from me? My bad. Cut you off.
No, it's probably for me. It's probably me.
All right.
I just, like I said, the tight end position, because Bowers was like that much of a difference maker in comparison to anybody else. Even though Sanders, I think, is good. Again, Texas is not a team that had a lights out amount of passing yards. Like, as I'm saying, he's a receiving tight end, but you lose some blocking with Sanders in comparison to having the same type of tight end with a Kelsey, because Kelsey and Logan Thomas aren't the greatest run blockers, in my opinion. You don't get the best of both worlds with them as much as you do with a Bowers. But risking all of that for a Bowers, you don't get Daniels, and we needed a quarterback, and we didn't get the big time wide receiver right away. So I'll agree with Ro and say that's the big. But to me, that's the only like big hole. If Peters feels like the line is well enough with what they've saw already in the players coming up in the draft.
Yeah, I mean, we did good work on our interior line, and so I can agree with the in. I think even with depth, we still need a tackle. You know what I mean? More than we needed a defensive tackle. But you know, and don't get me wrong, it is what it is. It just crumble that way sometimes, you know.
I just feel like, as much as I don't want to believe that this is a money thing, like that pick to me didn't play into going against Rose's thought process that Josh Harris is kind of trying to save $1 here, because that, again, to me, that's a move that says that you're going to move on from Payne or Allen if you don't get that type of production this year.
My bad. We are back on the clock, and defensive tackles are flying off the board. Trevonde Sweat and Braden Fisk were the next 2 picks after Jalen Polk.
Those are teams that possibly needed it. The Tennessee Titans needed a defensive tackle.
Ends up going.
Yeah, they needed a running back and another wide receiver too, though, bro.
They did, but I think they needed a tackle just as much, though, to be honest.
And Braden Fisk, definitely they needed a tackle in LA. So we are back on the clock.
Yeah, so I'm I'm not sure, but it may be, but I'm not sure what you have to give up for Brandon Ayuk if you get out of this second round without trading something for it. But Kool-Aid McKinstry is on the board right now for us, and Adisa Isaac is the only edge player.
Oh, we traded back with the Eagles.
Wow.
And their pick is in.
Wow. Why would you trade with the Eagles at all?
Because we got 2 picks, basically.
I don't care what we got. I don't trade with the Eagles at all.
I don't think the Eagles
second round picks
are as big of a worry.
I don't trade with the Eagles at all.
Giants or the Cowboys. No, I'm just saying that I don't think that the Eagles are as big of a worry between the Cowboys and the Giants because of how competitive we are with the Eagles in comparison to the other 2 teams. The other 2 teams be wiping us clean. The Eagles we in the games with. So and I'm with you on making the team that's gone to the Super Bowl most recently build up, but I feel like we compete with them better.
Yeah, I'm not trading with the Eagles at all.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a tough ask right there, man.
Not in the second round, not early like this. No. Not early.
Like dangerous right there.
No. I don't like what they doing in day 2 so far. I'm gonna be honest. I don't like what they doing in day 2.
Well, I like what the Rams did.
I'm talking about us. I'm talking about Washington.
It's all about us, buddy.
Yeah, I'm talking about. I don't like what we did. I don't like what we're doing so far. I really dislike it. In fact,
you ain't get what I was saying. I said I like what the Rams did, meaning what we did is nothing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, let's be honest, man.
I don't like how this day 2 is playing out. I don't like how this day 2 is playing out at all. I do not like how this day 2 is playing out. I do not like how this day 2 is playing out at all. I just don't.
I'm just trying to figure this out. Like I said, maybe they traded that back for what I was all about the Brandon Ayuk situation, because you can still get your corner. Yeah, you can still get your corner and get Brandon Ayuk with that trade back with that extra pick that you get from it.
Yeah, in the same round, you turn one pick into two, and I'm not necessarily mad about that, especially if it wasn't nobody that you absolutely loved on the board right there for that spot. And we still got an opportunity to trade back up, potentially, even with the pick that we have.
Yeah, I'm not feeling what they doing so far in day 2. You know, shout out to everybody out there listening to the Nature Sports Podcast, man. We bringing y'all that good NFL draft today. Again, I'm not keen on what they got going on right now.
Yeah, I don't like the first. I mean, don't get me wrong. I would like to see. I'm gonna wait this round out to see what they do with those two picks, of course. But so far, right now, I don't like what they've done. I think that they drafted in a spot where we had a bigger need at. Where they avoided the bigger need. I think that trading back with the Eagles is very dangerous.
Yeah, I would never. Not early in the draft like this. Again, maybe I wouldn't talk NFC East until we got to like the 5th and 6th round. We could swap some 5th and 6th rounders if you want. But that's about it for me. I wouldn't dare trade anybody within the NFC East in those 2nd round. I wouldn't do it. That's me. It's no way. They didn't know not to even call me.
Again, just to me, I don't think it's that big. With the thing that you don't like have that big of a problem with, in my opinion. And to take away,
I don't know, man. What if they get Kool-Aid? Listen, what if they go get Kool-Aid? So now they got two.
They already picked the cornerback yesterday. They already picked the cornerback yesterday.
But that's what I'm saying. What if
they just brought back?
We go get 2 top-level cornerbacks.
They went and got. They brought back Gardner Johnson.
Oh yeah, they did. I forgot they did. That you're right. You're absolutely right. They did bring.
They just picked up Devontae Parker, so they're not gonna get a wide receiver. That's what I'm saying. In the draft, even though you won't technically want to trade to teams in your division, you don't want to trade to a team that's gonna pick a need that you have. So in this position right here, if anything, they're gonna get Powers Johnson, who's a center because they don't have a center. But that would be me.
Nope, they got Cooper.
Yep.
Like I said, cornerback.
All right.
Cornerback, bruh.
I wouldn't have did it. I wouldn't have traded. And I'm not saying this is going to work out for them or this is great for the Eagles. I'm not saying that.
We needed Cooper Lewan.
No, we did not, bruh.
I'm not gonna say this was great for the Eagles.
No, man, because I'm not sold on Ben. I'm not sold on St. Juice.
How
I'm not sold on St. Juice either. I'm with on that one. I ain't sold with no daggone St. Juice either.
How, bro? When we played against the Bucks in the playoffs, St. Juice not the one that got cooked. It's Darby. We let go the people that was getting cooked.
And if I'm not mistaken, we also Kendall Fuller also left, right? So
yeah, Kendall Fuller's gone.
Yeah,
we need another corner.
We have two cornerbacks that we picked up in the free agency. What are y'all talking about?
I'm not saying we needed a corner. I never said that.
No, I'm talking about Leo. That's what I just went over.
Hey, no, I want a receiver. I've said that.
Nah. Receivers still the pick. I think that everybody now is trying to pick up the players that's not receivers and quarterbacks. So that's why I think that we move back because you still are in play for
Mitchell.
Either Adonai Mitchell. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You still in play for Mitchell. You still in play for Kool-Aid if the trade for Brandon Ayuk is on the table. And the only reason why I'm even mentioning Brandon Ayuk is because he played with our quarterback. You know what I'm saying? That's, and it's not just, it's been reports like they talked to the 49ers. So right now the 49ers supposedly are trying to keep.
They was on FaceTime last night.
Yeah, so
they was on FaceTime last night.
If the only way I see them is not picking a wide receiver right here is one, if you're looking at getting Brendan Rice. And number two, if you deciding that you're going to make that trade to get Brandon Ayuk. So again, Rice is going to drop not because he's not good. It's just a lot of teams are already set at wide receiver. Like, you know, not as in they already stocked in their room, but he would be a fourth wide receiver for some other teams. He would probably be the number two for us because we haven't picked nobody with that type of size and shit.
Yeah, and that's my thing. I just want to see something. Kool-Aid just went to the Saints.
Okay, cool. So that means that we got to pick a wide receiver with this pick.
With our next pick.
Yeah.
Unless they go with the one edge rusher Adisa with Isaac Adisa. And I would totally disagree with that because I don't think you go into, and not that nobody would have possible first day or second day talent that
on
goes
the clock right now is the Texans, and they do have a need for Mitchell. Mitchell could easily go to the Texans.
No, you're tripping. They just got Stephon Diggs.
That still don't mean they wouldn't pick a Mitchell. I don't think.
They okay. Tank Dale is their leading receiver. He had over like 1,300 yards or 1,100 yards receiving.
No, he was great. He was great.
Tank Dale was like that.
He was great.
And they got Nico what's his name? Nico Collins. Nico Collins, their big receiver. And then they
got Nico Collins.
Yeah, and they just got Stephon Diggs and Mixon, Joe Mixon.
Yeah. Yeah, they not. I don't think they're going offense. I think they're going defense.
If anything, they may go offensive line or whatever they was having an issue with in the playoffs.
Yeah, maybe offensive line. I can see that as well.
Yep. Kool-Aid just went to he just went to the Saints. I think that's a good pickup for the Saints, though. I think it's a good pickup.
Okay, so we got two more picks in this round because of the trade with the Eagles.
Okay.
So we got rid of the 40th pick. We got rid of one of the third round picks and one of the fifth round picks. And we got the 50th and the 53rd pick in this draft, which is in the second round. And we get the 161. So we get their fifth, and we just traded our fifth with theirs. Or They're fifth. They're fifth, and we got their fifth.
Yeah.
So we moved back like 11 spots in the fifth round, but we got an extra second round pick.
Yeah. Hey, that's what I was saying. We turned one pick into two, even though we moved back. I'm not necessarily mad at that.
I am.
You know what I mean? I mean, it depends on what we do with the pick.
And I'm about to say that defensive tackle from Clemson is an upgrade from Two-Hill. So you do replace the Two-Hill loss. And if Mathis is still like in between injuries and all of that, you got some depth at the defensive line for a first round grade guy because of how Kamari Lassiter from Georgia is going to the Texans at cornerback. Day one nickel corner. But I'm trying to tell y'all, bro, these cornerbacks, every cornerback in this
Houston
draft,
picked Kamari Lassiter.
Yeah, from Georgia. Except for the guy.
Oh yeah, Kamari Lassiter. I like Kamari Lassiter.
Except for the guy that went to Buffalo, went to Baltimore. Everybody in this jump, Baltimore and
Let me get Big Son back in here.
Everybody's zone corner.
Big Son, you in, Big Son?
All these guys run 4.6s and 4.7s and stuff like that. They're not gonna be able to be on the outside.
Right.
Most of these guys is nickel cornerback. Like that's what I'm saying. Like next year, oh my gosh, man. Everybody, but again, because I think a lot of these wide receivers are gonna do pretty good this year with certain teams, especially with those changes in defense and stuff like that. It's gonna be some defensive guys, a lot of defensive teams in the draft next year, especially Missouri, the Mississippi.
We need to get Travis Hunter.
I want it bad, bro, but I don't want to be bad.
Kamari Lassiter has not allowed an interception in 300 straight snaps. I mean, sorry, a touchdown. He hasn't allowed a touchdown in 300 something straight snaps. Kamari Lassiter. Go ahead. No, go ahead. Say what you're saying. So I think that's a good look. I mean, for the Saints. I think that's a good look for the Saints. They said if he would have ran faster, he would have went a little higher, Kamari Lassiter. But they feel like that's a good pick. They just feel like his 40 time is what affected him.
I mean, I can see that.
Cardinals on the clock.
What you say, bro?
No, I said Kamari Lassiter. They said his 40 time is why he dropped. He would have went higher. They say he does everything that you would want a cornerback to do. So for everybody out there listening from the Houston Texans fans, man, y'all sound like y'all got a baller, man.
It depends on the position that D'Amico put him in. I don't think he's a bad corner at all. I think Kool-Aid is really good, but I'm
talking about Kamari Lassiter.
Oh, I mean, yeah, my bad. But all of them are the same to me because they all run 4.6.7, bro. Like I don't get that. I don't get how they even made it in the top rounds, even with your college stats. You're on the stacked Georgia team, you know what I'm saying? And even for Kool-Aid, Alabama's had really good teams. How are you guys running 4.6s? What happened that your times in the 40 dropped so bad?
Yeah. I agree with that.
Because do you see him playing with the Texans against the Chiefs in that same playoff game, and you got to line up against, let's say what we were talking about yesterday, Xavier Worthy, who runs a 4.21, and you run a 4.67.
Yeah, that's not. I mean, that wouldn't work for me.
It's a loss as soon as you line up, you lost. Even about the screenplay, if you don't make the immediate tackle, the entire sideline is giving up because you're not fast enough.
Yeah, I agree. I totally agree.
And it's again, some of the receivers from this year ran some slower times, but they're not just going against the rookies from this year. They're going against people who already played. And the guys that's in the NFL already, take away the Tyreek Hills and the Jalen Waddles and some of the other guys. It's still guys that are still burners, though.
Yeah.
That's what I said. They're going to have to put them in the slot, but they're going to have to be able to work with the running game and stuff like that. I got 4 picks before we pick. I'll be right back, guys. I'm still on the line with y'all.
Yeah, so I mean, overall in this second round, at least for Washington, I do not like what has been done. I would rather that Washington sort of that we pick the receiver. I would rather get it out the way.
Well,
However,
it was a free pick. So are we upset at a free pick?
yeah, I mean, they said, I mean, apparently they feel like they got another pick out of it, so maybe. And again, you can't really know what the painting is going to be until the painting is done. I guess you could say, per se, you don't know what this picture will look like per se until you painted the whole thing.
But you know that.
So we really already are judging halfway.
Hey, now that I think about it, right? We already had what was it, 5 picks within the top 100 picks, right? Because we got 2 in the third and we had 2 in the second. Now we got 3 in the second, and now we still got 2 in the third.
Which so we essentially got an extra 1 in the top 100.
Yeah. Yeah. So
yeah, that's what I
I'm
said.
not mad at that.
It looked bad because it's like not a team need right now, but it's a really good.
Yeah. I still think they could have handled that pick better, especially if they was going to trade back. But I mean, you know, we'll see. We'll see when he get on the field.
But again, remember, Adonai Mitchell got a first round grade too. So if we would have picked him at that spot, we still would have got a first round graded receiver. Arizona Cardinals pick is in. They picked Max Melton from Rutgers.
So the thing
inside linebacker.
The thing is, bro, is that you also got to look at how drafts go. Like we all doing fantasy.
Exactly.
Once people start picking certain picks, other people rush to that position because you don't want to lose a chance to miss out on guys. As soon as we picked that defensive tackle, like 3 picks in a row went defensive line. And then defense, it went heavy defense right after we made that pick. So in some way, Peters is, and just in some favor, just to give a little bit of favor since I've been dogging him, he was at least ahead of the curve in that pick.
Yeah, meaning
we don't know though, depending on who we end up with.
No, but what I'm saying is that he got the pick, and I agree with Vito. He got the pick and then finessed on the other side. Like, all right, we got who we was going to get at that position. Now we can go ahead and do whatever. You know what I'm saying? And that made everybody else go after that spot. And now we on the outside looking in, saying, all right, what's our next move? And we still
replace right. And we still replaced the pick that we lost and still have an ability to get a cornerback and a tackle. I mean, a wide receiver and a tackle, because neither one of those positions have been picked since we got off the board.
So we got
actually Max Melton is a cornerback. Defensive back. Sorry, defensive back.
Yeah. I'm talking about wide receiver and tackle because that's our 2 top leads right now.
So right now the Raiders and the Packers picks are in. And and Indianapolis is on the clock. So Green Bay ain't wasting no time.
Yeah, Green Bay
ain't wasting no time.
They picked
no, that pick is in. Jackson Powers. Jackson Powers Johnson from Oregon, center, went to Vegas.
That's good. As long as the Cowboys, ain't get him, yes.
I'm happy about that too. That works in our benefit.
The Raiders my main team, so that's gonna be all right there. They needed that too.
Yeah.
Dang, everybody passing up on Mitchell. Adonai Mitchell is sitting right there. I hope we get him.
They not passing up on him. They just they.
I hope we get him. He has a first round grade. We are midway through the second now.
They're drafting in the trend, and I see that's what's going on, and that's why I said it was so imperative that that we did do what we did, jump on the trend and jump off of it real quick.
Yeah, but still, I'm just saying.
I don't know, man.
Yeah, so I mean, in my opinion, I just think that And just to read them out, 43, number 43, Max Milton went to Rutgers for the Cardinals, number 43 pick. 44 was the Raiders, Jackson Powers Johnson, a center out of Oregon. And 45, the Packers is up right now. So I mean, again, and this for all the teams. Seems like it's a little more willing and dealing. It's much more willing and dealing today than what we've had, over the previous weeks. Over the previous day, which was yesterday. Day one, everybody seemed like they went for their targeted guy, the headline guy, the guy that, is going to put some behinds in the seats. And it just seems like today more people are really getting into their actual draft. If you ask me. And whatever their strategy is for their actual draft. It seems like all the teams are really getting into those up until this point. The Packers are in. The Packers pick is in. The Packers pick is in. Again, shout out to everybody out there listening. This is the Nature Sports Podcast, man. We bringing y'all this cool NFL draft today, the 26th.
Hey, so the Packers got Edgerrin Cooper, linebacker, Texas A&M.
Okay.
Yeah. So I can read his scouting report real quick if you give me a second.
I like Edgerrin Cooper.
So this pick
he's an inside outside guy. He can go inside or outside. He had 8 sacks last year.
This 13th pick was traded from Denver to New Orleans to Green Bay.
Y'all can hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
All right, bet. I got my mic on. I was just trying to see if it worked.
Yeah. Hey, look, this 13th pick was traded from Denver to New Orleans to Green Bay to get Edgerrin Cooper.
Went through a lot of hands. Somebody made the pick, though.
Edge rusher?
Yeah.
He's an inside or outside. He can go inside or outside.
I do not like that D tackle pick, personally. Me.
Okay.
I made sense of it. I made sense of it. And I know y'all don't agree with it, and it's okay, and I'm okay with that. Me and Leo was just talking about it and thinking about it. We had 5 picks in the top 100. That pick is essentially a free pick into the first round to get a first round grade tackle. I don't know what the future holds for Allen or Payne, but I do know that Allen is versatile enough to play defensive end as well as defensive tackle. Also, we may have missed when Rivera picked on Mathis before picking Dotson in that draft because Mathis has not panned out as of yet. So that's a free person to replace what we may have that might not, necessarily pan out. That's a free place to pick that one. And we now have 6 picks now in the top 100 instead of 5. So it's a good player. It's not like it's a possibly a player outside of the need that we need first, but it's a higher rated grade player than we would have had on the board at that pick.
Yeah, that's like picking the best player on the board for us at that time.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not necessarily mad with that. I do think
I'm mad at it.
I think we do. I do think we have a need.
No, the next 2 picks are important. The next 2 picks.
It depends on what we do.
The Panthers pick is in.
The next 2 picks are important.
Yeah. If we do the right thing with these next 2 picks, I am not going to be upset.
I agree.
Yeah, the Panthers pick is in.
Because if we botch. Listen though, bro. Like right now, think about who went off the board since we've picked. Right? Is any of those players that we really had on our radar to come to us? Do we have any of those guys on the radar?
I don't know if we had him on the radar.
Maybe Kool-Aid. Like if any outside of Kool-Aid, maybe. But again, that's if you are like that's if you feel that our cornerbacks need to change. And again, with them adding cornerbacks in free agency, and Dan Quinn not letting go of Juice, and not bringing back Fuller, I think that they may be able to work with them. Those they secondary strength coaches. You know what I'm saying? Or they strong in coaching secondary. So that's something.
Jonathan
I feel
Brooks
like
went to the Panthers, running back.
Yes, that's good. That's good too. And nah, he's pretty good too. But that's cool. The Giants are up. Jacksonville, Cincinnati. Cincinnati is who we need to worry about, in my opinion.
Cincinnati. I mean, the Giants look like they might be in position to get Corum.
I know, right? Damn.
But I mean, they replaced Saquon with Devin. So Devin Singletary might be the starting back there, so they might not feel like that's the biggest hole that they need.
Yeah, but I don't know.
What?
I don't know. I mean, me personally, I don't know. I feel like I just think, and then don't get it twisted. I like Jonathan Brooks. He tore. It was a good running back. I mean, he wanted the higher backs to go over, but I would have went with the guy from Michigan personally if I was getting a running back.
Well. Think about this, bro. The only reason why I wouldn't have went Corum with Carolina is because you don't want two midgets in the backfield. That's gonna look scary. That's gonna look like you trying to sabotage your whole thing.
Yeah, you
Jonathan
need a bigger
Brooks got
guy.
some size. You need somebody with some size when your quarterback is the size of a junior high school player.
I mean that's Jonathan Brooks on our cover. You know what I'm saying? The 24, the guy you can barely see. So I guess we do something.
Bruh. Corum is number 2. Corum is number 2, bruh. You see how small Corum is and compare. Brooks look like he's standing up. Corum is standing up too. He still looks smaller.
Right.
Yeah.
Corum is barely 200 pounds and he's like 5'8" or 5'7", bruh.
Yeah, Corum is
205. Him and Bryce Young gonna look the same size, bro. Bro, defensive teams are going to salivate if they saw that and would literally just want to destroy, bro. The kid already went through enough. I actually want to see him at least survive the season, and let's see if his arm is any good. I don't want to just see him get beat up like that.
Yeah, I can agree with you, V, on that.
I would have went with Corum personally, still.
Nah,
bro. If I was
nah,
gonna pick a match.
Bro. No, man. Now, if you planned on picking another quarterback and giving the team another opportunity, or just going away from Bryce Young, yeah, I go Corum, but not with Young at quarterback right now. Not if you're gonna give him a shot.
The Giants pick is in, and so is the Jaguars.
This is interesting.
So real quick question. Do y'all know how Troy Franklin drops far down this? What happened?
Who us? How far we've dropped?
Troy Franklin.
Oh, Troy Franklin. Oh, yeah. He's doing
Troy
some
Franklin
dropping.
hasn't dropped. He hasn't dropped, y'all. Troy Franklin hasn't dropped. The draft changed up. That's all.
Yeah,
all it was is just that the order of players got picked up, and people started picking the same players because the talent is dropping in those particular positions. So those teams that were up just happen what they need right now. Wide receivers are going to jump back up again at some point in time, but right now, there's no point
defense right now is really defensive heavy.
The Giants select safety Tyler Nubin from Minnesota with the 47th overall pick.
Okay.
Pittsburgh Steelers select Zach Frazier from West Virginia.
So Pittsburgh traded with Jacksonville?
No, Jacksonville should still be up. Pittsburgh should have picked before.
We're next after the Bengals. It's the Bengals after that, and then we're up. So you got the Giants, Jacksonville, which Pittsburgh had to trade with Jacksonville.
Yeah.
And then the Giants after that. I mean, sorry, then the Bengals after that.
The Jaguars select Mason Smith from LSU, defensive tackle.
I mean, D tackles flying off the board. I can see that being like I said,
who did?
It's a trend right now.
You said who did the Giants get?
Mason Smith. Oh, Giants got Tyler Nubin, safety from Minnesota.
He a beast though. I like him. He was a baller. I'm gonna be honest. But I don't know how good he'll be in that situation, you know. But the Giants got a solid man. They got a solid defense on paper.
Yeah.
You know, on paper they look like
6'1", 200 pounds. Not bad size.
yeah.
He not chin though.
Nah. He gonna, but he's a good player that I think could develop and be a better player. You know what I'm saying? So like right now he's solid, and you can say, all right, look, I can see where we gonna develop him at, and you know he potentially could be a good
They
safety
say
for us.
he pretty good at playing his side.
Okay.
Like if you move him out of his hash, that's where you may be able to have some success on him. But playing his side, he's pretty good. He was
Yeah.
first team All Big Ten this year.
Yeah. Yeah. Safeties I scouted a lot of safeties, but he was one of them, man. He looked pretty decent on safety, so I'm not gonna lie.
Giants having a pretty good draft right now.
Yeah,
I'm pretty
they
sure,
Yeah, I
but
mean,
so word is I'm on Twitter right now. Giants fans wanted a Donnie Mitchell.
I know that's who I want too. I can't. You know, I that's who I want. But they already got. I mean, they need it. I can't say they don't need it. They did get. They
got
did get
neighbors.
neighbors. Right. So I don't get that part. But
Nah, but they feel like Daniel Jones don't got enough weapons, so
Right.
they probably want to
They
go
got
route.
Darren Waller and Neighbors, and I think not Shepard, whatever his name is, Slayton or Shepard or something.
Yeah.
he's the first safety taken. Was Newman was the first safety taken? The guy who was taken by Jacksonville. He's the first safety taken in this draft. The first safety on the board.
And we are on the clock. The Bengals pick is in, and we are on the clock. See, so honestly, that wasn't so bad right now.
No, that's what I said.
I mean, if
It
you can
makes
get your
sense.
guy, it depends on
Yeah,
who you pick.
that's what I was saying, bro. If they get
But
everybody they supposed to get, then it all makes sense. The
but I
Bengals
don't like
select
the
Chris
Eagles
Jenkins
get
from Michigan, defensive tackle.
Dewan.
Who?
I
Bengals
don't like
select
the
Chris Jenkins from Michigan, defensive tackle.
Okay.
I do not like the Eagles pick though. That was a little bit damaging for us because what if they do turn out both of those corners turn out to be top-notch corners for the next 10 years? We got to keep playing against these guys.
So what, bro? They are slow. Quinyon Mitchell not slow, but Cooper Dewan is a 4'6" corner. I don't care about nobody that run a 4'6", and
Okay.
he's white. Sorry, no prejudice, but Jason Sehorn was not that great, and he was a white. The corner. I'm just telling you, just look. I know they're trying to change the way things look. Christian McCaffrey's an anomaly.
I mean, I agree.
I
And
mean,
I'm telling you, I'm not worried about nobody else. I'm worried about what we are doing. I'm judging the Skins or the Commanders. They are doing. That's what we gotta. Well, at least that's what I gotta focus on because that's what I want to make sure I'm being very testy about.
All right, Washington, y'all on the clock,
Christian
baby.
McCaffrey is a legacy player though, bro. Like, so I feel
Yeah,
like they
that's what I
fall in
said.
different
Like,
categories.
yeah, I'm with you. I agree with that.
Yeah. Like they definitely fall in different categories. That's why I wouldn't mind getting Lad McCaffrey maybe in the late third round, fourth round if he available. To be honest.
Not over Brendan.
Yeah, I would probably go Brendan Rice first, but I'm saying like I don't know,
They
man.
both
If
come from
Brendan,
good lineage though. I ain't gonna hold you, so I can't say that. But there's never been the Kelsey brothers and it's been some good brothers.
yeah, the Pouncey brothers, you know, the
Yeah,
Watts, you know,
yeah.
it's some good ball. It's some good ballers out there with the same last name, man.
Who did we get? Does anybody got us up?
No, that was the Bengals. Defensive
Nah,
tackle
that's
Chris Jones.
Come on now. They always do this to us, man. Only for the Redskins, man. Do they have all this old
we might be trading
hoopla?
back again.
Here we go.
Wait,
I don't like it if we trade back again. I just don't.
It depends on how far we trade back and what we get.
They need to get a receiver and then start trading back.
You getting scared, bro. Chill, bro. Trust the process, bro.
Ain't no process. They better get that receiver.
You getting scared, bro. Don't be scared, bro.
I'm just saying.
Huh?
Would you be mad if we got a tight end?
No. If you still able to possibly get Mitchell, no. I told y'all when I sent y'all the jump today, Mitchell's stock dropped.
Yeah, I know his stock dropped a lot, but even with
Rose
that,
screaming to go pick a guy with a daggone medical history is crazy.
But we might end up like I was saying. Jaden Daniels was on a FaceTime with Brandon Ayuk yesterday, so like there's a potential I think there in that situation, and if that's the case, so we getting Brandon Ayuk. It probably ain't no reason to draft a wide receiver, and if that's the case, what else would we get?
Ooh.
What else would we draft?
Who do we get?
Mike Sandstrill from Michigan.
What is he?
What?
Cornerback. He's a good prospect.
I don't like
he
that
good.
Move.
He good, but still, I mean, we got another pick coming up. So now they going defense. They went quarterback, not giving this man no weapons.
You have
not giving. What weapons you got?
So McLaurin's not a weapon anymore.
McLaurin is a weapon. They don't have enough at receiver. You don't have enough at receiver.
You got some
weapons, in my opinion.
But you got some weapons though, bro. Like realistically, Austin Eckler, you know what I'm saying, is a short yardage weapon. Terry McLaurin is a weapon. Jahan Doxson can be a deep threat weapon. You know what I mean? So we do got some weapons. I would like
still have De'Ami Brown, which you got to realize that we're gonna have an actual system, hopefully, and we actually quarterback since Alex Smith. You know what I'm saying? So the weapons will probably
he played both ways. Mike Sanderville played wide receiver his first 3 years at Michigan, so he played both ways.
Oh, that's Richard Sherman.
He's 5'9", 182. 5'9", 182.
Oh no, that's not Richard Sherman because Richard Sherman. No. But I mean,
bro, he got 7 picks in his career, bro. That nigga's like that. Well, excuse me, the young fella's like that, bro. And he was one of Michigan's better cornerbacks in his career.
He plays some nickel. He does play nickel too.
So that's probably what we got him to replace Kendall Fuller. I can say that maybe. Yeah.
He's a dog.
I mean, but he's small.
I'm not gonna call him a dog.
So was the guy that we retired his jersey today. I ain't gonna use that on defense.
He does play man. He can play man.
Boy.
He's a slot player though. He's basically a slot corner. That's what he is. He's a slot corner.
And that's what Fuller was for us. Well, yes, he was, because that's when we was getting torched from the outside with Forbes. We had Fuller inside when I was asking why he wasn't outside. But I don't mind that. I don't mind that. And that gives you range to be able to use Martin in different situations instead of having to force Martin to play the slot.
I mean, I don't know. Me personally,
I think we need a receiver. I mean, and maybe they feel
you pick next, bro.
I think Franklin gonna be there.
You got 2 options. You got Donne and Franklin in the next 2 picks.
Yeah,
I agree. You got to get that receiver though. That's my main nervousness. Is you got to get that receiver.
I mean, but don't get me wrong. The way that the receivers have dropped in this, what's the name? It might be a couple good receivers there in the 3rd round, especially early.
No,
Corley's going to be there in the 3rd round for sure.
You know, so like
it's another.
That might be an option because we do got the 3rd pick in the 3rd round.
Yeah, and I still see him. You still could get your tackle right here too. You could get Paul or
Patrick
from
Paul
Yale.
Still available too.
I think they might go to the 3rd round though. Now that I'm looking at it,
I mean, yeah, potentially, but I mean, it's a lot of tackles that's going off the board this round too. It's been defense. It's been
Yeah, there's a
heavy
lot of
defense,
defense.
but a couple tackles went off as well as the receivers.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know, man, how I feel about this.
You just nervous, bro. Chill, bro.
Not that I'm nervous. I'm just I had an idea of how I felt like this should go. And yes, their men is still on the board. So I can't do with so much complaining because the guy that I felt like I wanted going into the second round, he's still on the board and they've gotten extra picks. So I can't talk with so much trash, but I can if they never get the guy.
I will say this: this draft does seem a bit underwhelming after a really good, Jaden Daniels was a good splash pick. Everybody knew we was going to get him. These two have been off of what we thought, but at the same time, not necessarily we've been going crazy because we feel like they got it right. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I honestly had one of my.
I don't want. Go ahead.
Yeah, I got that one on my phone, big son.
But my thing is this: I don't want us. I'm gonna tell you what I don't want. I don't want this GM, quote unquote, Peters, to get this reputation. Oh, where I have to do something extra. I have to do something better. I can't just be regular and pick a regular pick and pick a good guy. I have to somehow make people believe I'm this great. When that's what I don't get too cute.
I don't think
that's all I'm saying.
I don't think he is.
I ain't saying he is. I'm just saying I don't want that to happen.
Players, I think they drafted people that they feel like are good football players, but like at the same time, they just a bit underwhelming for our taste. That's maybe. And so they got to get on the field and potentially put in some work. That's all.
I do believe that Daniels needs some weapons too.
Shots have been fired.
I believe we should definitely go wide receiver tight end over the next wide receiver tight end tackle over the next 2 picks. I think these are the biggest needs on offense. I feel like we had already addressed a lot of defensive needs. But
remember that A. Peters said that he was going to build the team through the draft. So those 2 picks are building the team. And like I said, you have to get a lot out of Jonathan Allen or Deron Payne because of what their contracts are.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying let them go because they have
Zach
a mid-season.
Frazier. Pittsburgh selects Zach Frazier.
So, if that's based on what he was saying, that he kept his word, the cornerback position was a need that we did need. And he did just and what Rowe said, like what Rowe wasn't comfortable with picking up all these guys that just you like. Peters brought in actual talent outside of somebody that you're already comfortable with to see how you're able to develop guys that didn't just belong to your system. So, and it's a championship quality and caliber cornerback. He's been with them for 3 years, and they've been top in the conference 3 years in a row, and they got a national championship.
Yeah, I'm okay with. I'm not saying that he's a bad player. I just said that we feel underwhelmed by the picks because we feel like, I guess everybody feels like Kool-Aid. You know what I mean? People looked at Kool-Aid and said, okay, that's somebody that we can get.
They looked at he's 2 seconds, he's 0.2 seconds faster than Kool-Aid, which makes a big difference. It's a 4.4 to a 4.6, almost a 4.7. You know what I'm saying? Don't get me wrong. I know Kool-Aid went to Alabama, but Darrell Green went to Texas Gablip. Nobody knew what that was. Darrell was a talent. And I'm saying on the retirement of our greatest corner for our franchise, I like the move.
Yeah, I like that. Like me and Vito been talked about that guy. I like him personally. So I don't see nothing wrong with that pick as long as they get this one right.
Yes, this pick coming up, you got to go wide receiver here. Even though I would like a tackle, if you said that tackle is straight Peters, you cannot not pick a wide receiver here. And your draft grade goes from a D to maybe an A- or a B if you get a wide receiver and get the right one.
Yes, I can agree with that. Yes, if you get a receiver, get a decent one, so especially one like a Donai Mitchell now, first round grade, you got him into the second round. Oh yeah, I would boost it up to that level for sure. Even though I don't like the defensive tackle, I don't like that pick at all. Okay, you needed a defensive back, so I can't talk but so much trash about that. I don't think he's the fastest guy, so I think that that comes into play. But however,
You like the fourth or fifth fastest corner. It wasn't that many 4-4 guys. Mostly everybody was 4-6s and up. You had 2 4-3 guys and 1 4-2 guy, and everybody else was 4-5, 4-6.
Yeah. So I mean, I want to see, I just want to see, again, and I want to see if this regime is going to recognize the need at receiver. I think it is really alarming if they don't recognize receiver as an immediate need, in my opinion. That's alarming. Very.
You still potentially got 1,000 yards without Samuels right there. You don't know what De'Ami Brown can present to you because you never really used him or gave him a shot at the type of receiver that he is. That's a 6'1", almost 6'2" guy. Dotson was a little unfocused last year. He needs to play a full season. But McLaurin's a 1,000-yard receiver with anybody. So if Daniels can actually get the ball to him, you're looking at maybe his first 13, 14, 1,500-yard season. And if he gets that amount of yards, you got 3,500 yards without picking up another guy.
I still think that we need another receiver.
No. I'm not doubting that. I'm not saying that we don't. I definitely totally agree with you. I'm just saying that we have some talent in the room. We've had talent in the room when we didn't have a quarterback.
Donai Mitchell just went to the Colts.
Grab Troy. You gotta grab. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So the coach GM just switched the playing field back up to receivers. So you got to go with Franklin right here.
I wanted Franklin anyway.
Me too.
That's what I wanted us to get anyway.
I wanted Mitchell.
I wanted Franklin.
I mean, he wasn't going to last for so long anyway.
Yeah, I mean, and again, I think that other teams are seeing what Washington is doing. Is like, hey, y'all not about to keep winning this. Like, y'all ain't about to keep just doing what you want to do.
Yeah.
I mean, I like Franklin over Mitchell anyway, though, in my opinion.
Me too.
Mitchell is a little bit bigger as far as body size because Franklin's skinny too, like your quarterback. But I do like Franklin's ability to go get the ball too.
Yeah, I mean, I think Franklin numbers is comparable, if not better. I mean, they like neck and neck. I think the thing about Franklin though, he played on a national championship team, if I'm not mistaken, right?
He might be 20 pounds heavier than him though, bro. That's a lot.
Well, Washington, he played and he balled out in that game. He had like 8 catches over 100 yards. They still lost, but yeah.
Who are you talking about?
Franklin is like
I think,
that.
and I'm gonna say this. This is judging on how, depending on how Mitchell turns out.
Pick is in.
Washington on the clock.
It's gonna be Franklin. That don't came in too fast.
It better be Franklin.
It better be.
That's what I'm saying. It better be Franklin.
It might be Corley though. It might be Yak God.
Nah. You don't pick a slack guy over needing a number 2. You need a number 2.
Hey, I'm just.
Oh no. You know what? No. You're right, Leo. Because the Yak God is a younger Curtis Samuels.
Yeah.
And Curtis never led the league in yards after catch. So he's special, bro. I think if you can get him in the 3rd round too, I would be excited about that too.
Yeah,
I feel like I would rather get 2 because you don't know what you're getting in De'Ami Brown. I felt like you should get 2 wide receivers in this draft. But if you get another tight end and Ertz lasts at least 10, 12 games, maybe 15 games, I don't think that's that bad either.
I think we do need a wide receiver and a tight end. Like I said, and I think we need a tackle as well. So, but I think that we could wait to get like a Rosengarten or Patrick Paul maybe early in that 3rd round because they haven't gone off the board yet.
That's fine. We have sort of a plan.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know.
I think we need a receiver though. I mean, and I don't know if we waited too late or what, but this the pick. We on the clock. You know, we on the clock.
I think Troy Franklin legit. So
Troy Franklin would be legit. I mean, from the onset. Again, you got to see how these guys play out. I wanted Adonai Mitchell, but Franklin is there. Franklin is there too. You know what I'm saying? Franklin is there. He went to Oregon. You know what I'm saying? He had the big numbers. You know, he had better numbers than Mitchell. So ain't but so much complaining you could do with it.
One 77 UV pressures allowed. 2023.
Hey, it's me, your future you. You made some bad money moves.
Nick Saban on the Commanders' Mike Sandstrill goes on record to Field Yates. This guy may be pound for pound the best football player in this draft.
Wow.
Hey.
Lockdown corner is the grade from everybody right now, bruh.
Okay.
He was really good. The tape I saw was good. He played receiver. He played receiver at one point in time. I think he was a little too small for receiver, so they moved him. He's only 5'10", really 5'9 3/4. So I think that maybe that's why. But he has the hands of a receiver because he played it. You know, he was able to play it. So he came in as a receiver. So I mean, I think that's always a plus, you know.
Which is a good thing, I think. If he got to the college level as a receiver, that means he do got true talent.
Yeah, so I think that that's really I just think it's a good look. I think it's a good look, you know, if you get your receiver. If you do not get your receiver, that wasn't a good look, in my opinion.
I mean, it depends on what he do on the field. It depends. Yeah. It depends. And it depends.
All right, say Washington's pick is in. Come on.
Same thing will happen like it does every pick we put in. Take forever.
Adam Peters. They talk about Adam Peters on ESPN. Oh, Adam Peters. I don't like it, man. I don't like it. I'm more low profile, and that's me.
I'm gonna be real.
So far, Washington has had Jaden Daniels. Go ahead. This is our third pick. I was gonna say this is our third pick. Go ahead.
It's our fourth pick.
You said
it's our
fourth pick. Right. So we brought in Marcus Mariota, Austin Eckler, Bobby Wagner. Go ahead. Our defense was last in the NFL, ranked last year in the NFL. Go ahead.
Tight end Ben Smith Swimwit. I can't say his name right now. Kansas State.
That's what we got, a tight end.
Oh, I like him though. I like Ben Sinnott. I don't like the fact that we didn't get Troy. I like Ben Sinnott though.
I don't like we didn't get Troy.
Darryl Green is the one who did the announcement.
I do like him.
Oh, Troy.
I thought we could get him. I do like him.
Ben Sinnott.
I think we could have waited.
No.
I don't like it at all. I don't like it at all.
He is the second best tight end in college football. He has been a two-time all-time Big Ten tight end. He played hockey. I don't know if you guys seen this guy blocking skills, but what I see,
he plays fullback, H-back. He plays a fullback, H-back.
He's stronger than what Chris Cooley was, and he's faster than Chris Cooley, bro.
That was mauling people in the snow.
Yes, bro. He's crazy, bro.
Washington State.
That's a Dan Quinn pick right there, bro. I promise you that.
He's gonna play fullback. He's gonna play fullback.
He's gonna play tight end too. I think he's gonna play fullback while Ertz is at tight end. But when
they're gonna give Eckler a fullback because he's so little. I think that's what they're doing, giving Eckler a fullback. Eckler, I think that means Eckler's gonna start.
Look at him in the snow, bro.
And Ro.
He had a 40
Hey,
vertical jump. He had a 40-inch vertical jump.
Yes, bro. He like that, bro. He can catch. He's a good receiver too. Here's the thing with that pick where I do understand where you would be with the wide receiver. We also pick in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. We got 13 more picks before we pick again.
What? Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So again, we can still nail a good wide receiver in that spot. If Franklin doesn't go with an end, if they pick something else after that, I'm going to argue really, really hard. But there is also Michael Corley, and one more other guy, that guy from Virginia that you.
We don't have a tight end on our roster now. That's the only tight end we have on our roster. Everybody else is gone.
Yeah, Zach Ertz and him.
Him and Zach Ertz. That's it.
Well, we know why. Was available?
I can't hear you, Leo. You breaking up, Leo. You breaking up, Leo.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
About him, and they tried to get a bunch of other people.
You breaking up. You breaking up again.
Yeah, you breaking up.
All right, let's get Vito back in. Michael Hall from Ohio State, defensive tackle, just went to
the
Browns. Yeah.
He's got really good hands. I like his hands. He fast as I don't know what. That's good to add to their defense.
Look like Dallas is looking at another.
All right, 12 picks to go, bro. 12 picks to go, man. 12 picks to go, man. They just count them down, man. Long as they not one of the guys, man. Just count them down.
Again, if we leave this draft without a
that's not gonna happen. That's not gonna happen. We're not gonna leave without one. We're not gonna leave without one at all. It's not gonna happen. I'm telling you now, if Franklin's off the board, the 2 people to watch for, 3 people to watch for, but they will be later, which means that we wouldn't pick one in the 3rd round. So we probably have to wait till tomorrow to get him. So if this next pick right here isn't a wide receiver, look forward to Brendan Rice, McCaffrey, and
I wouldn't be mad at Brendan Rice. I wouldn't be mad at Brendan Rice. I wouldn't be. I could live with Brendan. Right now, that would be my outside of Franklin. I think Franklin's still there. Outside of Franklin, Brendan Rice would be my next pick.
And I watched that film on that guy from Virginia you was talking about.
Yeah.
Smooth. Hey, I'm not gonna hold you. I don't see him winning the jump balls like Santana Moss, but he tough, young.
Yeah.
He tough.
Yeah.
Man. He tough.
Yeah. I didn't mind him. I mean, again, that's why I brought him up. You know what I'm saying? Because I mean, he shot off the field when you looked at Virginia. That was their weapon on offense. That was their weapon last year on offense. So I mean, there's some guys left, but again, I think at least for Washington's sake, that you want to give going into this with a new quarterback, going into this with a new quarterback, a rookie quarterback, you want to give him the optimal opportunity to succeed. And so I think that does go into what you have in your receiver room. That's where it starts at least at quarterback. So that's why my concern is receiver. I don't mind this pick with the fullback / tight end that they got, because I do think it allows them to do a lot of different things offensively. The way that sort of Baltimore used Juszczyk at one point in time, then he went to San Francisco, how San Francisco use Juszczyk now. I think that's what you get. And I believe that we're going to run a lot of what Baltimore runs, or going to attempt to run a lot of what Baltimore, which I don't agree with, because I think Daniels has passing wise, he's a little bit more mature than Lamar Jackson was coming out. So I think we should be gearing towards his arm more than his leg, and maybe his leg is just a bonus to keep defenses honest. So I think the draft is what it's sort of giving us an indication of what you would see out of your team based on who they're picking, what they plan on running, especially for the teams that have new coaches.
Yeah. Can you hear me now, Ro?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. I love the pick
Dang, man, Patrick Paul to the Dolphins, man.
Patrick Paul.
But that's what
tackle.
that's what I'm saying. That's the only thing that I expected. The tackle position might be a position that's going to fly off the board, but I don't feel like they feel like we are in such a need of a tackle. So I think they're going to go third, fourth round for a tackle, and maybe have him be a project player. But I like Rosengarten, man. If we could go snatch him in the third round, I'd be happy about that.
Because I think you need depth. I think you need depth and guys that want to play together. I think last year and the year before, like the year before, wasn't as bad. I really miss Flowers. I think the team definitely saw the falling of the line once they let him go. On top of Sheriff, but Cosme stepped in and did pretty good. You've got to find somebody to help Wiley. I think that fullback is a great addition to having a smaller quarterback, to have somebody back there that can block and make sure that he doesn't get hit like that. Rowe, I want you to think about those read option plays with a guy that can block like that, leading in front of a quarterback that's small. So that safety that comes up into the box has to now, you know what I'm saying, face somebody instead of having just to have a free hit on your guy. So maybe schematically that's not as bad of a pick as well, on top of being able to have an available receiver on top of that. So I think I like it right now. Again, I have to see it on the field to see what they have designed. I like it, but I do definitely feel 100% that you gotta nail the wide receiver spot. Because I feel like if you'd have picked one earlier, you could have picked one later, and the first one doesn't have to be like he could do Curtis Samuel numbers. He can get 600, 700, maybe 8 touchdowns. That works. Now you kind of gotta score highly with the pick at wide receiver, or Dotson has to have a off the hook year. Michael Corley's on the board above Franklin. Franklin is not even on the board as the top 200 right now available. So maybe Franklin can get picked up in the third round. But that does scream a little bit to what Rose said about the grade on the Donnie. Yeah, I hear. You heard me, Big Son?
Yeah, my bad. I was on mute. My bad.
Oh.
I can hear you.
All right. That's all I was saying.
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you. Yeah, no. But I mean, so far, what do you think that we have the right strategy in this situation? Just your opinion.
Looking at the grades, and if teams are doing what you said earlier and picking on grades, I feel like once Adane went off the board, the tight end position was what you said too, was another need. And I like the pick, even though I did like Sanders. Remember, I said that my question with Sanders was his blocking ability. And you got a guy that I feel like quarterback as small as you have, and if the concerns are being able to keep him healthy, you have somebody else back there with Eckler that can block. Somebody that can help Wiley out on those edge rushes just in case, so we're not trying to give up 9 sacks. Gives us the ability to try to roll a pocket because we have the extra blocker now, and we have an ability to leak out. I like it as far as being able to see the ability to do what other teams are able to do in certain situations when you're able to try to like focus on a certain pass rusher getting to you. Again, I think you now have to.
Cowboys on the clock.
You've got to get a 700 to 800 yard receiver with this wide receiver pick though, because he's going to be expected to be. If not that, you have to pick somebody that's going to replace Dotson's numbers, and you got to expect that Dotson's going to get a really, really big year this year. Because like I'm with Rowe on that. Like you got to give the quarterback that has had the best year with weapons. He didn't have his best years without weapons, so you want to put him around as much weapons as possible.
Yeah, because I think that if you don't do that, I mean, who's to blame if he don't pan out? And y'all ain't give him nothing.
Well, it's only 1 year. I don't think panning out. I don't think like CJ Stroud this year that he had this year. to replicate that and do that again in year 2 is unheard of. I'm not saying that he can't do it, and I'm not saying that he's not a good quarterback, but it's asking a lot for a quarterback to go on that Ben Roethlisberger, I'm not going to lose, or that Peyton Manning 9 years in a row without losing the first 7 games type of run. There are people that can do it. There are systems that it can happen in, but it's hard to ask quarterbacks to do that, especially when now you have a year of film. You see what their tendencies are and things like that. 1 year doesn't mean the entire franchise or whether the quarterback's going to be good for the rest of his career or not. But I do agree with Drew that you have to give him enough help to start off so that you can see if he's going to pan out to be what you want, instead of thinking about picking another quarterback next year because you didn't put the right pieces around him.
Yeah, I agree.
Like, you don't want to get caught in a Justin Fields situation at all.
I don't know. Dallas might be pick up Troy Franklin. No, let's see.
Nah, he's great. So whoever would pick him, if they pick him before we go, is going to be reaching because he's not on the grade board yet or right now. I think they feel the same way with
Dallas
Franklin that they
selection
did
is
about
in.
Daniels, because I think Franklin's only 175.
Chad Henning is doing the pick for Dallas.
Yeah, nobody's really messing with Dallas right now. Even Dallas fans, they really mad at them right now.
I mean, I wouldn't sleep on them again. I think McCarthy.
No, I think they're gonna have a good year. I think having the same people don't understand what chemistry means. Like the same guys in the locker room, you know what people's tendencies is. You ain't got to worry about the new guy and all that like that. I think they're gonna be fine. It depends on what their defense does and whether McCarthy can call the right plays. They definitely need to make sure their running back room right there.
Yeah. Dallas do travel well. I ain't gonna lie. They got a lot of fans up there. So they do travel well. Yeah, I'm just trying to wait for this man to make the daggone pick. I mean, he talking long enough. He been out there about 5-10 minutes talking.
Marshawn Nealon, edge rusher.
Marshawn Leland. I guess that's the to help out. I mean, they lost Flowers to us and then lost the other guy to us. So I guess that's to replace him.
Probably to replace Armstrong.
Armstrong, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, man. I mean, when you look at what everybody did, I think the Giants are having a good draft. I do think the Eagles are having an amazing offseason, whether people like it or not, and they have lost some pieces. I think they might have lost the most pieces. I think the Eagles have, but the Eagles are having a really good offseason, in my opinion. You got Saquon, who y'all added to the board. You know what I'm saying? Y'all got now y'all added the guy at the corner from yesterday. I mean, I think they're doing a good job. You know, Dallas getting Marshawn Leland, Keelan, who's really good. He's really good from Western Michigan. He led the league in sacks. Out of there. So, you know, I mean, he's really good. He's really good. So, I mean, it is what it is. They say that's a Zimmer guy, a Mike Zimmer guy. This Marshawn Nealon guy. He's a Mike Zimmer guy. And it's Dallas, and Dallas is letting you know where they want to win at. Up front, they got Tyler Guyton in the first round. Guyton, offensive lineman in the first round. They got a defensive lineman in Nealon in the second round. So Dallas is showing you where they want to win ball games at. Micah Parsons was double teamed on 35% of his pass rushes last year, the highest in the NFL. And it's the highest out of anyone in the last 5 years. So you can't say that the guy we got didn't benefit from that. That's ridiculous. That would be ridiculous. Let me get point back in. That would be ridiculous.
We're going to see how much he benefited from it when he played this year. If he get more sacks this year, we gotta say Slim is just a dog in his own.
I mean, no, he's a dog on his own, but he was trained.
I don't know if he's a dog on his own. I'm not gonna say that.
I mean, he was drafted that high because he was a dog on his own.
I don't know about that.
I mean, what you mean?
He wasn't a dog when he first till Micah Parsons arrived.
Oh, what you mean?
He wasn't a dog till Micah Parsons arrived in Dallas.
He wasn't on the same team.
You talking about Dan Quinn?
No, I'm talking about Armstrong.
Oh, Armstrong.
Yeah. He played with somebody a year before he played with the Cowboys.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I said that.
He was a rookie and he didn't start. He didn't start with the Cowboys.
But his numbers look much different with him playing next to Micah Parsons than it did with prior. That's all I'm saying. So we don't know if he's a dog or not.
I'm saying, how come Lawrence didn't do the same thing? Lawrence the one getting the money. Armstrong didn't even start.
I agree with that. Maybe Lawrence and Parsons was getting a little attention, which left him, able to do whatever it is he did.
That means that he can win one-on-one. With Jonathan Allen and Deron Payne, he should see one-on-ones again.
And he should show up. But will he is the question.
I think he will.
Deron Payne and Jonathan Allen get double teams. If they can get double teams, you can expect, or you should expect 7 to 8 sacks in the season. He got the same coordinator, so the coordinator gonna put him in the same situations.
That doesn't mean he's going to necessarily do it.
No, I say that's what you expect. That's what you expect.
Right. So how much sense does it make for them to go off and get somebody else, as if they're trying to trade?
That doesn't mean they're trying to trade, bro. Getting another defensive tackle when Ron Rivera signed one 3 years ago that has not panned out. He hasn't even played 10 games for you. So you picked another one because you don't want to overuse Allen and Payne, or you have the ability to now move around your two best defensive linemen to make sure that you can get pressure from the Armstrongs, from the Farrells, from the what's the guy that you like, Big Son? I keep forgetting his name. That played defensive end that we got too. They used to play with Atlanta. Fowler, yeah. You know what I'm saying? Dante Fowler. So, you know what I'm saying? If you're moving those big guys around, you kind of trying to take up space. And remember, Bobby Wagner needs those big guys up front so that he can see the holes and get to the holes and stuff like that. You're using Luvu as an edge rusher, possibly, or an outside guy to stop the run as much as you're using Wagner. So I think those things are just to make sure that you bring pressure and that you are able to.
I agree. However,
and don't forget, did we hold up pretty good against the run last year? I don't think we did.
No.
So
but we added Bobby. We added a lot to stop the run because we got Bobby Wagner, we got Frankie Louvu. We added a lot
up front going through that middle, and they had to get to the second line to get to the middle. So, those people behind them, that's good. That's good insurance. But we talking about up on the front. You need somebody. You can't keep using them guys. You can't keep using them back. They're going to be overused. Is what almost 8th, 9th year, something like that. So, you got to bring somebody in for them guys a break.
Yeah, you can give them a break.
But
it does not mean. Chris Braswell, an edge rusher from Alabama, just went to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Chris Braswell. edge rusher from Alabama.
Roll Tide.
Quick question. I might be late on this, but do anybody know what Chase Young got signed to? We might talk
The
about
Saints.
The Saints.
The Saints.
The Saints.
He went to the Saints.
Okay.
$13 million for this 1 year.
Shaq Barrett is no longer with Tampa Bay, so they had to replace him. Where did Shaq Barrett go? Let's look that one up.
Damn. Was it?
I'm about to look it up.
I think it was Seattle.
I don't know why we didn't make a play on him. Shaq Barrett, the Dolphins.
Yeah.
Dolphins. They are going to be dangerous.
I mean, they was dangerous last year.
Hey, they about to be super dangerous now.
Dangerous. How deep do y'all think the Dolphins get in the playoffs this year?
They got to get home field. I don't think they can go into one of those colder places and win because we saw what that looked like.
I mean, they went to Kansas City in the blistering snow.
I mean, hey, they might have to go to Buffalo in the blistering snow or Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Now, go ahead and say what you said, Big Son. I couldn't get you.
No, I said that you might have to go again. So what does that mean? You know, you play in the blistering snow. You might have to go play again, and then what's going to happen?
No, I get it, but beating Pat in the blistering snow.
The Packers select Javon Bullard, a safety from Georgia.
That just means just because it's a different animal don't mean nothing. That just means you got to become a different animal.
He is the greatest football player of this generation so far.
That's right. You can't be the hunter. You got to become the hunter when you go play him.
That's what I'm saying. He's the best quarterback of this generation so far. So it's not like he lost to some slouch. He might beat Lamar Jackson. He might beat Josh Allen. But Pat different.
It ain't like he can't be beat, though.
Huh?
It ain't like he can't be beat.
It's only been one guy to do it. Smoking Joe Burrow.
The Packers defensive secondary is going to be really good. The Packers so far, I have selected on the first round Jordan Morgan, second round Edgerrin Cooper, a linebacker, and third round a safety from Georgia.
Yeah.
Packers have gone defense. Yeah, they got their quarterback. They feel like they got their receivers. Now it's about the offensive line and the defense. I like it. Houston Texans select.
So y'all trying to win. Y'all already got Kirk Cousins.
Blake Fisher, offensive tackle, Notre Dame.
Ooh.
Goes to the Houston Texans. They boasting their lineup now.
Yeah,
they gonna run the ball. They're gonna run the ball on you. Man, I like what Houston is doing.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's just even
Joe Alt and Blake Fisher. Both of them are from Notre Dame or will be playing together. Houston took Notre Dame's tackles, both of them. One side they took Joe Alt, the other side they took Blake Fisher. No, sorry, Blake Fisher. No, Joe Alt went to the Chargers. They took Blake Fisher on the other side from the other side. Blake Fisher.
He play a couple different positions. He can play that right guard, left tackle.
So this is big. This is big.
One of them I see him.
It's a good pick for the Bills are on the clock now. Their thing is wide receiver, safety, and offensive line. That's their needs right now.
Didn't they just draft the wide receiver?
The Bills.
The first pick. The first
Let's
pick
see
they
who the
drafted
Bills
a wide
got.
receiver.
Let's see who the Bills got.
What's his name? Damn, I can't think of his name right now.
Keon Coleman is who they got.
Keon Coleman, exactly.
They got Keon Coleman, the wide receiver from Florida.
With the first pick in the second round.
Yeah.
Florida State, right?
Yeah, Florida State. Yep.
Florida State, yeah.
So they did get a wide receiver.
You know, but yeah, they don't need. I mean, don't get me wrong. You can still need more weapons because Gabe Davis and Stephon Diggs is both gone.
Yeah.
So
they replaced their whole receiving core.
Yeah.
I think they wanted to speed up though. I think they wanted to speed up. They wanted to get faster.
I mean, if you was trying to speed up, you don't get rid of Stephon Diggs. Stephon Diggs still one of those the faster.
I don't know about that. You think he's faster than Keon Coleman?
I don't know. That's a good comparison.
So I think they wanted to get younger and quicker. You know, what do you do if you the Buffalo Bills? If you are trying to bolster to get over the Patrick Mahomes hump, what do you do if you are the Buffalo Bills in this draft?
You go to me. I would have went and got Derrick Henry.
I agree that allows you to keep him on the sideline.
Yeah.
I think that would allow you to keep him on the sideline.
Yeah.
Patty.
Yeah, what do you do right now?
I mean, if I'm Buffalo, what I would do is bolster my defense. I would have bolstered my defense as much as I could because I have to stop him. You know what I mean?
Gotta be able to stop him.
So, just my opinion.
Right.
I probably.
So, how do you stop Mahomes? How do you stop him? You stop him by, you stop Mahomes by basically being better. You stop him by getting the defense and, getting them squared away.
Second round grades that are still available: TJ Tampa, Adizia Isaac, edge rusher, Malachi Corley, wide receiver, Roman Wilson, wide receiver, and Cooper Beebe, also a guard from Kansas State. Those are the right now the guys with the second round grades who are still available in this draft.
Okay. Hey, that threw me off. What was the question again? Y'all can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. We got you.
What was it?
What'd you say?
What was the question again?
Hello?
Yeah, what was the question? Y'all can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, what was the question again?
You can hear me?
Who asked it? Point, would you ask the question? What'd you say?
Yeah, that's me.
What was the question?
I'm saying, can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
All right, yeah. Nah, because my jump been
Cole
jumping
Bishop,
off.
a safety from Utah, just went to the Buffalo Bills.
That's what I said. See what I say? Defense.
Yeah, Cole Bishop.
Me personally, I would probably go.
You need to bolster that defense somehow.
I would probably go get a. Me personally, I'll probably go get a wide receiver, offensive lineman, and a running back because they lost Singletary and they ain't in the same team since they lost Singletary. Honestly, you need that running back to get things going, and not. I mean, necessarily, you don't really need. I would love to have a Derrick Henry, but do you necessarily need him to beat Mahomes? I don't think so. I just think you just need a good running game.
Yeah, that was the question. Yeah, what do you do against Mahomes? If you are the Buffalo Bills, you are trying to get over the Patrick Mahomes hump. What do you do?
Good running
I told
game.
You bolster the defense. If you can't go get a Derrick Henry, don't get me wrong, Derrick Henry not the only solution. If you can't keep the ball away from him, you bolster the defense.
Bolster what part of the defense? Do you bolster your pass rush? Do you bolster your
Everything.
secondary?
Everything. Every goddamn thing.
Barry Sanders is introducing the Lions' next pick. He has gotten a standing ovation in Detroit.
Of course. But of course. Why would it be anything else?
Barry Sanders.
To me, the greatest running back of all time.
Mine is O.J. Simpson. I don't care what nobody says. Mine is O.J. Simpson.
Why is it O.J.? It's like nah. It's like nah.
Mine's good old O.J. Simpson, baby. Y'all can say what you want. I'm rocking with O.J. The juice. I ain't black. I'm O.J., baby. The greatest.
I can't rock with him just because he said that.
They say that Detroit has set new attendance records for the NFL draft. They are definitely draft crazy up in Detroit after they really carried the playoffs, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Ennis Rakestraw Jr., Missouri, a defensive back, a cornerback, went to the Detroit Lions. They are going crazy up there. But they carried the playoffs. So I guess the NFL wanted to capitalize on the momentum. I would love to see that happen in Washington because I believe if we have a success, especially with they went to the NFC Championship game. If that happens in Washington, oh yeah, you would get a similar outtake, maybe even more. You know what I mean? Maybe even more. Washington will really go crazy for the Redskins if that happens. You know what I'm saying? So I could see that success, NFL success, bring economic success. So there's nothing wrong with the NFL really trying to capitalize off of what Detroit has done over the last 2 seasons, or last year at least. Yeah.
I mean, you could say over the last 2 seasons because they was on the cusp of being a good team. The season before this one that just passed.
No, they were pretty bad in the beginning. At the end, they got better. But I think in the beginning of the season, they were really bad.
Right, but I said on the cusp.
Right.
You know, it's like they got the potential. Now we're going to see if they're going to put it together, which they did this year. You know?
Yeah.
They figured out a way to put it together by the end of the year.
Ennis Rakestraw Jr. was a really good pick for Detroit. Detroit's first pick was Tyron Arnold, a defensive back, and their second pick was Ennis Rakestraw Jr., another defensive back. So they went defensive back first and second. They feel like their offense can hold it down and get them where they want to be. They are just concentrating on defense in Detroit.
I mean, maybe they can.
Lions defense allowed the most completions in the league last year. So they've tried to address their problem. Baltimore Ravens on the clock.
What do you think Baltimore needs to do?
To get over the Mahomes thing, I think they need to get their defensive line together. I think they need some tackles, and get their defensive line to a dominant point. I don't think you're going to be able to beat Mahomes without having a dominant front four. So I think that's the best. That way you can keep your guys in coverage. You can double Kelsey. You can do everything you need to do in the secondary, but you have to get pressure from your front four. That's how people gave Brady. Roger Rosengarten, the tackle from Washington, has gone to the Baltimore Ravens.
God damn.
He got the Joe Moore Award as the best tackle in football.
Mm-hmm.
You said
Roger Rosengarten. He has been heavy on our board. He has been heavy on our board all night. Anybody who's been watching here at the Nature Sports Podcast, Rosengarten has been extremely heavy on our boards. He was the best tackle 2023 honorable mention for all Pac-12 last year. 6'5", 308 pounds. He is legit, in my opinion, at least.
Yeah, we missed that one.
6 more picks. We missed that one, but
So
hopefully
we haven't gotten a tackle, and we have not gotten a wide receiver yet. Rosengarten was legit though. I mean, he could have played to me right off the break as a rookie. He has the ability to play. He was really good in my
The guy from Yale is still out there, right?
Yeah.
Possibly.
I believe so.
Yale is still out there.
That's a value pick for the Ravens, though. That's a really good pick. To get Rosengarten at 62, second round pick at 62.
Yeah.
I mean, that's really good. That's really good.
Yeah, that guy from Yale is decent too, though.
Yeah, he put on the book.
BYU.
Okay.
Coach, Kansas City traded with the 49ers.
Hold on, like. They need a wide receiver.
So, do you think the need for tackle is more important than the need for wide receiver? Because Rosengarten is off the board.
Oh man, you need both. We got 2 picks coming up in this next round, so not like back to back, but like we can go 1 wide receiver, 1 tackle.
No, that's what I'm saying. Which one you think more important to pick right now?
It depends on who's left on the board. I gotta because I can't really see right now, still in travels. So I would say that it's equal. You know what I mean? And I don't know who's on their board and who's higher. So if of course that's how it's going to work. But if the wide receiver is higher on their board for the next pick, then I think it'll be wide receiver. But
Corley's the highest wide receiver available at the moment.
Oh my gosh, bro. They got
now, Ro, I know you want size at that wide receiver spot. Not sure if you're in that.
Florida State, shorty, right? Johnny.
Nah. Oh, dude.
You ain't talking about Johnny from Florida State?
Who you talking about, me?
Yeah.
Nah, what you talking about?
You. Did y'all just see that?
What?
BYU. Kansas City just drafted Kingsley.
The tackle?
Yep.
Let's go, Lucas. Let's go, Lucas. Got to cheer for Lucas. But like I said, the BYU prospect is there. I mean, the Yale prospect is there.
That's what I asked about the BYU guy.
Franklin is
got to go board.
Franklin is still gone.
Franklin is still there, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Franklin's still there. I mean, the thing is, our Chiefs are on the board right now, Super Bowl champions. Their pick is in.
Yeah, they grabbed the guy from BYU.
Oh, that's who they've already picked. That's who y'all got down for them.
Mm-hmm.
Oh
Lord, these dudes, Carolina.
Oh, they got Spencer Rattler is still on the board. That's what they saying. Male's top guys at quarterback. I didn't like Rattler. I would put Melton in front of Rattler personally.
So listen, even though if Franklin isn't there, would you consider Brendan Rice in this 3rd round?
Yes. Like I said before, Brendan Rice right now is my highest rated receiver. Either him or Franklin, is my highest rated receiver.
I mean,
Rice might rank a little bit higher than him for me because of his size.
Hey, I'm gonna be real. Franklin is the highest rated to me, but Corley might be right there with him neck and neck because I really like Corley, and I wouldn't mind. Don't get me wrong. I know he don't have the size of a big receiver, but man, Shorty's a beast. Shorty's a monster. He like having Debo on your team. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Imagine adding Debo to what we got.
Corley is the highest rated receiver on the board. Franklin is not even in the next 15 players. Brendan Rice, Franklin or Rice are not even within the next 20 players on the board.
Nah, on the draft grade, Franklin is number 2, Corley is number 1, and then Malik Watch.
That's at wide receiver. That's what I'm saying. Overall players, there he's further from. He's the number 2 receiver, but he's further from Corley as far as other players being available and stuff like that. So it's like a wide receiver we needed. I think they got to go wide receiver right here because I don't think New England picked a wide receiver with the second pick, did they?
No, I don't believe they did. No.
Yeah, New England picks right behind them. So I think I think you have to go tackle here if you feel like it's a strong enough need, but Peter said it wasn't. So you can get the wide receiver here and then just pick a tackle to, work with who you already have.
I don't know. I know I would. I mean, me personally, I still want to see them with a receiver here, and I mean, again, maybe they feel like whomever it is that they're targeting is going to be there.
If you're going with size, I will wait. I will wait to this second pick to pick Rice if Franklin or Corley weren't available with the second one, and I would get the tackle right here. I think getting the tackle right here would be better for development and all of that. But I do know how important it is to have a weapon for. You got a rookie quarterback. He only gonna have experienced wide receivers who aren't going to be neighbors and what you call them. At least he can have somebody that he at least saw this year or watched stats this year along is in college. Like I feel like with the success that Burrows had, you don't necessarily have to give him one of his own receivers, but give him somebody from the same class so that they feel like they're building together. Again, McLaurin to me is a neighbors. He's not as fast as neighbors, but McLaurin is a really good receiver. So let's say you give him that. But Dotson isn't Brian Thomas Jr. You know what I'm saying? Like you need to give him something else. And maybe even if it's not a tall receiver, like I said, Corley to me would be a replacement for Curtis Samuels. But I need to see y'all pick him at this point. I ain't gonna hold you. I'm tired of kind of like I'm trying to pick for him and they don't. Franklin would be nice, but Franklin's 175. So I know that Franklin's grade is up there, but I think that's why Franklin has slipped so much because of his smaller frame.
Well, I mean, sometimes, and it depends on if he can gain some weight, if he can add some weight to himself.
Yes, of course.
San Francisco select
Renardo Green.
Devontae Smith is small.
Florida State. He had a good battle against Malik Neighbors. That's why they're looking at picking him.
They say the guy Renardo Green is the best press corner in the draft thus far. They say he's the best press corner in the draft. He's 5'11" and 7'8", so he's probably about 6 feet, 186. But they say this guy's really good, and when it comes to pressing a receiver, he went to Florida State, so that's Deion's alma mater. So they say when it comes to pressing a receiver, he gets up in the faces of them receivers, and he has none of it. No, and they say he can tackle. He's a really good tackler. He's a San Francisco 49er type of player, they said. And they just showed the play against Malik Neighbors. Malik Neighbors was on the sideline doing a hook. He got his hands on him. Neighbors failed. He picked the ball off. They just showed the play.
He's working out in that press though. Sure.
That's a San Francisco type of defender.
Yeah.
Good pick, San Fran. Good pick, Lon. Good pick, John. Good pick, John.
Yeah, they were really excited. San Francisco was clapping. They were really excited about what they did.
2 more picks.
Kyle Shanahan is in there.
2 more picks. The Jets are in.
Kyle Shanahan in the building.
2 more picks. The Jets are in.
Okay.
The Jets have traded up for that pick. For the pick they're making right now, they traded up to get it. So this is going good. This is going good, man. All the fans out there listening. This is the Nature Sports Podcast bringing you the NFL Draft Day 2. We got a whole nother round of action after this. This is only round 2. We still got round 3 coming for all the fans out there listening and rocking with us, man. Continue to rock with us. We're going to give y'all those good draft updates. And then we're going to give you analysts on everybody.
First pick of the 3rd round. This is the first pick of the 3rd round.
Okay, well, this is the first pick in the 3rd round. So, yeah. Yeah, because that was the Chiefs. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. So we're in the 3rd round. And again, we're gonna give y'all the good draft coverage, try to keep y'all informed on everything that's going on, you know, and how every team is doing with what they're doing in this NFL Draft Day 2. Day 2. Now, scouting reports. On Zaire Newton for Washington. They say Newton is a disruptive run defender. With outside instincts and hands, he reads his keys, locates the ball, slips or gets off of blocks and wrap-ups as a tackler. He has explosive power and low to the center gravity to anchor one-on-one. Newton is also a physical hand fighter who flashes the ability to win clean. That's what they got on him. Here you go. Now, pre-draft and post-draft analysts, they says the Washington have 2-star defensive tackles in Allen and Payne. So the selection of Newton as early as it was a head scratcher. Looking at the value, Newton was at 30 overall, projected, and a 2nd-round defensive tackle. To get him at 36 is really good value, but where will he play? Newton isn't a tweener. We can project out that he is a defensive end. He's a true 3-technique interior rusher. So that's for Washington's first 2nd-round pick. That was the analyst on him. And I know we got fans from every team on here, so we're going to try to get y'all some analysts on all of what you got. Keon Coleman. Coleman's 4.61 combine 40 time is a concern. This is for the Patriots. The Patriots, the Bills started out with Keon Coleman. So he ran a 4.61, 4.640. The Jets pick is in. So we're going to see what the Jets do. Braylon Edwards is giving the Jets. Is giving the Jets pick. Braylon Edwards. How many people remember Braylon Edwards for the Jets?
The Jets. Okay.
The Panthers traded the pick to the Jets.
For the Yak God.
Pick.
God dang it.
Malachi Corley.
Dang.
And
goes to the Jets.
And
he was a corner. Malachi Corley played corner in high school. That's why he's got all the yak. He knows how to get it, baby. He's actually bigger than what I thought. He's 5'11", 210. So
that's what I was saying. That's what I was saying.
Bigger than I thought.
Deebo Samuel. Think Deebo Samuel.
They said Deebo Samuel. That's exactly who they said. Good one point. They saying Deebo Samuel.
Yeah, Yak God,
Deebo
man.
Samuel.
Yak God, man. We gonna play some big dividends for them, man. To be real.
4.46 speed. 4.46 speed.
Imagine him. The Jets got him, right?
101 catches, 1,200 yards in 2022.
He had 11 touchdowns last year, and I like his tape with what I'm seeing. I like his tape.
man,
He
he
runs
like
through
that.
tackles.
He is
He
like
runs through
that.
tackles. I don't know what we doing at receiver. So the Jets in their first pick, the first pick for 11, they got Fasanu, and then they came back with Corley.
And the Chargers did lose Mike Williams.
Yeah, I knew Mike
with the
Williams left,
Jets.
right? He went to
With
the
the
Saints.
Jets. With the
To the
Jets.
Jets. Okay.
So they got Garrett Wilson, Mike Williams, and Michael Corley, Malachi
Oh
Corley.
my God.
Aaron Rodgers.
Oh my God.
Charlie gonna eat Aaron Rodgers.
I heard him.
Charlie's gonna eat with Aaron Rodgers. Crazy.
Desmond Ridder is with the Cardinals. He went to the Cardinals.
Yeah, he went to the Cardinals. As a matter of fact, I forgot all about that.
Okay, so the Penix pickup makes sense. You got Heineke as your third quarterback.
Yeah.
If he still did, but I think
they planning for the future, basically.
That boy, crazy.
I think Kirk Cousins is the backup, if you ask me. If you ask me.
Not the third string.
I think he's the third string. I like Heineke better than Cousins. Hey. Let's go.
Trey Benson, running back, Florida State to Arizona Cardinals.
Trey Benson.
I like that.
Marvin
Harrison Jr. and Trey Benson in Arizona.
New days for Arizona. New days for the Cardinals. Coming along. Now on the going back to the draft analyst, on Keon Coleman, he's 6'3", 213, sorry. And he went to the Bills on the first pick in the second round. And just for their draft analysts, they said trading Stephon Diggs to Houston and letting Gabe Davis sign with Jacksonville created significant need at the receiver spot for the Buffalo Bills. Sure, signing Curtis Samuel and Mac Hollins improved the depth in general, but that's not a difference maker at the position, and Coleman is good value for where they drafted him at. And so that's the draft analyst on that.
All right, come on.
Did you see Trey Benson? Trey Benson went to Arizona.
Trey Benson went to Arizona, yes.
Yeah.
Pick is in. Let's go.
James Conner and Trey Benson with Arizona. I think that's just going to be interesting. And just draft analysts, just to give y'all a little analyst on the pick.
Bruh. Oh my gosh.
Benson is one of 3 running backs to run a subpar 4.4 in the 40-yard dash. At the combine, he ran a 4.39. So at that time confirms what you shows on tape. His burst through a hole is impressive, and he showed better patience between the tackles in 2023 than he did in 2022.
Our pick is in, guys. I think y'all will be not ecstatic. I don't think y'all will be ecstatic, but I think y'all will be
Washington.
Here we go.
Brandon Coleman, TCU.
Brandon Coleman tackle.
It's a guard.
He's a guard
for TCU. I liked him. Where's the receiver though? I like this. You're addressing some need. Brandon Coleman, you got him. You got your tackle. I liked him. out of TCU. I had him ranked really high, believe it or not. 6'4" and a half, 313. They got him at tackle. He's a guard. They got him at guard. I seen the highlight they showing. He's a guard. He was playing guard.
No, he played all positions in TCU except for center.
So we do not actually have 2 third-round picks. I guess we traded one of them.
No, I thought we had 2 seconds and 3 thirds.
Yeah, we had 3rd round.
Seconds and 2 thirds. Actually, our 3rd round pick is the last pick in the 3rd round.
So we got another. So we got another 3rd, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. I thought so.
Yeah, it's the last pick in this round.
I don't know though. With all the guys they let walk, to get Coleman, I don't know. I think they let a lot of value walk out the door.
No, we got 2 more picks in the third though.
No, we don't. We traded one of them to the Eagles for Sandstrill and to get the extra second round pick.
Didn't we move down in that trade?
Yeah, that's why we traded it. That's what I'm saying. We moved down and got an extra second, but we traded this. We traded the second of the third round picks.
And so that really don't agree with that Eagles trade now.
Nah, it's not that. It's just that they didn't pick. Like I think that they lost Adonai Mitchell one pick before they picked, and then they lost Malachi Corley one pick before they picked. I don't think that Franklin is that high on the board, even though he's a high on wide receiver. He's not that high as far as player need for certain teams. So I think that you either have to trade up in this round, or you got to hope that he falls right there. If not, you're gonna have to pick Brendan Rice to me earlier than expected because you're gonna need that wide receiver.
You need that wide receiver.
That wide receiver, man. We gotta get him.
I was cool. I was even cool with waiting to right there because even if you pick Troy Franklin right there, I still feel like you're ahead of the curve.
Yeah,
the lineman, I'm not sure if you needed it. Like what? So now that means that Coleman has to play tackle, even though they got him rated slated as a guard. He's got to play tackle because Allegretti plays guard that you just got from the Chiefs. And I just don't. I don't get it. I'm gonna just take a side.
Hey V, he did play tackle as well as guard though.
Yeah, I said that. I said he played every position except for center.
Yeah, I played guard him pretty high as well. So it's a good pick, but is it need? That's the thing. We've been looking at a lot of good picks, but we don't feel like those are the picks we need.
No, I agree with it. I'm just because again, I do think that we had I spoke highly about having a junior high school line last year. I didn't have an offensive line at all. And if this is value, and if he can start, if he can't start, I don't see why you didn't pick a wide receiver. To me, he has to start in order for that pick to make sense. If you go through camp and you go through preseason, and he's a backup, and the receiver that you pick after him has to start, I think that's completely unfair. You know what I'm saying, in those terms, because now you're asking a fourth round, possibly a late third or a fourth round wide receiver to be a contender for probably player of the year if you're a fourth rounder and you're a second string wide receiver trying to get 800 to 1,000 yards.
Yeah.
Well, it depends. If don't get me wrong, if we can get Brendan Rice, I think he will go very good with our receiving core. You get what I'm saying? If we can get him, I think he'll go with our receiving core, and he could probably do 600 to 700 yards. Not saying that he can't do more, but I could put him at a 600 to 700 yard type of receiver, and in a good offense with Jaden Daniels.
It's a lot of it's up in the air for me.
You don't think Brendan Rice?
No, I like Brendan Rice. No. I like Brendan Rice. This ain't even really more so about Brendan Rice, in my opinion. This is more about, I don't know, man. I don't know. You still got some wide receivers left. You still got, again, Troy Franklin. If they can muster up a way to get Troy Franklin, you know what I'm saying? I can live with that.
I just think at this point, I mean, that pick is not so far away. It is. It's about 32 ticks away.
Now, if I'm being fair, Big Son, bro, if I'm being fair, if I'm being Sun Point, there's a lot of value in that pick. He was not a lineman that wasn't on all of our boards or that we didn't give a good grade on. To be able to get him this far when all of the other linemen have been picked up and taken is not bad with everything else that we've gotten. I feel that all of us are now kind of feeling like, hey, Commanders, got a number 2 quarterback. Want to give him some help? Like the line is help though. That tight end is help, but he definitely needs another wide receiver. Do not get me wrong. I am the biggest advocate at this moment today. Not any previous years,
But at this moment today, looking at some of the receivers that are coming in, looking at the way that the game is moving forward, that I honestly feel like Terry McLaurin is the strongest number 2 receiver the NFL may have seen in a long time. He's a number 1 because he's in our system, and it's seemingly that we're forcing him into being just that. And I think it's unfair to what else he could do if you don't give him help. I do understand now that the Curtis Samuels and wide receivers that are the same size as him, you kind of like, it's kind of like that big brother thing or little brother thing. Like you don't want to be the little brother. I mean, you don't want to be the big brother but be smaller than the big brother. You know what I'm saying? Like you don't want to be the older brother but be smaller than the little brother. You know what I'm saying? Like you kind of want to, like, you feel like when you tell your little brother something when he's bigger than you, it might go over his head or it might not reach him.
Right.
And I feel like McLaurin needs that bigger, you know what I'm saying, that bigger frame guy to be able to rely on when I'm getting double teamed. Like that little brother that I can count on to get when I need to go get somebody when they're trying to jump me.
Right. And I mean, again, I'm with you on that. I just think, I just think that, and the Patriots got Kadayan Wallace, offensive tackle from Penn State. So they haven't even gone receiver yet either. So is it that we're seeing a drop off at receiver? Is that it? That we're seeing a drop off at receiver?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I don't think that the receivers are bad. I think that it's teams seeing other players at other positions taken when other teams know that they were drafted the way that I think Leo was talking about. Like just great early. Now they're reaching back to players that they actually, because some of these picks are not going like I think those guys might have. Chargers are up. Is this where they get Blake Forsum?
Yeah, sure. They might get him though. They got he right there.
It's no reason for him to still be on the board.
He's right there. I think he's. I mean, I think it's right there for the taking for them.
I don't see how the Chargers didn't trade up with Arizona to get Marvin Harrison Jr. I don't see how his father didn't even advocate for playing with a great quarterback, saying as though he had Peyton Manning.
Right. That would have been really good.
I mean, but like
Junior Colson, they didn't pick him. They picked another guy. Junior linebacker.
Junior Colson, linebacker from Michigan.
They
for Harbaugh to get him though, Harbaugh must believe in him a lot for him to get him.
They better not let the fucking Cowboys get this nigga, Joe.
They do need a.
So do the fucking Giants. The Giants pick up right now too.
Here we go.
Giants pick up now. Cowboys in 2 picks.
NFC East getting thick. Shit. NFC East is getting thick. This is getting thick here. Shout out to everybody out there listening. This is the Nature Sports Podcast bringing you that good old NFL draft, man. Again, Washington has had 5 picks in, 6 picks in now, and they still have not drafted a receiver or any weapons other than the tight end to go along with Daniels. I don't know how I feel about that, guys. I mean, you guys can let me know how you feel, but I don't know. I don't know if that's the right move.
I mean, I said that I was okay with it as long as
I couldn't hear you, Big Son. Go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, got you. We got you.
All right, cool. I said I was okay with it at the time because I really believe that we would make the right choice and go after Troy. But the way the draft has swung in, I think Troy is dropped down board, like Vito said, probably not as high on our board. So I'm just right
I can't hear you. I
now.
can't hear you. I couldn't hear you. I couldn't hear the last part.
There no Brandon Ayuk trade or none of that. All of that talk and everything that was happening didn't go down. So we need to make something happen. We need a wide receiver to go along. It's a wide receiver. We need a playmaker or number to go alongside me.
Yeah,
Hey, but
I think that is
listen though.
dire at this point.
Hey, I do want to bring up this point. Lately, trades, even for big names, have been happening for 6th and 7th. I mean, 5th and 6th round picks. So I don't think the Brandon Ayuk trade is still off the table right now.
I don't know if I want Brandon Ayuk.
I mean, he's better than most of the receivers that's left.
Man, nah. I feel like you should have drafted somebody. And I feel like even now, get Brendan Rice. We coming up though. We got the 100th pick, so we're coming up soon.
Yeah, 30 picks away.
Andrew Phillips,
Gotta
cornerback, University of Kentucky. Kentucky had some good guys out there. Trust, they had this guy's good for the New York Giants. This guy's good.
And they had Rondé Bob out there.
you can't reach though. I don't think you can reach though on Rice. Like I'm not sure his grade is a 3rd round wide receiver. Even though I believe that he can be really good, I just don't think his immediate grade gets him drafted this high just because you need it.
No.
I mean, I can see that. Let me say this. I think you got to get somebody to bring it in.
Oh no.
Rice.
They're not going to go without somebody that's going to play.
AV, we do got the last pick in the 3rd round, so it's not like that's a reach because that's like really a 4th round pick if you look at it on the other side.
Yeah, but I'm saying, who do you look at in recent years? Not that the player turned out to be a starter, but who do you ever see pick a 4th round receiver to be a starting receiver?
Oh, they're not starter. Jahan Dotson starting. I think that's been established throughout the draft that Jahan Dotson will be the starting wide receiver.
I think they might be doing that for contract purposes.
Yeah. You know, like even if he doesn't start,
Isaiah Adams, offensive tackle is the pick for the Arizona Cardinals.
I mean, they need as much help as they can get. So on the line,
I agree.
True.
they need as much help as they can get.
Yeah, I agree. However, again, I still think that I just still think that you got to get something that receiver, just in my opinion.
I mean, but a lot of the receivers been dropping, like to where like after that 1st round, all of the biggest names came off the board, and since then it's been sprinkles.
Whether the biggest name coming off the board or not, that's not going to matter if
New
you don't
England
get your
from
receiver.
New England did get a wide receiver.
Yeah.
Oh, they did? Okay. Yeah, right. I think that regardless, you got to get your guy. You got to get your guy.
And maybe none of these people are the guy for them. You know what I mean? So like, still a lot of good people still left on the board, and we met with all of them. So they may have somebody that they have in mind. And like I said, with Brendan Rice being in the 4th round, Troy Franklin, I feel like dropping from seemingly the 2nd round to deep in the 3rd.
I mean, and let's be honest, like right now, and even no matter how I feel, not how I feel is to be facts. Terry McLaurin is the number 1 receiver in the NFL. He has not had a season under 1,000 yards. He shows up as long as he's healthy. He does need help, but he's very capable number 1 receiver. And if given a wide receiver, remember when Alex Smith, as much as I argued about him, was here, McLaurin had a good year. You know what I'm saying? when Heineke had him as a focal point in the offense, he had a good year. So Jaden, he's going to need somebody to help him out on third down, on important downs, or be able to come up with a big play. McLaurin hasn't done that with anybody. Hasn't not done that with anybody else. I don't think pick this year to decide not to do that. With having the pick up that other tight end along with Ertz gives me at least the idea that in short down situations you have someone to design plays to go to get those short downs, so that short yardage, so you don't have to force something where you gotta forcibly run. That tight end is a heck of a blocker, which means that I think you're going to run the ball this season. Again, running the ball opens up the play action. It opens up what Daniels can do if he's able to have a scrambled or a moving pocket, which we haven't seen in years around here. If Dotson, which was in Penn State, a very good wide receiver on the outside and the inside. So not for any bad reason, him and De'Ami Brown, technically to me, to be fair, owes us money. They owe us money. Even though we paying them, they owe us money because I don't think we've gotten the value out of those two guys. You know what I'm saying? So to ask a rookie to come in and do more than what two players are still on the team that can earn their keep are doing, I think that rookie should come in.
I'm not going to make excuses for these people.
No. What I'm not making any excuses for him either. I'm not doing that at all. I'm saying that if you're Washington right now, yes, you want a rookie to come in, and yes, if you're not getting a top 3 wide receiver, a Rome, a Neighbors, or a Marvin Harrison Jr., you're still reaching, or let's say a Worthy because of the speed. If you're not getting those 4 wide receivers, you're still reaching and asking a second day wide receiver to come in and be a starter over 2 guys that you're already paying that haven't come through for you as much as you want to. And Dotson is a first round pick.
Yeah, I'm not disputing that. But I think that any competent talent scout, if I'm scouting this team, I'm looking, especially with the loss of Curtis Samuel, and saying, hey, we need a receiver. We need a receiver. And it's just my opinion. You know what I'm saying? It's just my opinion.
You lost a number 2 and you're moving your number 3 up to a number 2.
I don't, but again, I've seen them without even one of those guys missing, and it's been really bad. So I don't know who's scouting us right now. I don't feel like they're doing a good enough job, at least with scouting the receivers. Maybe the other areas they might be doing a decent job at. I don't, especially with the guys they brought in, Zacchaeus. With the guys they brought in outside of Crowder, I think Crowder gives you potential at the number 3 spot because he is a lot to keep up with.
Zacchaeus would be at the number 3
but
too.
I don't feel like, I feel like they could have done better with that position.
Any game you see the Eagles play that Zacchaeus didn't do us dirty, that's how I pretty much learned that guy's name. All right, Zacchaeus is a really good receiver in the slot. I forgot
he's not a really good receiver. No, I wouldn't give him that. He's
with the Eagles with Brian Johnson. He was open a lot in their offense.
I think his most catches, he only had 22 catches in the season. I think that's the most.
He was a 4th receiver.
Even then, I wouldn't put him as a really good receiver. I would say
you do the job that you asked to do. I mean, I don't know how much.
I wouldn't put him as just really good. He ain't never skipped nobody or jumped nobody to be a 3rd receiver. So I don't know. If you're a 4th receiver, you stay a 4th receiver. I don't know what you're doing. Trevin Wallace was the pick from Kentucky. His Kentucky linebacker was the pick for the Panthers. Trevin Wallace.
Hey, well, with our pick, he was a 3-year starter and a captain. And his strengths is a broad frame with an A+ wingspan. Patient with double team. And he's good with the run protection. Said hold secure block as long as possible. So I think the
Dallas Cowboys pick is in with the 73rd pick. Cooper Beebe, Don Beebe's. Oh, you should have known that they got Don. Well, I don't know if he's Don BB. I would assume he's related to the BBs. Cooper BB. He's a guard from Kansas State.
Damn, Cooper BB a beast.
Yeah, Cooper BB, guard from Kansas State. A guard from Kansas State.
Damn, Cooper BB a beast.
Yeah, Cooper BB.
He was one of the best. He's one of the best linemen in college football. I scouted him very well. That's actually a very good pickup. I don't like.
I mean, they say he can anchor.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
They say he's a starter, day one starter.
He is.
They say he's a day one starter.
I can see that. I can see him being a day one starter. He's one of the best linemen in football, in college football last year.
So the Dallas Cowboys have drafted Tyler Guyton, Marshawn Nealon, and Cooper BB. They went all up front on the offensive and defensive side. They went up front on both sides.
Hey, bro. Zacchaeus with Atlanta had 40 catches, 533 yards.
Okay, with Atlanta, yeah, okay. I still wouldn't consider him good. I still don't consider him good. You know, I don't consider him good.
He averaged almost 15 yards a catch.
I still don't think that's good. I still don't consider him good. I don't. You know, and he could prove me wrong, but I would personally, with what we have at receiver, I'm not confident in it. The next pick was Braylon Trice, edge linebacker from Washington. He's an edge guy. Washington has had a lot of guys come off the board today. I mean, it's today and yesterday, boy. A lot of people picking from Washington. They've had linemen go, edge linemen. I think they had a defensive back go. Of course, Penix went to Atlanta. Washington is really representing well in this draft.
Yeah. I mean, I think that
You kind of earned that when you win the national championship.
No, they lost. They lost to Michigan. They lost to Michigan, but they went. They did go.
No,
they was there.
That's a testament to good coaching, though. You know what I mean?
So, Atlanta. Oh, they will be playing with Michael Penix. Atlanta selected two guys from Washington. Penix Jr. They selected Okuro in the second round, defensive tackle, and then they got an edge guy in Braylon Trice from Washington also. So they didn't got Penix and Trice, two Washington guys.
That's good. Linebacker. I wonder if he's coming out this year because he's pretty good, number 11.
Oh, wow. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
he's Samoan or something, but he's a beast.
Absolutely. So, I mean, it's been an interesting draft. I mean, again, I think Washington has to. I don't know. They got to do something. Go ahead. I couldn't hear you. Point. What'd you say?
Oh no, I ain't say nothing.
Oh, okay, yeah. So I think that I mean,
533 yards.
I couldn't hear you. You said what?
That's deep.
I still wouldn't consider him good. I still don't consider. We get some feedback from somebody. That's why I was confused. I'm thinking y'all talking. Just to go into more of the scouting. Let's go into more of the scouting just to see what people had to say, analyze some of these picks. Let's analyze some of these picks, at least on the Washington side. Let's see what they had to say about who we got. You know, who we got.
People was happy about it somewhat.
Let's see what the feel is. The feel is for who we got, man. Brandon Coleman. Post-draft analyst. It says Washington released Charles Leno Jr. and Cornelius Lucas, who is listed as the starter at left tackle. So left tackle depth is in need in Washington.
No, we re-signed Lucas.
Okay, we re-signed Lucas. Okay.
Yeah.
So Coleman is a good player who can play outside, but I think he fits best on the inside as a guard. And that's what they say. They think I think he fits best as guard too. He can play outside, but I think he's a better guard as well.
I mean, but he got arm lift of tackle. So they may going to move him to tackle. They say
he's 6'6", 320.
Yeah, the size
so
of size of a tackle, basically.
I would like to see him at guard though.
I mean,
just seeing because of the way he plays, I would like to see him at guard. That's just me.
I don't know. They might move him in the right and move Wiley to the left.
I don't know I wouldn't do that. I would just, I don't know. I would let him play guard. I like him better at guard.
Well, who you gonna move? Because we just signed interior except for Cosme. So are we gonna move Cosme back?
If I was gonna let him play tackle, I wouldn't have picked him. I would have picked somebody who was a little bit more of a true tackle. That's why I'm saying that.
No, it's not that in my opinion, it's not that he's not a true tackle. I just think that he's gifted to where they needed him at guard more than they needed him at tackle.
He's played every position there, bro, except for center.
I like him better at guard, me personally, based on the way his stance is. I feel like the way his stance is, I think it would be better at guard than tackle. That's just my opinion. The way he stands, the way he holds his body, the way he gets out of his breaks, I feel like he will be a more effective, based on technique. The technique he's using, I think it's better fits a guard than a tackle. That's me.
And I'm not knocking that. I'm just saying, in my opinion, looking at what we got on the roster and looking where he might fit, he might fit at, and I look at him as. If they're not going to move, like I said, Cosme is the only person that could probably move back out from the guard position. But Cosme was one of the higher ranked PFF guards last year. So do you really want to move him out of the spot that he's been effective at, or do you want to develop this young guy? And
I think Cosme is more of a natural tackle than him.
Yeah, the whole season is a tackle. Why would you put him back where he had trouble at?
I'm just saying, if I had to choose, I would put Cosme. Cosme's a more natural tackle to him. Karan Amig J is from Yale, the offensive tackle. The guy y'all been talking about. Yeah. He's the guy from the offensive tackle from Yale. That's who I would have picked if I wanted to pick a tackle.
Honestly, I would have picked him too as well.
Got to look at what they were trying to do. We got to look at the bigger picture. We got a player that not only plays tackle, but he plays across the line, except for center. And you essentially got a guy that's backing eyes and not playing one position.
But that's why I said I think they might use him more as a guard than a tackle. Because if I was going to get a true tackle, if it's about tackle, I would have got this guy.
Oh, you already have your guards. You already got.
Well, again, if it's about tackle, I wouldn't have. That's not who I would have picked. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you on. I would have picked Slim from Yale as well.
He'll be back in the guard position, but you're going to use him as a tackle.
I don't know. If I was if I'm picking him, I would pick him as a guard. The guy we just got. That's me. I would pick him as a guard. But what I mean, if I'm going tackle, I'm going to Mijay.
But that's all he does, though. Does he play across the line? Does the Mijay play across the line?
No, but that's why I said so. Of course, so that means you need him at guard. Then this is what I'm saying.
No,
you need him at guard.
You just signed 2 guards, bro.
That doesn't mean you're not going to use them. I mean, obviously, it's not about tackle. Because if it's about tackle, I'm going to Mijay. That's me.
But the only thing that a Mijay does, but this pick right here, you're essentially cleaning up 2.
I'm not sure how good at tackle this guy is. I don't know if he cleans up both positions. Again, I said I like him better at guard. So I don't know if he cleans up the tackle position.
We're telling you that he played every. I'm telling you, he played on. They just showed it when they were showing him. He played every position
And he hasn't been good at every position though. He's been good at guard.
They had injuries, is why he moved around, bro. It wasn't you got it. You got it.
The ESPN analyst said the same thing I said. I like him better at guard.
They might like him better at guard, but doesn't mean he can't play tackle. Don't mean he can't play tackle. If you guards right there, you're gonna look good anyway. If you're doing your job, doesn't mean he might look good better at guard. Doesn't mean he doesn't know how to play tackle though.
If he's forced in it, maybe. But
Marjay with that, he only plays left tackle, so you're not plugging him nowhere else. This guy, you help your tackle out, and he can play guard pretty good. You see what I'm saying? You helping your tackle. He plays across the board. Marjay, no, he stays right there on that one side.
I still would think the other guys are better. You get more value at the other guy for the position that you need. Because based on what y'all said, we just picked up two guards, right? We picked up a center, we picked up another center. I think the edges is what needed more attention. So if it was me picking, I would have really concentrated on the best tackle that I could possibly get. Not a guy who's being versatile and all that. I don't care about that. I need you at tackle. Bro, that's where I need you at the best at.
Before the draft. What did we talk about a couple months ago before the draft? We lost all that. We signed those two guys, but what good valid backups do we have across the line to say, oh, well, we good? You know what I'm saying? We don't have to get a guy that's versatile. Who is in the backfield that's versatile like him?
And you got Lucas. So if Lucas starts at tackle, you can put him at guard, but if Lucas sucks, you can move him out to tackle. That's something you didn't have an option before to do.
I don't think you have I don't know. Everybody, I don't think he's, again, if he's at tackle, it's wait and see for me with him at tackle. I liked him better at guard based on his stance. And when I'm looking at his technique, I think he would be more effective at guard. That's just my opinion, when it comes to this guy. Delmar Glaze from Maryland, offensive tackle from Maryland, 6'4", 315.
We scouted him too. He was one of those guys that was on our list. So I'm guessing, some of those players that we did have on our board are going off the list. So, but Ro, I would say this, given that they have said that Lucas is somebody that they're considering as a starter, I don't think that we're going to go after a tackle. That was the one thing that when I watched the Adam Peters interview, and he looked pretty confident when he said it. He said, I don't feel like that's a hole. And that's what we see on draft day, that they really didn't consider the left tackle position to be a hole.
I understand. I'm just saying. I do. I see it to be a hole, so that's just my own adding, right? I do. If you going in it with the guys we had, then yeah, I do see it as a hole. Wiley, last time I saw Wiley out there, he was really bad.
You're on the wrong side. You're on the wrong side. Lucas would have been the side that they was trying to replace.
Whether they was the right or the wrong, I'm saying the tackle was a need, is what I'm saying. Overall, both tackles is a need, in my opinion. I don't like what Wiley did. I don't like Brayton Daniels we didn't see last year. Right now, he's your starter on the depth chart.
Last year.
A little bit, but not a lot. We didn't get a lot of him last year. But that's your starter right now. Brayton Daniels, I like from what I saw when he played, but he didn't get it was a sample size. So am I comfortable with that? No. You got Lucas behind. Am I comfortable with Lucas? No. So for me, it's a need. I mean, maybe Peter sees it differently. I don't see it. I see it as a need.
I mean,
it depends on the scheme too, though.
In a flop season, he only gave up 4 sacks.
Hey, but I would say this, it depends on the scheme too. Maybe Lucas fits what they want to do offensively.
I'm not saying he do it, he don't. I'm just saying I would put it like this. I am as uncomfortable with the line now as I was with it last year.
You're wild.
Why? No, absolutely not.
No, I can't say.
I am.
You're wild.
Yeah, I can't say tripping on that one.
It's all right.
Back.
I am.
Guy from the Cowboys, you got the guy from the Chiefs. You know what I'm saying?
We
all stated that
interior. Like Biadasz, I think Biadasz is better than the center we had last year. Straight up.
I don't.
Gates.
If I think he's better than Gates. He's better than Gates. No, I'm not talking about Gates, but is he better than the other guy we had behind Gates? The guy we only played for, I forgot his name.
Larson. You talking about Larson?
Larson, I don't think he's better than Larson.
No. You're smoking drugs, right?
I wouldn't. I don't think he's better.
You think Larson's a Pro Bowler?
If he played all the games, Larson did. I think he did.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
He hasn't. I'm not sure he's played a full season.
This one.
Larson didn't.
I like Larson. I like his game. I like his stance. I think he doesn't get bull rushed in the middle. I think he holds his own. I mean, from what I've seen out of him, I think he's good. He just hasn't played enough games.
But why though?
Good is not a Pro Bowler, but I got you.
Do I think Biadasz is the? No, I don't think he's all that. No.
I mean,
you don't think he's a Pro Bowler?
I can't. It's not up for me to say whether he's a Pro Bowler or not. He is a Pro Bowler. I'm saying I think he's all that. Nah, I don't.
God damn.
I see a lot of double teams. I see a lot of double teams on the film when I look at Biadasz. I see he called a lot of double teams for himself. I didn't see him really dominate anybody, not man on man. I seen him dominate people, doubling people. But so I mean, it's just a true analyst of the film I've watched on him. I didn't see him dominate nobody by himself. No.
So what made him a Pro Bowler?
I have no idea. I don't even know that he made the program. What year? Who was the other guys who made it? Who was the other options? I don't know. Maybe it was the injury could have got him there.
Oh, okay.
It was last year he made the Pro Bowl, wasn't
I
it?
guess. Philadelphia Eagles trade this pick to Houston. He was added to the Pro Bowl roster too. He was an alternate, so he didn't make it outright because of Jason Kelce didn't play. That's why he made it.
When you talking about last year?
Last year, that's why he made it because Jason Kelce did not play.
That's the second year. The year before that, his team was the #1 offense.
I don't know if he made it too. So he's been in the Pro Bowl 2 times. Is what you saying?
Yes.
Okay. Let's see.
If he was a substitute last year, then yes, because I know he made it the year before last.
That's what I'm saying. Tyler Lawson ain't do that.
No, this past year, that was in January of 2023. So that was last year is when he made it, and he was added because Jason Kelce did not play in it because they were playing in the Super Bowl.
That's not added, bro.
It's right here. It says becomes the 8th player.
He's going to the Super Bowl. He wasn't on the Pro Bowl team.
He's an alternate. As an alternate.
Bro, you're not about to slice it like that and say Kelce though, because Kelce's going to the Super Bowl. You're not even on the Pro Bowl team. Anybody going to the Super Bowl don't even go to the Pro Bowl. You don't get voted in as a Pro Bowl. So
he was an alternate.
I'm just saying, even if he was, don't say that Kelce. That's bad information to say that he was.
It says it right here. That's what they said.
That's bad info. Okay, I'm not even.
That's what's on the NFL.com. Actually, Dallas Cowboys, official Dallas Cowboys site. Biadasz becomes the 8th player to make the Pro Bowl after being added as an alternate Monday before the Eagles' Jason Kelce. That's what they say.
So that means he's still.
You're right, bro. You don't even get the position of an alternate for somebody going to the Super Bowl.
That's what they said. That's what's on the Dallas Cowboys.
You gotta stop reading the cheap sites, bro. Please.
That's the Dallas Cowboys official site.
No, send it picture of it, bro.
I will. Okay, I will.
Bro.
Oh, but you can't be an alternate when you can't even be voted into the Pro Bowl if you go to the Super Bowl.
So how you be an Cowboys official site? It's not my reading. It's not my writing. It's what the Dallas Cowboys said about their own player.
It's just crazy.
Hey, listen. Even if he is alternate, that means he's still one of the top people at his position. Does that not mean that? Does that not?
Oh my God!
I don't know.
Huh?
Drafted Matt Conclave. Matt Conclave is gone. Now him, I like that guy. I like Matt. He personally, but yeah, he gone.
Do I view Biadasz as one of the top centers? No, I don't.
Why not? If he made the Pro Bowl,
I just said why. I just said why. I probably can name about 5 or 6 centers better than him.
Listen, though, that means he's in the top 10 of centers.
But he's only been in the league 3 years, bro. He's only been in the league 3 years.
And he's one of the top 10.
So
his
and calling double teams or not, if you don't lead to your quarterback being sacked more than almost everybody else in NFL history, then I think you're still doing a great job.
Y'all can hype him all you want.
Your job
I just don't see it.
Your job as a center is to identify where the
if he made the Pro Bowl as a center, right? Does that not mean he's a starter worthy center?
Leo, did you hear me, brother?
What'd you say?
Your man Jermaine Burton has went to the Bengals. Jermaine Burton to the Bengals. Alabama Roll Tide.
Okay, Roll Tide. You know. Okay, I'm good with that, man.
I just sent it to the group chat of what is on the Dallas Cowboys official site. I just sent it to the group chat. So it's in the group
and they
chat.
had the OG TJ Husman's out to bring him out. Burton, 6 foot quarter.
Okay, going into the 2023 season, Biadasz was not even top 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I still don't see Biadasz. 15, 16, 17, no Biadasz. 18, 20, 21, no Biadasz. 22, 23, 24, 24. He was ranked 24th. Biadasz was ranked 24th. So I don't, now I don't see what y'all see. No.
So why did he get voted to a Pro Bowl?
What year was that? What year was that?
2023.
And they
but
say
you looking at lineman.
24th center, not lineman, center.
Yeah,
center.
You know what I'm saying? And he made the Pro Bowl that year?
Yeah, apparently.
That's crazy. No.
Creed Humphreys, Jason Kelsey, Corey Lindsey,
he had
Frank
2 holdings.
Ragnow.
He had no sacks and 2 holdings the entire season.
I don't know how many games he played. We don't know how much
all
he played.
16. I'm looking at it. All 16.
That don't mean he started all 16. How many games
he
did he start?
He's the. What are you talking about? He's there start. Oh my God! I'm putting on.
He's a. Biadasz is a beast.
I'm not saying that. I don't give him that. I don't give him that.
That's in my book right there.
I would say that.
Listen, way better. A bigger upgrade.
I'm
not gonna say that.
The boy only been in
at bare minimum, he is a starter quality center. At bare minimum, we don't need to fill that hole. At bare minimum, and that's super bare minimum to me.
I feel you. I'm just saying when y'all are giving him more than what I believe he is. That's all I'm saying. I don't think he all what y'all saying.
But I mean, is he a Pro Bowler? Yes or no? Did he
2
play
years ago? 2 years ago. Last year, I don't think he played in the Pro Bowl. No, I think 2 years ago he did. 2 years ago. So right now, no, he's not.
But that makes him a Pro Bowler. That means he's done it already.
That don't mean he's a Pro Bowler right now.
Yes,
no, he has been to the Pro Bowl. Does that make him a perennial Pro Bowler? No.
I didn't say perennial.
No, he has been. Yes, he's not a Pro Bowler right now. No.
No, but now you take it away from what it is. If Jalen, what's his name? Jalen Brunson, right? Jalen Brunson this year was a all-star. Does that not mean he's an all-star? Just because only made it one time? He's
this year, yes,
caliber.
This year he's an all-star. If he doesn't make it next year, he's not an all-star. No.
That means he's all-star caliber, is what that means. At bare minimum. At bare minimum.
I don't know. You can just have a good well-up season, man.
Oh my God.
You can have a good well-up. If you made it
So Derrick Rose is not an MVP. He just was one before.
At one point, he's not MVP right now. No, he's not. He's not MVP right now. Nah.
Bro, you don't
He's not an
introduce
MVP
somebody who
quality
wins.
There's
player
only
right
one
You
now.
don't
MVP right
introduce
now.
somebody who wins the award as someone who used to win it. That's what they are. A former all-star, such and such and such and such. He's a
Forever.
all-pro, bro. He's an all-pro.
You make it once, you're all pro forever. That sounds ridiculous.
No, that's just the quality of player that you were when you played.
You can well up. You can have one good well up season.
Hey, well, if you welled up that season and
So Michael Jordan just
You
welled
better
up.
well up a goddamn game.
So Michael Jordan was a bum because his last 2 years he was trash. You gonna discredit all the years he was good?
Who said no? He perennially made 15 all-stars. Yes,
But he
that's an
wasn't
all-star player. The person who makes 1 out of 5 is not an all-star player. And to me,
them because they had one all-star. They made it one. You can't discredit a team who got
the
one.
Sinners.
They a championship team.
You was just arguing about Drew Bledsoe having a Super Bowl, bruh. You were just arguing about Drew Bledsoe having a Super Bowl, bruh. And you gonna sit here and discredit the Pro Bowlers because they didn't go last year, but they've been before. That's the quality player they are, bro. You can't take that away from them, bro.
If you didn't make it that year, you didn't make it. If you made 1 out of 4, I don't think you're a perennial Pro Bowler, in my opinion. I don't consider you
perennial Pro Bowler. Perennial Pro Bowler is every year. I agree with you. But Pro Bowl caliber meaning you can make.
Last year he didn't. Jason Kelce, Frank Agnew, and Eric McCoy for the Saints was the center.
So who was Jason Kelce's what's the name?
I don't think he had an alternate last year because they didn't do anything.
He didn't play in the Pro Bowl.
He got Jason Kelce, Frank Agnew, and Eric McCoy for the New Orleans Saints was the third one.
Well, McCoy probably was the alternate.
No. Kelce ain't played because they ain't had no game.
Okay, yeah, they ain't had no game. Okay, yeah. So that.
They didn't do a regular Pro Bowl this year like they normally do. So, like the people that participated, the Lions participated in the skills challenge. So yeah, Kelce did participate. Now that I think about it, because I remember them doing the little seesaw joint. He was on that jump tripping.
That's all I'm saying. So Chase Young has been to more Pro Bowls than this guy. Put it like that.
No, he hasn't. Chase Young.
I believe he's been to 2. Hasn't he been to 2?
He's been to 1.
Oh, he's only been to 1. Okay, so I stand corrected. He didn't go in his first rookie season. So I stand corrected.
No, he did go in his rookie season.
Right, he went this year too. He was the alternate this year.
No, he wasn't.
Yes, he was. You better look it up. Yes, he was. Chase Young was the alternate defensive end this year.
Because Montez Sweat year was way better. There was a lot of people way better than him. They just
Montez Sweat went. He was the second. He was behind Nick Bosa. He was behind Nick Bosa.
Yeah.
Montez Sweat went.
I did not know Chase Young went too, though. So that's kind of wild.
But Chase Young went only because of all the impressions. He was up there with Nick and them. He went with all that because all that pressure.
That's all I'm saying. So if Chase Young done made it more than this guy.
Hold on, but not to say the boy ain't no baller though. He's better than Tyler Larson. That's what we trying to say. He's way better than
not
him.
by much, not in my opinion. And
only because Pro Bowl Tyler Larson been to.
He hasn't played a full season either.
My point.
So
you compare Tyler Larson.
Grade players by their overall on the game. So homeboys overall on the game is way up there over Tyler Larson. Let's keep it a beam. Bro. Let's keep it a beam.
Do I think his play though on the field is all way over there with Tyler Larson? No. I don't think he's
Tyler Larson. What, 68, 69? B.A. ass is nowhere near that.
What is B.A.?
Boy, it's like an 82.
82 and 69 ain't nothing but 10 points. That ain't too far. Well, Pro Bowler, he at 82. I thought he was the great Pro Bowler. He's supposed to be like 86, 87. The way y'all saying it. Supposed to be the high 80s. So that's all I'm saying, man. That's all I'm saying is that.
Nah, that's a big jump, bro.
That is a huge jump.
Ooh, Blake Corn went to the LA Chargers. Blake Corum went to the LA Chargers. No, that's the Rams.
The Rams.
That's all I'm saying.
This pick. Yes, he went to the Rams. Blake Corum went to the Rams, y'all.
Oh man.
That's big.
I like that.
The Rams, I like what the Rams are doing, though. I like what the Rams are doing, man. I'm still at a loss for words that we don't have McVay as our coach, and we just got him trying to pluck all our players. But you know, but again, I like what they doing out there with the Rams, man. I like what McVay's doing.
I don't know, bro. Y'all might be right, man. It's down. We getting closer to that 100. And the boy, I don't see the boy there yet. So let's keep the fingers crossed for the Franklin Nation.
Yeah. Blake Corum was a 2024
for the LA Rams
CFP offensive MVP. So he won the national championship offensive MVP. That's gonna be big over there with the Rams, man. Blake Corum's with the Rams. Oh my goodness. Blake Corum is the running back that's on the cover for everybody out there listening to us right now. Blake Corum is on the cover. The running back from Michigan has gone to the Rams, and I believe the Rams are going to make good work of Corum. It's a big pick. Corum a beast. Y'all tripping. Corum is a beast.
I would say that's one of the best fits for a person that's been drafted.
Corum is a beast. Do y'all see this film?
Yeah.
Are y'all watching this film?
Yeah, Blake Corum's a beast.
Man, Corum is a beast.
I'm watching. I've been on film because I was watching Sand Trail, just watching the game, and I was like, "Oh, who is this dude?"
So they got Fisk, Verse, and Corum.
I think that's
Verse, and Corum.
Yeah.
Come on now.
That's a really good.
They hype out there for him to go to McVay. They hype. Blake Corum, his family, everybody out there with him, boy. He got a packed house. They are hype. Blake Corum is going to the Rams. His family loves it, man. His family loves it.
Where is he from?
He's from Middleburg, Virginia.
Okay. Well, that man, that mean we could have, we like picking people.
Michigan players selected. J.J. McCarthy went to Minnesota. Chris Jenkins went to Cincinnati. Sherrill went to Washington. Colson went to the Chargers. And Corum now with the Rams. They have had 5 players selected in this draft.
Yeah, that's big. That's huge.
Steelers are on the clock now. This is getting thick, man. The Steelers. Roman Wilson, the wide receiver from Michigan. 2 Michigans back to back, man. Come on, y'all. Y'all got to get a receiver.
That's not as Roman
Wilson a beast. Roman Wilson is a beast.
You don't want someone at 6 feet. He's only 6 feet.
I'm just saying he's a beast regardless. He's 5'11". He's actually 5'10" and 3/4, 185.
I like him.
Roman Wilson is good, period. He was second team All Big Ten last year. But Roman Wilson is legit.
Yeah, I like that. I like that pick.
He averaged over 16 yards a catch last year.
Pulling these picks on out, fellas. So
yeah, he made. I liked a lot of the clutch plays he made last year, especially against Alabama in the semifinals. He made a lot of clutch plays, man. So I think that, man, I think he's a good pick, man. I like everybody who showed up in big games and play big in big moments. That's who I want on my team. Whether it's in college or whatever, if you play big in big moments, I want you on my team. So Again, I want somebody 6'4", 6'5". Go get Brendan Rice.
I told.
Go get Brendan Rice. But get somebody, man. Get somebody. Get somebody. That's all I'm saying.
So, y'all opinion, how has this 2024 draft been? Not just in our war room, but how do y'all think it's been across the board? Do you think teams are taking advantage of opportunities, or teams letting opportunities pass them by, or do you think this is just generally big type of thing?
I think I honestly I like what some teams are doing individually. Like I like what the Chiefs did. I like what Baltimore did. I like what a lot of teams are doing individually. I like what the Rams are doing out there. I like what some teams are doing individually. Um, and so I'm not disappointed at all. I would like to have seen more running backs go higher. I would like to have seen less quarterbacks go probably. I mean, for us to get a chance to somebody maybe later, but we got a quarterback early like everyone else. So, I mean, I've liked what I've seen thus far, personally.
I think it's cool. I still would like. I'm waiting for the end of the draft to see what pieces fit where. But right now I think it's been pretty consistent. I think that we grabbed a lot of pieces that we felt like we needed, and I think that it's a lot of other pieces that I feel like we kind of missed on, where we could have probably used those people on the roster early, right now, like early, ready to play. So, but I like what I see so far.
Dang, I'm opposite of everybody, I guess, on this one. I don't like it. I don't like it not because I'm trying to be different. I don't like it because I think a lot of teams. First of all, let's be clear that every year teams do this bad, and some teams do this well. I think that there are going to be some players that are going to get moved around in the next few years because they're going to get looked at it like busts. Because a lot of these guys, I think, ended up in bad situations just because teams pick them based on best player available and not on team need. I think some teams missed on the guy that they wanted and picked some replacement players. So for the guys that were selected, I'm happy for all those players. They get a chance to do what they love, get paid to do it. But some of these teams, I think, missed on like quality players. Or well, I think they, excuse me, I think they chose quality players over what their team may need. If we all look at the playoffs and look at what some teams got beat at, like those teams didn't immediately draft in those spots. The Cowboys didn't, to me, draft what they needed that they lost. I mean, I think they drafted what they needed as far as what they lost in free agency, but I don't think they drafted based on what they got beat in the playoffs. And sometimes my mind looks at what can we improve on rather than the player, because all rookies aren't going to be at their peak at 20 years old, 20, 21 years old. I'm expecting some of the older guys from this last COVID draft to do well because those guys will be ready to play right now. But it'll be interesting to see how some of these players develop where they land at.
Zach Zinter, guard for Michigan. That's 3 straight Michigan players off of this board in the last 3 drives. 3 straight Michigan players, man. He's coming off an injury, though. Zinter's coming off an injury against Ohio State. My bad. Go ahead, Big Son. My bad.
I was pause real quick and Adam Peters and Josh Harris, bring me your face real quick so I can smack you, because we clearly we got Santrell, right? We got Santrell, but when we made that D tackle pick, like the analyst said, where is he really going to play? I think he's going to play. Don't get me wrong, I think he's going to play. But Kool-Aid was out there. We could have grabbed Kool-Aid over him, in my opinion. We did get Santrell, and that's what they wanted. But we could have got Kool-Aid, and I think Kool-Aid would have been a better option than Mike. And don't get me wrong, I like Mike, so don't get me wrong on that pick. I actually like Mike. I had him on a couple of my draft boards. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying, you know, for the sake of who I am and humanity, and you Commanders fans and real Redskin fans will tell Josh Harris and Adam Peters bring me the face. Let me slap it
I don't, I
straight up,
don't, I don't, I
smack
don't
your
want
face.
a 4.7 cornerback. I'm sorry. I don't care how good you are in college. I don't want a cornerback who runs a 4.7. You got CD Lamb who runs a 4.3. You got AJ Brown who is 6'4" and probably runs a 4.4, maybe a 4.5 at worst. You have neighbors with the Giants now. Slayton, who wasn't slow either, but
Dominique Pooney, tackle
let's
from
say
Kansas.
let's just say neighbors by itself. Who is he going to catch up with? And he's going to get a bunch of penalties, in my opinion, especially because you can't touch these guys no more. You can barely be physical with receivers. I mean, that maybe be his best hope if he's in the defensive system where he can be physical, and maybe that works with us a little bit. But you need safety help at that point. You can't use your safeties and run support when you got a 4.7 corner. Like you're gonna need somebody over the top unless you're only playing in the slot, and that's a dangerous spot to put a 4.7 corner in the slot where usually speedsters go in. That's my opinion, though. I'm not saying Kool-Aid not good. I do think Kool-Aid has some game, but that I don't. I think that why he dropped is because of running the 4.7. Bro, 4.7 is horrible, bro. You were checking tight ends at that point.
I agree, but let me say this: I wasn't big on defensive back in this draft either. You know, my biggest disappointment with Washington, at least, is because they haven't gotten a receiver yet, and I'm just disappointed in that. You know, so that's just my main thing, at least with Washington.
Do you guys
Cowboys on the
think that
clock.
possibly on Lad McConey, and that's why they went ahead and drafted a D tackle instead of a wide receiver at that point? Because if so, I mean,
Lad is the
if your
same
heart was
size
so
as McLaurin. I don't think that they want to pick three receivers that are all the same size, bro. They don't want 3 5'11" receivers. That's just not going to be what your 6'4", almost 6'5" quarterback needs to be trying to throw the ball down to. Unless those guys are 4.2, 4.3 guys. It wasn't a whole bunch of guys at that speed. That's why I was saying, like, I personally don't want Worthy because Worthy's 165 pounds. If he's not wide open, he's going to have problems in the league. Even if you catch him open and you get the ball to him, somebody's going to ring that boy Bill unless he just run out of bounds. And I'm not wishing bad luck on him. I'm talking about our division. I don't know about nobody else's division as well as I do to know the NFC East. Deshaun Jackson was really, really good in the NFC East. But when you got a chance to put hands on them and being that fast, you run across having those hamstring injuries because that's the one benefit that you have, an advantage you have over everybody else is the fact that you fast. That's a lot to bank on because when he's not there, those teams drop off because they can't build in their offense around what that person can do. I think we need a more complete wide receiver. I wouldn't have been mad at Ladd because of what he can do, but he's almost like picking a Dotson again. And I don't think you need a replica of the same three wide receivers. You've got to, what Rose said, I have to agree with. Even if they're 6'2", like even with Franklin, like being taller but skinny, you just need somebody with a different frame, bro. You cannot use the same shit. That shit is not going to work, bro. Because you ultimately making it hard
Yeah,
for your quarterback to have success. Like you got to give him somebody that he can say, I'm gonna just throw this up because I know that they can win a jump ball. You can't do
yeah,
that with 5'11" guys, bro, unless you drafting Steve Smith. And
yeah,
but everybody's gonna know that guy. You know what I'm saying? Coming out of college, it's not gonna be like they just now finding them on their own type stuff.
yeah. And for me, I'm gonna tell you too, is when are you going to give yourself the physical advantage? Like
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah, I agree with
it's
that.
yeah, it's all good to just have a guy who's like who's good and all of that. But then when are you just gonna say, hey, our guy's bigger, faster, and stronger?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Everybody else in the NFC East seemed to find a way to get that done. Even when you look at Dak Prescott, Dak Prescott, no foul, is a big guy. He's 6'4". I mean, he's a linebacker at quarterback.
6'3".
6'3". Yeah, he's like a linebacker at quarterback. Dak Prescott is not a guy, you know. He's a guy. So, you know, so at some point in time, you just got to say our guy bigger, stronger, and faster than yours. And so we're just going to out physical you. At the end of the day, that's what John Riggins was. You know, that's what some Stephen Davis and, you know, even Alpha Morse to a certain degree was just stronger than a lot of guys. Run through them. So I think at some point in time, man, you got to give yourself the physical advantage, if nothing else.
So suppose we don't get Franklin, right? Suppose we don't get Franklin. You still got Brendan Rice out there, Devontae Walker, who's tall and who's a speedster and a go-getter. So you know, there's still options out there if you don't get them guys. But after that, I mean, he's the next tallest guy as a receiver, and he's the 7'1". He's even after the guy Malik that you like out of Virginia, Malik Washington, but he's 5'9". So you got Johnny Wilson, 6'6", out of Florida State. Devontae Walker, 6'2", out of North Carolina. Brendan Rice, 6'2". What's this? South Carolina.
Dallas Cowboys selected Maurice LaFleur from Notre Dame, a linebacker. So he missed the 2021 season because of a broken ankle. He's 6'2", 234 out of Notre Dame. They just say that this guy's just really physical, you know. So he's gonna play with some nastiness out there with Parsons. He's gonna play with some nastiness for sure. I'm looking at the film. He definitely is a hitter. He's gonna be intimidating over that middle. This was a good pick for Dallas.
Hey guys, a good pick for Dallas. Y'all familiar with Luke McCaffrey?
Yeah.
Y'all familiar with Luke McCaffrey?
Oh, yeah. This is son.
Yeah. He's still on.
Dallas is really ecstatic about their pick that they just got in their war room. I'm mad we don't get to see the Washington war room. Why we don't get to see our war room?
They needed somebody to replace.
They've shown it a couple of times.
No, I want to see who up in the war room and what it looked like. Marshawn Lloyd. Marshawn Lloyd is the pick for out of South Carolina. Is the pick for the Panthers. He's a running back. Oh, the guy, Marshawn Lloyd, ran 4.46. Yeah. Yeah.
I seen him working out when I was watching.
They say this guy's really, you know, I mean, again, Aaron Jones, I don't think he's there no more. So I think that's good for Green Bay. Green Bay's going to be dangerous, man. When y'all look at the NFC, how do y'all, I mean, what's the breakdown do y'all see over there with the NFC? I mean, what do y'all got on the NFC coming out? Who are your top NFC teams thus far seeing halfway through the draft? What y'all got on that?
You say NFC?
NFC.
Commanders.
NFC.
Commanders.
Right. Nah, you're gonna have to do better than that.
I got you.
Hey, you asked my opinion. I'm just saying my opinion. I just want it on air. So when I'm right, I just want you to be like, well, you got to do better than that. No, I didn't. I said in Commanders.
So I'm gonna be honest here. I'm gonna say the Eagles for what they picked up. I think that they've done a really good job of adding what they lost, and they added 2 good corners. That was their problem last year, the secondary. Of course, because they already added a lot in the offseason with adding Saquon Barkley, re-signing Brown. They done a lot. So I'm going to say the Eagles still, and I'm going to say the 49ers because the 49ers did not lose anything, in my opinion. They didn't lose anything great that they didn't, they couldn't replace. And this draft, they just been consistently doing their thing. I'm a shout out the Rams. I'm gonna say us, and then I'm gonna say the Rams is my honorable mention because the Rams, after Aaron Donald retiring, you got a defensive tackle not to replace him, but somebody to fill that spot, that void that's going to be there for a top type of guy. And then you add quorum, you know what I mean? So they added all the pieces that they really needed, So I think the Rams will be my honorable mention.
Okay, what you got, Big Son?
Well,
go ahead.
I like I like what the Eagles were able to do. Kind of on the same boat as Leo. I like what the Eagles were able to do. I like Green Bay. So are we giving a line of the draft or top teams
Just
coming
the
up?
top teams in the NFC, just in general. Teams to look out for
top
in the
team
NFC.
NFC.
Yeah, the team look out for in the NFC.
San Fran, they got to beat the Dogs. They went to the bowl. I would do San Fran. Surprise
Big Son, not to cut you off, but I do like that Green Bay pick, to
Green
be
Bay.
honest. Yeah, they doing their thing right now.
Yeah, no question. They doing their thing, and they had another one that was like within between 4 picks or whatever. So they doing their thing. But like I say, Sam is for me in the NFC. It's San Fran, Green Bay Eagles. San Fran, Green Bay Eagles. Probably the Falcons might be there because the Falcons did do some pretty decent work today. Are we giving the top 5 or just top 3?
No, it's the top teams to look out for in the NFC.
5.
You know what I'm saying? However you see it.
Green Bay, Eagles, Falcons. Honest.
However you see it.
Yep, that's 6 right there. The 49ers, Green Bay, Falcons, Eagles, Cowboys, Redskins.
All right. So now I can take my serious vote. I just wanted everybody else to go. First of all, y'all are tripping. Detroit Lions. I don't know why y'all smoking. I don't know what other drugs y'all smoking to leave those guys out. The Detroit Lions, San Francisco 49ers, only in less. Nah, I don't even got them up there next year. Detroit Lions, I'm not putting the San Francisco 49ers up there. I think the Seattle Seahawks got a really good shot next year.
Hey, I forgot somebody. So, V, I got one more team to say. I hope you don't say it.
The Cowboys, I think the Bears are going to be good next year.
There we go. You said them.
And I'm going to take a small leap and say that the Saints, that's my honorable mention. I'm not going to put them in the good. I'll just say I think they're trying something right there. I'm not sure what their running back situation looks like with Kamara and health. So that's my my team DB right there. Not really all the way set, but I think they'll have a better season this year. Minnesota is my bust for this season. I'm just not sure if McCarthy is ready yet. I just don't know. They need a running game for me to be able to hold up on that. The Eagles, I don't think that they're better than us when we have a bad team. I don't care how nobody else look at it. We've been competitive against them every season, in and out when we're not good. And when we are good, they don't really hold a little bit of a light to us like a candle. So the Cowboys, I think, are going to be good next year only because of chemistry. There's not really many changes in coaches. I think Zimmer is just as good as Dan Quinn. You keep the same offense. You keep a lot of the same players.
all you're doing is adding with the draft. The people that you did lose, I'll even go with the stretch of what Rose said. I'm not going to say that he's not a Pro Bowler, and I'm not going to say that Biades wasn't good. But by them not picking the player in this draft to replace a center, I don't think it's as important to them as it would be to us. I think losing their guard or their tackle, if I'm not mistaken, was a lot more important. I think they addressed that. CD Lamb to me needs help. They didn't get a receiver, which means that he's probably going to get another 130 something catches this year. And given the way that they call plays and the way that they play, I don't know if anyone has an answer for that right now, because that was one of the simpler offenses in comparison to how complex the Eagles offense was. And somehow people were trying to figure the Eagles out, and the Cowboys stuff was working up into the playoffs. The running game is the biggest thing with the Cowboys, that I think that if they don't address that, then they won't have that good of a season to me. If they don't, they gotta handle that though. I think their season is based on their running back. The Giants have talent. I don't trust Daniel Jones. I don't care who you put right there. You could have gave him Marvin Harrison Jr. I don't trust him. But if we can get past the Giants, I don't give them having a good season or a team to look out for, because if we beat them, then maybe they're the wild card team. I don't consider a wild card team like the team to look out for. So I've been trying to name like the top 3 or 4 teams, and then the wild cards, I would put us in a wild card, possible division, possible wild card race thing right there. I don't have us winning the division. I'm just hopeful, so that's why I'm saying that. So I put us honestly in the wild card argument as far as being the second team in the division. I think the Cowboys have a higher chance right now to me than the Eagles, even though the Eagles have the players to get there. But I also think that there are some issues that I still think are, that need to be handled over that jump. The ones with the Cowboys, I think, are easier to get over than the ones for the Eagles, in my opinion.
All right. Well, I'm a little bit different than y'all. I think the Eagles is the team to beat.
I forgot a team.
And
my bad. Can I add one?
Go ahead.
I want to add
Go
the
ahead.
Bears. I want to add the Bears. The Bears, I think, did very good this offseason. I think they are the sleeper, even though a lot of people think that it's not a sleeper situation. I think that they are the sleeper team right now, because you add a Keenan Allen to already a DJ Moore. Then you got Roma Duzier, and you add Caleb Williams. All they need, in my opinion, is to continue to bolster that offensive line, and that offense will look very good. They also added Montez Sweat last year, who was a premier pass rusher. So I think it's going to be very hard for them not to be doing very well this year.
Okay, I'm with you. Now, for me, I think the Eagles right now is the team to beat. We got to remember this. 2 years ago, the Eagles, I believe, started off 11-1 or 10 or whatever it was before we beat them. We knocked them off the throne first. This year, they started off 10-1 too. I do think losing Jason Kelce is a big loss. I do think that Jalen McMillan was the pick for Tampa Bay, a receiver from Washington. So that's big. I do like what the Eagles. They started off 10-1. I do think losing Fletcher Cox is huge, and losing Jason Kelce is huge. So I don't think that they will be able to control the line like maybe they did in previous years. But who knows? But with Saquon Barkley, they already had Devontae Smith and AJ Brown. They brought in Devontae Parker at receiver, who I think is a viable guy to bring in with who all they already have. They still have Lane Johnson. They still have Dallas Goedert. They still got Landon Dickerson. They still got that line. They still got Jordan Mailata. On the defensive side, they still got Josh Sweat, who is really good, which is why I think they let go of Hassan Reddick. I think that's a loss that they're not really considering, but I think that's going to be a big loss for them. But but they bring back Gardner Johnson, and they still got Darius Slay. So I think the Eagles is the team to beat in the NFC. With Dallas, I think losing their running back.
Before you finish real quick, I just want to interject with the Eagles. That's why I didn't think that the Cooper Juwan pick was good, in my opinion. You can lock up the defense for years to come, but it's not a need that you right now. The Eagles weren't
suffering or getting beat in the secondary to a point where they needed to sign 3 D-backs. They lost 1 D-back, signed 3 defensive backs for the most part. Bringing Garner Johnson in as a free agent at $80 or $90 million and then signing 2 cornerbacks either suggests that you're going to let go Slay at the end of the season, or if Garner Johnson doesn't win, you're going to let them go. Because I think this new trend with the contract that Russell Wilson has is what teams are looking at. Like, okay, we got this player and we signed this player for this amount of money. But if any of these young guys work out, we'll just take the penalty for 10, 15, $20 million and just move on from the contract. And I'm not really sure I like that approach. That's why I said this draft is really iffy to me because of a lot of other things as well. Business, contracts, new coaches moving from different place to different place. That's why I think that the Cowboys should have a pretty good year because they're stable in a lot of different positions as well as players, which means that they don't have to learn a lot of different things. You just have to see if they're willing to go the extra mile to get where they haven't been able to get to. The new coaches are also intriguing to think about some of these draft picks going to certain teams. Because you got to think about some of these teams are in their second year with coaches like the Texans. I think the Texans are going to have an interesting year next year, but they got so many pieces. I don't know how you get the ball to everybody. They got a lot of things going on down there, but it's not something that I feel like is a bad thing. I think that you give your quarterback as many options as possible. Also, why I can understand why we're arguing about us with the quarterback. But I'll let you continue. You said the Cowboys.
Yeah. So that's why I say I think the Eagles are viable. San Francisco is viable every year. Let's be clear about that. San Francisco has not had a year where they wasn't a contender, like maybe 1 or 2 out of the last 10 years. So I expect them to be right there. So that's 2 teams down. I think you got to think about the Detroit Lions. I think that they've set a certain precedence in their place. So even, I mean, they are on the clock basically, so their team and that fan base is really going to pressure them. As you can see, the draft is in Detroit really has a lot of momentum now, so I think that their fan base is going to hold them to a certain standard, right? Okay, so then I think Tampa Bay is going to be much improved. I think last year was a show improve it sort of thing for Baker Mayfield. I think he did show improve. I think he's even better than what they expected to get out of him. So I think with that stability at quarterback, and with Todd Bowles at coach on that coaching that defense, they did lose some pieces. They lost Devin White, for instance. So they did lose some pieces, but I do like Tampa Bay down there. I like Green Bay. I think with Jordan Love is really, really good. And so for him, it was a show improve sort of a year. So he got hot at the end of last year. And I think that, that's not going to be a division that it's given to Detroit this year the way it was last year. I think Green Bay has a good chance of contending for that year. I don't like Chicago over there, ironically. I know y'all like them. I don't like Chicago out there. I think they're going to be the worst team in that division. I mean, in that division. I think
you think they'll be worse than the Vikings?
Nah, the Vikings going to be the worst team in that division. I'm with you there. And then it'll be maybe probably Chicago. But they'll be contending for both. But I like that. I think that's a toss-up. For me, that's a toss-up between Detroit and Green Bay. I like Green Bay got hot at the end of last year, and I think they got a lot going for them. So Green Bay, yes, Green Bay is another one I like at the NFC. The Rams, I don't think you could count them out. Although I don't like them going into this year with Stafford. I think Stafford is really good, but I don't know how much he got left in the tank.
And Stafford just said that he wanted more guaranteed money. I just seen that report about 15.
Okay, so yeah, and so they got some stuff going on with Stafford. I don't know. But with that running back they got out there, I don't think you could count McVay out. When McVay got a good running game, he's next level. He's next level.
The running back they had last year was pretty good.
The running game.
Yeah, they had Atwell. Or I think it was whoever they had. He was really good. Yeah. Right. So they were good. So they got a viable running back. So I think they're going to be, they're going to be a threat. The Rams. I think the Seahawks is a sleeper, especially if Sam Howell gets in there at quarterback. Who knows what that'll look like? Whatever the case may be. Geno doesn't scare me much. But Sam Howell is a different element.
Better than Geno Smith.
That's your opinion. I think he is.
What?
But yeah, to me, he's better than Geno.
I think he's never thrown
me.
for 4,000 yards.
Geno was a Pro Bowl.
Never
to me,
threw
he's better than Geno.
Never threw 12 plus nothing picks in the season.
You say he never what?
Thrown 12 plus nothing picks in the season.
Who, Geno Smith? He's only started in like 3 seasons his whole career. He's a career backup. I don't know where he got to be. He only started 2 seasons, 1.5 seasons. So before that, he was backing up everywhere he's ever been. So I got Sam Howell over Geno Smith. That's me.
You gotta think about it.
Ain't no way.
Got in the league and he developed now. So we gotta mark him off for what he's doing now. And over the last 2 years, he's been to a Pro Bowl. He's thrown for a lot of yards, a lot of touchdowns, and not a lot of interceptions.
I still got Sam Howell with Geno Smith.
Out of the grave. They was in the graveyard when Wilson left.
Yeah.
Geno Smith never threw 20 interceptions.
He's never played. He's only played 2 seasons.
How many did Sam play?
Okay, but he's only played. He's a career backup. Sam didn't sit on the bench.
How many did it take Sam to play to do that?
Again.
How are you saying that Geno Smith is not better than Sam Howell right now?
He's not. Not to me. He's not. He's not. Who had more yards last year? I believe Sam Howell had more yards than Geno Smith.
No,
21 interceptions.
It don't matter. Yeah, matter of fact, Sam Howell had over 400 yards more than Geno Smith in his first season starting.
With 21, you don't count the picks.
Hey,
and Geno didn't play
Geno
every
Smith
game.
had his first. Yes, he does have. Geno Smith's first year.
Geno didn't play every game.
Hold up. Geno Smith's first year, 2013, he had 12 touchdowns and 21 interceptions. What are y'all talking about? He never had 20. Yes, he has.
That was the horrible Jets, but you got it.
First year. So who had more? So Sam Howell in his first year had more yards, less interceptions, and more touchdowns.
Yeah, the same amount of interceptions.
It's the same amount of picks.
Okay, same amount of picks and 10 more touchdowns.
Look at Geno Smith
and 900 more yards.
You talk about right now. So look at last year versus Sam Howell's last year.
Yeah,
that's what you're talking about right now.
And Sam Howell had more yards than Geno Smith.
Who had more interceptions? Who had more touchdowns?
Sam Howell had more touchdowns than Geno Smith. He just had more interceptions.
How many more touchdowns?
2.
How many more interceptions did Sam Howell have?
I believe 11.
He had think about it. He had 2 more touchdowns and 11 more interceptions.
But we wasn't running the ball. Seattle was.
Regardless, you're talking about last year.
How many more attempts did he have than Geno Smith too?
How many fumbles did Sam Howell have as well?
How many fumbles did Geno Smith have? Hold on.
Does Sam Howell hold the ball?
I'm just saying.
Geno Smith didn't play all 17 games. Sam Howell did. And he had 2 less interceptions, 2 less touchdowns, and far less interceptions.
Again, I think that he had way more attempts too. So, and I'm about to pull his attempts up so that we'll know for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure he had more attempts.
I mean,
but that means if your attempts is going to a higher ratio of interceptions over touchdowns, that doesn't mean you're better.
I got Sam Howell is better than Geno Smith. That's me right now.
I don't know.
That's just me. That's what I got. I think he runs better. I think he has a better arm.
I don't know how.
I think his legs are better. I'm not sure that they use everything that he has that Sam Howell has.
So how do you see
I believe his arm is better.
I would take his arm. How do you see that?
I would take his arm. I mean, I would just for me, when I look at both of them,
you see?
When I look at both of them,
we barely went downfield. What arm did you see that he
What do you mean we barely? He's went downfield quite a bit. In fact, we can go over Sam Howell's long passes if you like, but he went downfield quite a bit. You know, again, for me, I think I got him as better than Geno Smith personally. You know, if Geno Smith was so solid, I don't think they would even look at Sam Howell. They looked at him.
I mean, every team need a backup quarterback.
I'm not disputing that.
Yeah.
But every team didn't bring in a backup who was a starter last year either. Sam Howell had 612 attempts last year.
So, all right. So look at the QBRs from last year. Whose QBRs was better?
Well, whose QBR was better? Not who was running the ball. Who didn't have somebody sitting?
I didn't ask all that. I said QBR. Basically, what you've done, what he has done, rating as a quarterback.
Who was in a better offense? Who was in a better offense?
None of that. I just specifically said who had a better QBR. What was the difference in the QBRs?
Again, I'm gonna say that Geno Smith had a better coordinator. I know he did. Geno Smith had a better I know he had a better coordinator.
How we have a better coordinator when the coordinator?
He had 500 attempts last year, Geno Smith. So Sam Howell had over 100 more attempts than Geno Smith. Over 100.
And only had 2 more touchdowns than him.
What does that mean?
He threw the ball. He threw the ball 612 times, bro.
That means he wasn't as efficient as Geno. Like I said, I like
12 more. He's out 2 touchdowns.
Again,
but I wouldn't say he's better than Geno right now.
I would.
Last year,
I would.
One of the top 6 quarterbacks in the one of the top 3 quarterbacks in the conference.
I don't think he was one of the top 3 quarterbacks in the conference.
I mean,
this is me. I don't think he was. I would take Jalen Hurts over him. For instance, I would take Dak Prescott over him last year. For instance, I would take Baker Mayfield over him.
You would take all 3 of them over Sam Howell. What are you talking about?
He said he was the 3rd best. I'm talking about we're arguing whether he was the 3rd best. I said I would take Matthew Stafford over Sam.
And I'm naming and all the people you named was better than Sam Howell.
I would take. Well, what is Sam Howell's not part of the conversation? He said that he was the top 3, and I'm telling him who other quarterbacks I feel were better.
But no,
I told him that don't have nothing to do with Sam Howell.
Look, obviously his peers and the NFL felt like he was a Pro Bowler.
Man, it could have been just people who ain't want to go, who ain't want to play, ain't want to participate. You got it, man. People who ain't want to participate. That's just me. That's just my take on it.
I think it was Baker Mayfield.
Potential. Peyton Wilson, Cedric Gray to the Jaguars. That's what they're gonna do. I
thought Washington had 3 picks in his 3rd round. I thought we had 3 picks in his 3rd round.
So we had 2. We had 2.
We had
3 picks. We had 3 picks in the 2nd round, and now we got 2 picks in the 3rd.
We traded this.
We were supposed to have 3 picks in the 2nd.
Jerry Jones, defense, cornerback from Florida State, went to the Jaguars.
They must have really wanted him. He was down. You talking about what's his name?
Jerry Jones.
AV.
Yeah.
Mouse in the stew.
Mm-hmm.
I'm on the road. You can.
I'm just saying.
Is my cousin in them back there?
All right. No, I'm still like 30 minutes out.
You good?
That's all I'm saying, man. Is no, we could do better. We could do better. I
can't agree with you on this. How better than Geno thing right now?
I mean, that's how I feel. I would take Howell over Smith. That's me.
Maybe Howell over Smith because of his age, and he could.
You want to lose.
I'm talking about right now.
Right now.
Better.
I don't think
we don't have that he's better right now. I would say that.
Bro, it took almost 700 passing attempts for him to be close to being at the top in passing yards, bro. Chill out.
What does that mean?
Nobody in the league threw 688 passes. And he still wasn't the top.
He had
I think that benefits Sam Howell moving forward, though. I think that him getting all of those reps, in-game reps, does help him. So I'm saying as far as
no, they don't. When you held on to it probably would have been 900 to 1,000 attempts if you wouldn't have held on to the ball that long.
No, I agree with that, but I think that helps the development of a quarterback. I don't think that it hurts it at all.
It was a bunch of teams for whatever he was. It was a bunch of teams that wanted him. So,
all right,
yeah. I mean, because they honestly they look at him like they can develop him, and I think that's the right assessment for Sam Howell right now.
teams looked at Sam Howell because the quarterbacks coming out in this draft were old, and the ones that are young, he is older. He is better than the ones that are old that are younger, and he played a whole NFL season. That is it, y'all. That is it. Ain't no North Carolina quarterback came out and been nothing in the league historically ever. I don't know how y'all see it in him. He is a bum. I said it during the season. I'm saying it now. You can quote me for it. I don't care what happened in Seattle. He not good. You giving him too much. You lucky Bieniemy threw the ball that much because he wouldn't even have got that many yards. He would have just had that many interceptions.
Well, for whatever he was, again, somebody traded for him and they wanted him.
I'm glad they did. Great job, Adam Peters.
Somebody traded for him and they wanted him.
I do feel like Sam Howell is a solid what would you call prospect. And not saying that he's a first year prospect. And I'm saying, like, if you get him on your team and you develop him, you can develop him into get some of the intangibles that he don't have right now, and maybe in 2 years he could be one of those quarterbacks that stick around for a while because availability is the best ability. You know what I mean? And he seems to be a durable quarterback that can take the NFL hits. He got a decent arm. Not saying he has a great arm.
Do you think his arm was more talented than Dwayne Haskins' arm?
Yes.
No.
I'm finished talking to you, bro. I'm finished talking.
I would.
I'm finished.
Not at all.
Yeah.
I would.
Not at all.
Haskins had a cannon maybe better than a lot of people in the league right now.
I'm with you. I know.
I did Sam Howell wrong, but when I found out he became a football hoarder, that's when I started disliking him. Don't hoard the football, my man. Let that thing go. Don't hoard it. He's the football hoarder. And that's why he got so many sacks and picks. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't always because, the line. Him too.
He ain't have him till Bieniemy became his coordinator. So
he ain't start but one game, bro. Before that,
say how he didn't have that many sacks. Even in college, he didn't have a lot of sacks. Not like that.
You can't compare the college to the NFL, bro. They're not the same.
RG3 had everything RG3 did in college. He ended up doing it in the NFL, for instance. And everything that happened, I said it was going to happen. I looked at this film and said, that's exactly what's going to happen with him. And that's exactly what happened. It ain't hard to see. The player's a player, regardless of where they play at, whether it's in college, NFL, whatever. The player is the player.
That's why bust happened. That's why bust happened early year to good players. Because it translates to the league.
Well, I don't think it happens to good players. If you were good, you're going to be good regardless of where you play at. If you're bad, you're going to be bad regardless of where you play at.
I totally disagree. We had Jay Gruden, probably one of the worst coaches in the history of the league.
Thank you.
What does that mean?
RG3 on everything. Mike Shanahan.
What does that mean?
That means he's trash. He made
RG3 wasn't working the same when he was under Shanahan, under Gruden.
But no, what I'm saying is that we cannot. RG3 is one of those people that you could say did not develop very well, but you could also say that he had like some of the worst coaching staffs.
Was he good? Was he good in Cleveland? Was he good in Baltimore? Was he good anywhere?
Only couple games that he played in Baltimore, he played well in. He didn't look bad.
No, he did not play well. He played horrible.
No, he didn't.
Okay, let me pull up his last game with the Ravens. And watch this.
It was pretty ugly. It was pretty ugly.
No, I think
the stat.
A couple games in Cleveland, like 5 games in Cleveland, because he got hurt with an ankle injury.
No, man, the Cleveland season That was a good season, but he got hurt that season too, though, didn't he?
Nah, he didn't hardly play. He only played like 4 games. He was like 1-3, but like he was, yeah. But what I'm saying is, I'm not blaming. I'm not saying that RG3 was a great prospect or anything. I mean, he ended up great. What I'm saying is that we sit here and blame him a lot, but we forget that Jay Gruden has ruined every single quarterback that was in his that was on his team. He ruined every quarterback, every single one, even a good one like Alex Smith.
Including Alex Smith.
Almost
He
killed
made that
RG3 in his last game was 12 for 30. Hold on. That's attempts. He was 7 for 12.
It's 5 incompletions.
1 touchdown. No, 1 interception, no touchdowns. 7 rushes for 68 yards in that rush. And he lost. They lost 19-14. His passing percentage was 58.3.
Yeah, that wasn't a good game. It wasn't. It could have been better.
He didn't start though.
He started that game. He started that game. That was against the Pittsburgh Steelers on December 2nd, 2020. He did start that game.
And he only had 11 passes.
That's all. 12 passes, 12 attempts, 33 yards, 1 interception, 7 rushes, 68 yards.
Playing against the Steelers and it looked like a defensive game. I mean, some games go like that.
Yeah. That's all I'm saying. Is that he wasn't good anywhere other than here.
Is that he not good after he was ruined by a bad coach?
Right, and you the one that just said that good players are good no matter what. So why would he?
So he wasn't. What happened with him when I looked at
that systems is the reason why they be messed up because everybody's not good. And you said the good players will be good no matter what. So RG3 was good here. So why was he not good somewhere else?
When I looked at his film, the first thing I said is he waits too long until a player gets up on him before he releases it.
But that ain't
so. Hold on, let me hear me out.
That ain't had nothing to do with while he was here.
Hear me out. When he got hit, he did not know how to take a hit. That was the first thing I said. If you don't know how to take a hit, so if one part of your game is off, it can affect the other part. So him not knowing how to take a hit properly is what affected other parts of his game. So he no longer became good. It stripped his ability to be good.
Washington on the clock.
Luke McCaffrey.
Selected common.
That's what they got.
They got Luke McCaffrey.
Out of
Luke McCaffrey, the wide receiver.
Yeah,
they got Luke McCaffrey. I thought they was going to do that, bro. I just thought about that,
man.
Oh, Luke McCaffrey, we got.
Yeah, I don't know what's the name, but Luke is a beast.
I'm happy about Luke McCaffrey.
Luke McCaffrey a beast. I was just watching this film when we was looking at wide receiver. Well, I was looking at wide receivers, thinking about who they going to draft.
Out of all the receivers that they passed up on, man.
I don't know. That's not a bad pick. That's not a bad pick.
Ain't Luke McCaffrey like 6'1", 6'2"?
He's 6'2".
Almost 6'2".
Yeah. I mean, I think that's a different frame. Hard worker, come from a football family. You know, Adam Peters obviously has known him for
he's not a stretch the field guy though either.
He run a 4.4.
He's fast as hell. What are you talking about?
His average last year was 7 yards a catch.
What are they asking him to do?
That's good.
No, his average was 14. His average was 14. His average was 14.
Yeah, I like Luke McCaffrey.
And he was tied. He was tied for second in the most contested catches in the college last year. Marvin Harrison was first. Roma Duze was second, and McCaffrey had the same amount as he did.
I mean, realistically,
I like it.
Ever watch Christian McCaffrey talk about when he was a kid and the training regimen? Luke McCaffrey went through that same training regimen as Christian McCaffrey.
Yes, and still does.
That means that he was trained as like almost an NFL pro throughout his whole life.
And he naturally plays his father's position.
Exactly.
He come from dog.
I like that.
That's a dog, bro. And despite what the lady said about a dog is the most loyalest animal you'll ever meet. So call us dogs. We are very loyal. Mm-hmm. And that boy got good pedigree.
I like that.
I guess you gotta go with it.
Bro,
If I
you've been
mean,
talking about getting a wide receiver the whole goddamn night. The whole night.
yeah. And
Bro.
so
And he
I'm
got NFL
underwhelmed.
pedigree. And
I'm
he's sick.
underwhelmed. They
Everything you
got
asked
somebody
for.
of the frame of what I wanted. I wanted somebody
He is
bigger. I say
everything you asked
6'3". I say 6'3". They went 6'1" and 3/4. I
Hey
guess you
Leo.
can't get everything you want.
He
Hey
listed
Leo.
at 6'2" to me.
Leo, Roe is
What?
still beat up with the Snyder days, and he needs a splash name to
No,
make him
not
feel
about a
better.
splash name.
Look,
It's not
it's
about
okay.
a
No,
splash name.
row. I'm talking
It's
right now. It's
underwhelming.
okay, brother. And look. I told you a long time ago on air that I thought you needed therapy because I thought you was hurt from
Nah,
some of our past moves, and the team has hurt you.
nah,
I can see that this 23
nah.
years of losing has damaged your framework.
I
It's okay.
no.
It
Let
happens
me
to
say
all of
this. Let
every
me say
season at
this.
some point in time. It happens to all of us.
Let me
You know
say
what I'm saying?
this. I had a similar reaction to Forbes. It hasn't worked out thus far.
Who was overly ecstatic about Forbes that we thought it was going to change the entire franchise?
A lot of the fans with Washington fans.
We
A lot
talking
of
about
Washington
us, bro.
fans.
We talking about people who
So
actually.
no, so that's why I'm saying I'm not saying it's a bad thing, a good one, or what it is. I am personally saying that that's what y'all got. Okay, I hope
Hey,
it works. I hope it works out for you.
hey V,
I would
we
have
can't
played
keep
this
dog.
draft
Listen.
much different.
What you
Hey,
say, Leo?
hold up. We can't keep dogging. We cannot keep dogging that man Forbes like that. I'm gonna tell you why.
I
Because
don't think
listen,
nothing is wrong with Forbes. I'm the one that's backing him up.
hold up. We thought that we was gonna have a pass rush with Forbes, and that was gonna create turnovers. Remember, they traded the edge rushers in the middle of the season. He had already had 2 picks with the pass rushers.
I will say he did get dogged with the pass rushes though a couple games. He did.
He did, but that's he made rookie mistakes. You didn't think that he's gonna be a perfect rookie. No.
No, he was on a team that was tanking. That I clearly said since week 7 or 8 that we were tanking. Maybe week 9
Exactly.
first. So I don't count none of that. And for Quinn and them not to let him go, which wasn't going to cost them nothing to trade or get rid of Forbes or Juice. It wouldn't have cost them nothing. They're not getting no major money like a Fuller or a Samuels. You got rid of 2 key guys that were veterans and kept the young guys because the young guys can make up for mistakes that were purposely given. Maybe not telling them to give. I ain't saying they told them to give up touchdowns and they made that happen. No, but when you call a bad coverage in a look that you know is going to go another type of way, you put yourself in very compromising situations. They don't have any excuses this year.
Let me say this. I like the tight end, and I guess what you think about both of them together, fine. But for what they passed up, depending on how the guys that they passed up perform, and how the guys that because remember this, they got a defensive tackle. I don't think they needed at this. They could have got a receiver there in this swap and got a defensive tackle with this last pick.
With everybody that they picked the defensive tackle after we picked defensive tackle, the defensive tackle talent is far dropped in comparison to the wide receiver right now. Because Troy Franklin is still out there that we were talking about in the 2nd round, which means that wide receiver talent is still there in comparison to defensive tackle that we got a 1st round grade. We got 30 at 36, which means we got a 1st round tackle. Nobody else after that got a 1st round tackle grade or 1st round tackle. Are you even thinking about that?
After that? I can't say that nobody after that got.
You can go name them. Ain't nobody, ain't one of those 2 players. There's only 2 more picks in the 1st round. None of those tackles are 32nd. 31st was 32nd in rank. Our defensive tackle is ranked 30th. That's a 1st round grade. I rest my case.
That still don't mean nothing though. That still don't mean that.
I don't know, man. I do like the 1st round grade tackle. I will say that. I mean, hindsight 2020. I feel like
total defense was bad. Not just our passing defense. Our rushing defense was bad too.
Yeah, I feel like Luke McCaffrey though is a very good pick. Because like I said, we needed a good wide receiver. You know what I'm saying? We needed a good wide receiver. We needed a tight end. That's what I said I wanted, and I think we got that. The only thing that we haven't got is a left tackle that just played the left tackle position, which I'm okay with the guy that we did get that's pretty versatile. You get what I'm saying? Like everything else we said we needed, we drafted. Is that true or false?
Yeah,
True. It may not be who we have wanted
but
and how we wanted, but it's very true that we got what we needed so far, thus far.
Absolutely. And this is the thing, we got quality players from what it seems at those positions. Every position that we've got a quality player.
I mean, you still have
Name one quality draft pick that we didn't that we don't look at as a good quality player right now.
got a really talented.
I mean, we again, depending on how they're used, depending on a lot of things. I'm not gonna say they quality or not quality.
No, I'm saying in college.
I would let me say this. I wouldn't have minded Adonai Mitchell. I wouldn't have minded.
I get you saying Adonai Mitchell, but I'm saying the players that we have already drafted. Adonai Mitchell is already on the team. The players that we drafted were
that's what I mean. What we passed up. Some of who we passed up.
Medical's profile.
Huh?
I said, and you okay with picking a guy that's on everybody's medical sheet?
Who you talking about, Adonai Mitchell?
Yes.
Yeah.
Behind him for an opportunity.
Remember, guys,
I just look at it like Christian McCaffrey. Christian McCaffrey. I feel like Luke McCaffrey is a very good pick, especially for what we needed. We needed size. We needed speed. We got both of those in him. You know what I'm saying?
No, but I'm looking at a big back in Braylon Allen in Wisconsin because big back.
And it's great that we got an NFL pedigree.
All around defense. Mm-hmm. Let that big back go. The top 10 rushers in the NFL.
I mean, a lot of people they're praising what we did. ESPN just praised it. They said that they said that the Nick Saban pick that you said with Sanderson. They said that we might have got 2 or 3 or 4 starters, whatever they said that we got.
Hey, thanks for. I appreciate it. Thanks for being you, Joel.
So, I mean, that's what they said. Brandon Coleman, that's a wide receiver. That's who we got.
To tackle him, the guard.
The guard, right? So why do they got him at wide receiver? And that must have been a
Brandon
typo.
Coleman is
right. They had him at wide receiver, so yeah, that was a typo. But yeah, so I mean,
stay tuned tomorrow.
He's in the top 90% in 3-cone drill.
Excited when they drafted Jaden Dane. They were pretty excited. They be showing it now. See, they didn't show us this yesterday.
In the 10-yard speed drill, he's in the top 80%. In the 3-cone drill, he's in the top 89%. I mean, where he's in the 89 percentile. Excuse me. In the shuttle, he's got a 4.2 or 4.02. He's in the top 92 percentile of that. In the 50% of the broad jump, his arm length is in the lower 17%. He's in the top 41% in wide receivers in weight, 67% in height, 61% in hand size. His 40 is in the top 67% of 40 times. Overall rating from NFLDraftBuzz.com is an 81.5 out of 100. QB rating when targeted is 86.5. Short receiving would be 79%. Got an 82 grade and an 83 grade in intermediate and deep routes. There's a 50% chance winner in blocking. ESPN rating was 83 out of 100. So to get him at 100, we still got him higher than we got to pick higher than the value of 100. He's a 4-star grade. Overall rank was 28th. Position rank was 4th on ESPN. In the state that he's from, he was the number 1 ranked wide receiver.
Right.
There was a lot of. We're going to finish this thing with 250.
I'm looking at a little bit of the picks. I think, man, I think we've done a great job. We don't have a 4th round pick.
My favorite draft.
We don't have a 4th round pick, which is going to be a thing. And we need my bad. We don't have a 4th round pick and we don't have a 6th round pick. So if we trade or whatever, we're gonna have to do that. But for the most part, that's what it is.
Johnson, like he could easily be the number one by the middle of the year. Yeah. Like he's got that type of speed to go inside. He goes outside. He's got the unique ability to uncover, especially in a slot, and that to me is what makes him a really viable weapon for this offense. You lose a Keenan Allen, who I played with for 2 years.
His weaknesses right now for Luke lacks consistency and stem work off against off coverage, sometimes struggles with technique. His inexperience at receiver position occasionally leads to technical missteps, particularly against skilled defenders. Thinner frame may lead to challenges in physical competitions with defenders, and in run blocking, release techniques need refinement to effectively counter NFL caliber press coverage, and vertical speed and sustained separation from defenders and deep routes could limit his effectiveness on the outside. But that's like 4 or 5 weakness holds. His strengths are really good. Impressive in contested catch situations. Exhibits impressive football IQ, leveraging his quarterbacking background to enhance his understanding of the game. Exceptional at making himself available for quarterbacks, especially in cover zero situations. Showing acute route awareness. Demonstrates quick control footwork, enabling sharp cuts and effective navigation in the out of breaks. Possess natural ball carrying instinct, evident in his creative open field maneuvers and ability to evade tacklers. Proves to be a formidable competitor in contested catch scenarios, unfazed by middle field contact. Can accelerate swiftly off the line and burst out of breaks, contributing to his separation ability. And his route running showed marked improvement over the course of the season, suggesting a high ceiling with further development.
Yeah. So I mean, I'm not complaining too much. I would have done a couple things different, and then all you could do is look at how it plays out and see what you get. But again, Total Access is brought to you. All you can do is look at it and see what you get, man. That's all you really can do at the end of the day, because hey,
the future is here.
Y'all passed over certain people. So, we'll see how that pans out.
I mean, do you look at it as passed over certain people, or do you look at it as they are building what they're looking for certain pieces to build?
Let me ask you this. Let's say, and we're gonna knock on wood. We ain't gonna speak life into this, but we gonna knock on wood, whatever you want to do to say, Let's say Jaden Daniels plays 3 games, and Marvin Harrison ends up with 2,000 yards this year at receiver.
We took like 3.
Did we make the right choice?
No, but let's say on the opposite end, Jaden Daniels wins Rookie of the Year and Marvin Harrison has 700 yards.
Right. Then, of course, you made the right choice. Right. So I think that it's all in the
results. I don't think that's a fair assessment. First of all, you only can control the destiny of your team. You can't control what another player does with another team. You could have picked Marvin Harrison Jr., had Mariota at quarterback, and only had 700 yards with Marvin Harrison Jr. You didn't want to tank this next season coming up. So what good does that do if you got a quarterback? I mean, got a wide receiver, and all of the quarterbacks were gone?
No, you would have had to trade. They would have had to trade up.
They would have had to trade up to what?
To probably get
a quarterback. To still need a tight end, to still need an offensive line. No, they wouldn't have traded up. They would have did the same thing. They didn't trade up to get talent for Daniels. So why would they trade up to get a quarterback for Harrison when they already got a quarterback in Mariota that they said they were cool with?
Because you would definitely, just my opinion, you would
No. I'm giving Daniel. No. Listen to me real quick. And I'm not taking away from what you're saying. I'm saying that I'm creating the same scenario where it's just one player. We didn't trade up to get no help for the quarterback, so I'm not going to trade up to give us a chance to try to get a quarterback, because we would have had to trade up into the first 12 picks. Everybody after the first 12 picks are gone.
This is the thing. The quarterback would have probably still been one of the top needs if we would have drafted a wide receiver. That's why we would have probably traded up to get a quarterback.
Trade up to where though, Leo? It's 12 picks and everybody was gone in the first 12 picks. There's no
We would have
quarterback
probably
after
had to
that
trade.
nobody's.
We would have probably had to trade them 2 second-round picks.
No, that's crazy.
Wow.
That would have been crazy to get a quarterback to go with Marvin Harrison, and you still need a line. And you don't even know what quarterback you was going to be able to get.
We didn't draft any linemen on that second round, did we?
No,
because you picked up a cornerback that you still needed. You picked up a defensive tackle that you could say that you may or may not need. But you picked up a cornerback and you picked up a tight end in the second round. So you're gonna trade those 2 players that you're gonna still further need in the 3rd round or the 4th round by the time you get a chance to pick them because you don't have those picks no more.
Yeah.
And you only got that extra pick in the
you could have kept
round.
Sam Howell. That's
Hold
when you go back to keeping Sam Howell and going to
But that's
Harrison Jr.
all that's done. All that's done, and what I'm trying to do is say that let's leave the scenario where it's just the one player and not the one player getting some extra help that the player that we already have didn't get. If we got Marvin Harrison Jr., that's who we got. But I'm saying that what if we got Marvin Harrison Jr. and we still suffer because we have Mariota at quarterback? And if we watch the draft that we just watched with us picking Daniels, every other team picked a quarterback damn near right away after that. So there were no more quarterbacks left if we had a Marvin Harrison Jr. We would have had to stick with Mariota and pick somebody else later on in the draft.
Bo Nix, we could have traded up to 22. Bo Nix went 22.
No, Bo Nix
Gone.
went 12.
He went 12.
He went 12,
bro. Come on, bro. They all were gone. They were all gone, bro.
Hold up.
Only quarterbacks left right now.
Yeah. First 12 picks, it was 6 quarterbacks.
Who did Denver pick?
They picked Bo Nix.
At what number?
12.
Okay. I don't know why I thought that was 22. That's my bad.
No, they had it right, but
that's who they wanted though. They wanted Bo Nix, so they was gonna pick Bo Nix at 12 regardless. They wanted Bo Nix bad. I saw the way they reacted once they got him.
Bo Nix.
So they was gonna pick that. Bo Nix was their guy. They say he reminds them a lot of Drew Brees.
And again, I'm not saying that Mariota. I don't think that Mariota would have done that bad with a Marvin Harrison Jr., especially with having a McLaurin. But again, let's go with a notion that Roe has with Mariota doesn't have the strongest arm. So let's say that the advantages of having a Marvin Harrison Jr. we're not able to take advantage of completely this year because we don't have a quarterback that has that type of arm right away.
I mean, if that was the case, we probably would have drafted Joe Milton late and just got him to throw the ball.
He cannot throw none of the
I would have kept
passes.
Sam Howell. If I was going to get Marvin Harrison Jr., I would have kept Sam Howell. That's me.
I mean, yes, but we knew.
Oh my God, we're getting so far away from the point that I was just trying to get to. That Jaden Daniels or any of these guys going to any of these teams, we can't worry about any of that or compare any of that outside of what we do with the rookies that we have. The players that play for other teams are going to be schemed based on whatever coaches that they got and how they play. I mean, I'm telling y'all that in 2-3 years, a lot of these guys are going to be moved around because I honestly don't feel like everybody's in the best situation for some of these players. You know what I'm saying?
Especially the wide receivers.
But even with that, I still feel like if another team is able to get more production out of their rookies than we are able to get out of ours, it is still an indictment on the player and the coach collectively.
The only rookie that we should get production out of at a high rate is Jaden Daniels because of the position that he plays. You can't say that because you don't know whether that team actually needs that player to play. Like what if for Adonai Mitchell with the Colts? He's their 3rd wide receiver, bro. He's not even gonna get the amount of time that he would have got with us. How can you compare his stats when he wouldn't even have been playing the same position with us as he is with another team?
I mean, if they are able to get more, get whatever out of that, especially if we are not getting the production from anyone, that's different. You say, "Oh yeah, he's in there." But if we don't get the production at all, and he goes and produces, and we're struggling at that position, we'll be able to look and say, "Okay, we should." He would have been a better pick than what we got. Just like they opted to go with McCaffrey over these other guys. Cool. But if he gets out there and these other guys look clearly better than him, then I think that's a little bit of an indictment.
So you look at the Olave pickup and you look at Dotson and you feel like Olave won that situation with the Saints?
These are holding all the Blizzard flavors of the past.
Hold on, what does his numbers look like though? I don't know. I haven't.
Olave had like 11 or 1,200 yards last year,
and he has 3,000-yard seasons, right?
I believe 2. I don't think he got 1,000 his first year, but I might be wrong. You can check it.
Yeah, my grandpa did. So I'm already in.
Oh yeah, definitely they beat us on that. Oh yeah.
Now I'm saying, how can you say that when he plays the number 1 receiver?
Hey, whatever
Michael
they doing,
Thomas has been hurt 2 years in a row, and he's had to play the number 1.
Whatever
receiver.
they doing, they're getting more production out of him than we're getting out of our guy.
So where they play at doesn't matter. That like not the place. I'm talking about where they play it on the field. A slot receiver, the number 1 receiver, are supposed to get the same amount of looks.
I mean, should have the same. I mean, one guy's making a huge impact out there, the other guy's not. So I'm not going to diminish what this other guy's doing to make because this guy hasn't found a way to make his impact.
You can't compare the two because they play wide receiver, but they don't play the same.
Well, this other guy might be talented enough for them to build a whole team around. This guy ain't talented enough to do that.
He's never had to be the number 1 receiver for your team. I mean, you don't know that.
Troy McClure was hurt the first 4 games of the season.
You had Curtis Samuel, so you never had a chance to do that.
Well, he ain't, for whatever reason, he ain't showing them in practice that he needs to be the guy.
What are you talking about, bro? Like,
if Olave is,
bro, that doesn't make sense.
If Randy, put it like this,
would you just
Randy Moss played with
sense?
Jake Reed and Chris Carter.
He was never the number 1 over Chris Carter. Never in his time in Minnesota.
But look at his numbers.
He was better than Chris Carter, and he was never the number 1 over Chris Carter. Are you
that's
crazy?
What I'm saying. So, but look, and he still produced. So that's not an excuse to me. You're making
what are you
point.
talking about, bro?
Randy Moss still, as the number 3 guy, produced.
He was never the number 3. What are you talking about?
He was. Jake Reed was the number 2.
No, he was not. No, he wasn't. I don't know, man. It's kind of hard to say who was number 2 in that situation. We just know
it was Jake Reed. Jake Reed was.
He wasn't. He was in the slot because he was running it. He was in the slot. Randy Moss, his first year for 6 games, because they were running reverses with him up until the Dallas game, which is the last game he had running a reverse with the Minnesota Vikings, is when he stopped playing the slot because of the way they were using him. Right. After that game against the Cowboys, he was on the outside with Chris Carter. Number 18 wide receiver. So you telling me that he played a little bit more than a third of a season at the number 3 spot. It's right? Not. It wasn't the number 3 spot. It's where you gotta be at when you run in the reverse. You can't run the reverse from the number 2 spot when they're using the reverse from that side like that. You can go back and look at it, bro. But what I'm saying is that would essentially make him the number 3 if he got to be in that spot as number 3. No, bro. So CeeDee Lamb is the Cowboys slot receiver. No. But that's where he lines up at. So we're saying right, exactly. Your usage does not make a difference on that, bro. It depends on how many on your targets. On your targets is whether you're the number 1 receiver or not. If you get 100 targets from the slot and you got the most receptions on this team, you're the number 1 receiver. That's where, i.e., the Rams, where Puka Nacua was lined up at, and Cooper Kupp was lined up in the slot. Was lined up on the outside. Puka Nacua was on the inside, and Nacua got more yards than Cooper Kupp and more receptions because that was the number 1 receiver because that was their number 1 target. I get what you're saying. I don't know though. I'm just saying
because you could be a number 1 target and don't get as much.
Tutu Atwell is this. Tutu Atwell is this.
I disagree with that because you could be the number 1 receiver and just be doubled all the time or tripled all the time. So somebody else is getting a lot of targets.
That Cooper Kupp wasn't getting double, bro. Remember they was running the whole motion offense.
No, I agree with you on the Rams. I'm just saying sometimes you just have it to where the number 1 guy is really getting covered heavy.
That's why the Cowboys move CeeDee Lamb around so that you can't double him. But that's their number 1 receiver. They don't leave him on the outside because they feel like they get double like over the top help a lot of the time. So they move him into the inside. Everybody know where the ball is going when you throw 188 passes to 1 player. But when again, as a good offensive coordinator or offensive coach, to scheme my guy open, this is where I have to put him at because it's harder for teams to be able to double team him from right here. he's still their number one receiver. Nobody's going to argue that.
Right. But that's all I'm saying is that don't matter. Some guys, when they get drafted, it don't matter how they go, what team they, what offense, they are going to make their impact regardless. I don't think that Doxson has done that thus far. I think he did it in his rookie season a little bit more than the second season. Definitely he hasn't done it in the second season. And I think Chris Olave has done it more than him. Yes, I do.
And to his defense, in his first season, he played. He didn't play nearly as much, but he played. But what's the name? I don't think Curtis Samuel was on the field as much as he was just past season.
We had bum ass Carson Wentz who wasn't hitting nobody but Dotson. That's the only person that Carson Wentz could throw the ball to. Him in the tight end. He couldn't hit McLaurin. He couldn't hit Samuels or nothing like that. When he got out the game is when Dotson wasn't getting the ball that much because Heineke was finally throwing the ball to somebody that we all missed, which was McLaurin, because we was trying to figure out where McLaurin was most of the games when Wentz was overthrowing the entire field.
I think Doxson is good. This is not a knock on Doxson. I'm just saying right now, as thus far, whatever he's doing, he's not reaching the coaches, and the coaches have not made him the vocal point.
It's a tank season, bro. Don't count last year, bro. Go with his first season. Just go with his first year. His first year was a pretty good year. He was injured. He just was injured for 6 games. I think he played 10 games, had 700 yards his first year, 6 touchdowns or 6 or 7 touchdowns. He played pretty good his first year. The next year is a tanking year. It's a tanking year. It is now. Don't get me wrong. He could have made a better argument for himself. He did drop a lot of passes, I think, by not being involved. But that was because I felt like when we all agreed that we just was not involved. We didn't make excuses for him, and I know I didn't. I wasn't saying that he was good for making the drops, but I felt like he was just not involved enough to be like you are. Me and Big Son was one of the guys that
he actually had more catches last year. He had more catches last year
because Howell threw the ball 700 times.
And so, I mean, he had more catches. You know what I mean? He had less touchdowns, more catches. He had 15 more catches, less touchdowns.
It may have been that, but productive, bro. It was like 10 point something average. What was his average per play? 10 point something average.
It was 10. It was a 10-yard average last year, but it was 14 the year before that.
And if you look at his drops, bro, he probably would have had.
That's not a big drop off, though.
No, that's a big drop off. 5 yards is a big drop off, son. From one season to average 14, the next one you average 10. That's a big drop off. That's a big drop off. 4 yards is a big drop off per catch.
No, it's not.
Hell yeah,
no,
yes it is. Yeah, it is. When you it is. Yeah, it is.
No,
yeah, it is.
When they got it,
that's like a guy goes from averaging 11 yards a catch to now he's averaging 6.
The guy that wasn't catching them passes last year started catching them this year. Because he wasn't catching them last year. And so who else gonna get the ball?
What you mean?
The reason why I jumped off like that was Curtis Samuel was getting the ball more than he was.
A lot more.
He had drop passes.
And De'Ami Brown was getting targets that he wouldn't have got the year before.
He did not drop 40-something passes, bro. Let's not.
He had 49 catches last year. He had 49 catches for 500 yards. He had more yards the year before with 15 less catches. It was scheme, in my opinion. Whereas Scott Turner was using him further down the field for more impactful stuff. His long last year was 33 yards. The year before that was 61 yards.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I think Scott Turner was using him a different Scott Turner. And people got mad at me when I said I felt like Scott Turner was a better coordinator than Eric Bieniemy. People got mad at me.
It wasn't mad at you. It wasn't mad at you more than it was Scott Turner was bad without intention. Bieniemy was bad.
With Wentz, I think he was bad.
Bieniemy was bad by being asked to be bad, in my opinion. Because I don't think he win a Super Bowl and do that well without having some success or having some type of scheme that works, in my opinion. And I don't think he coached anything like he would have coached with the Chiefs with us. I think that Scott Turner coached the best way he could, and it just wasn't good.
I want to see what type of plays he called in UCLA. Because that's going to tell us that's going to tell us exactly what we need to know about last year.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it's not at the same. It's not at the same level.
Who takes the blame for last year? Then okay, you got to give it to hers. Then, if you gonna say they tanked on purpose, okay, who got to eat? That goes to her.
But that's not his fault though. You can put the blame there, but that's not his fault. He walked in with everything already hired. He didn't hire none of that stuff when he walked in the door.
But regardless, I felt like they could have won more if you didn't force the tank.
And got what this offseason?
Whether you got whatever you got, I don't know how far you could have went. We don't know how far you could have went.
I'm gonna be real. I'm gonna be real.
Going up.
I'm about to win shit anyway. So whatever it had to take to happen to get him gone, I'm okay with.
You forced the tank, so we don't know how far that team could have went.
That team wasn't gonna go nowhere.
We don't know that. I can't say that.
They were
2-0. They were 2-0.
The best they was gonna do was 7-9.
They was 2-0.
Let's not forget this team already knew that Chase Young and Montez Sweat was out the door. What did they do about that? What did Chase and Montez do about that?
What you mean?
And they got gone. They ain't do nothing. They ain't do not a damn thing. They had a chance to do something. They ain't do not a damn thing.
Chase Young and Montez Sweat.
Montez Sweat was consistent when he was here, even this year.
Do shit.
What do we do though with them? What did we do with them? I don't care how consistent they was and all of that. The years that they were here, we had how many playoff appearances?
Well, I mean, if
one of those years you had a playoff appearance, right?
Mm-hmm.
The other year you had Carson Wentz start half the season when
you're making excuses.
I'm not making excuses.
The result is all I'm asking about. I don't care who was on the team.
And then in the middle of that, you had a COVID year where they took players out.
COVID was on everybody. Everybody had COVID.
They did not take players out the way they took our players out. You want to go to the game?
Had COVID.
Let's go to the game.
Pittsburgh had a game rescheduled because of that.
The game against the Cowboys.
Had a game because of that. Pittsburgh had a game rescheduled because of that.
Okay, hold on.
Pittsburgh had a game rescheduled because of that.
Let's find out.
Listen, I would say this: Montez Sweat at least showed up consistently, and if the other players wasn't playing up to par, that is not his fault.
No, I'm just saying it didn't equal to us having winning seasons.
You know who started those? You know who started the game against the Cowboys?
But like, it takes a team.
That doesn't matter, bro. You weren't having a winning season before that.
No, Dak Prescott started for the Cowboys. You weren't having
a winning season before that.
Dak Prescott started having a
winning season before that.
You were winning before the COVID stuff started. You actually did have a winning.
No. COVID stuff. The COVID was the whole year. That game.
No, it wasn't. When they started taking
COVID was the whole year. That was the COVID season. That COVID started in March. Football don't start till September, so that's a COVID year.
Players who missed.
That's a COVID year. It doesn't matter. Other teams went through COVID. It does not matter. COVID was going on in the NFL. It wasn't just
it wasn't happening with us until we started to lose.
The Pittsburgh Steelers had a COVID game before that, bro. COVID was COVID. It happened all over the NFL.
It didn't happen to us until we started to lose. That's all.
What you mean? But so what was your record before
when they started taking quarterbacks out? When you have a whole new quarterback.
Bro, you're making excuses.
These guys weren't even on your rosters in the beginning of the year.
You're making excuses.
What excuses am I making? Who started the Redskins Cowboy game?
What was the results, bro? You bring it. I just asked what the results was. You bringing up the excuses of it, bro.
How if the guys ain't even on the field?
Oh my God! What was the record before that game? Since that's
what was that? What they had a winning record.
What was their record before that?
Hold on.
And they all came back after that Cowboy game. So one game.
No, they was gone for 4 games. The middle of the season.
What?
Hold on. Yeah, the middle of the season. That's one thing about it. You only had one real year, a COVID year, and you had this season where they was traded. We don't know what that team would have been.
And I can agree, but I can tell you this: Ron Rivera wasn't a good coach. Not for what we had.
I never said he was a good coach.
So what the fuck did you expect to win with Ron fucking Rivera, bro?
I don't know what they would have done.
I'm asking. I'm trying to be.
I don't know what they would have done.
Some crazy shit. Like I can't be on here.
I don't know. They were against the Rays. Let me see. 1, 2. They were 6-6, right? 6-6, and then that Cowboy game happened.
After the Cowboy game, what's the next game?
They lost 4 straight. They lost Cowboys, Eagles. They started taking players out. The other Cowboys game, and then the Eagles. They played the Eagles and the Cowboys twice. Lost all them games.
And nobody
and
that
it was COVID
started,
guys missing in all the games. It was guys missing in all the games. To see all the games before that they won.
The 15 players were only gone from one game, bro.
No,
the 15 players were gone from one game.
Hold on. Now, mind you, the first Cowboy game, Heineke didn't practice the first 4 games. First 4 days, he didn't. Matter of fact, he didn't practice at all that week.
That's the first thing. Nothing to do with the game. You said 4 games. You said 4 games. 4 days of missing practice. He was there before that. That's an excuse.
Hold on. Nah, I ain't gonna bring up no excuse. Hold on. Let's go to the box scores. The game after that Cowboy game, I'll tell you who started that game at quarterback. Because it wasn't Taylor Heineke. It wasn't Taylor Heineke.
Hold on. Kyle Allen. It was Kyle Allen.
So that you don't even have to say it was Gilbert. It was Garrett Gilbert. Garrett Gilbert was the quarterback. How could you blame the team
when
COVID. Garrett Gilbert is your quarterback?
You have the entire world's going through COVID. Okay. So you're trying to say that your team is the only team.
That's why I don't blame
you. You're trying to say that you're trying to say we're the only team that caught COVID. You're trying to say we're the only team that caught COVID. That's crazy.
Let's see who started for the Eagles.
You're trying to say we're the only team that caught COVID.
Let's see who started for the Eagles, though. Let's see who started for the Eagles, though.
So you're going to blame them for not catching COVID. You're going to blame them for not catching COVID.
Jalen Hurts started for the Eagles.
You're going to blame him for wearing his mask.
All right.
You're going to blame him for wearing his mask, bro?
Okay.
Bro, everybody had to take tests. Are you blaming him for wearing his mask? Are you blaming him for wearing his mask?
That's all I'm saying.
Are you blaming him for wearing his mask? We lost to DeVito last year. We lost to DeVito with the Giants last year. We lost to DeVito from the Giants last year. I don't want to hear that shit. You are making fucking excuses, bro. I get tired of that, bro.
We're tanking.
So we tanked the COVID year too? We tanked the COVID year?
I didn't say that. I said
that's what you just said. That's what we're talking about. That's what we're talking about. That's what we're talking about. I know how you switch years. How you just switch years then? We was just talking about the COVID year. We was talking about the COVID year. How did you switch years? We talking about the COVID year. Don't switch years.
What did they do? I'm saying they wasn't even on the field. So you had one season where Chase Young was hurt. You had another COVID year, and then you had a season where they made the playoffs.
It's not a COVID year. Everybody had to go through that. You saying that like only us had to go through that. You saying it like we're the only team that had to go through that. That's an excuse, bro. Don't use excuses, bro. I'm from the bricks, bro. You cannot use that shit, bro. That just sound weak.
I can't blame them.
I'm sorry, bro. I'm from the bricks. So everybody on the show knows I'm from the streets. I don't know where this nigga from, but that shit sounds soft as shit, and I cannot follow that, bro. I don't buy excuses, bro. You just said something that the rest of the world was going through.
That quarterback and Jalen Hurts started.
You said the COVID year. The entire world is going through COVID.
But no, we played the starting original quarterback of every team. We only had ours for
what? They didn't wear their mask. The other ones did, and you're blaming that. That's an excuse, bro.
I'm not blaming it on nothing. I'm just saying
it's an excuse. The end result is the end result. They did not go to the playoffs. They didn't go to the playoffs. They didn't go to the playoffs, so it's a non-playoff going season. It's a non-playoff going season. That's an excuse. All right. Again, that's the result. That's the end result. The end result don't say COVID beside it. The end result don't have a star and say COVID beside it.
Garrett Gilbert was their starting quarterback.
You lost to DeVito this year. The Giants beat you with DeVito and Tyrod Taylor.
We were tanking on purpose. So that's why I said you don't know
Tyrod Taylor and DeVito.
If you didn't tank on purpose.
DeVito and Tyrod Taylor. But we wasn't taking with the COVID year. Those are excuses. All right, and that just sounds weak.
We were 7-10. We were 7, and we ended up 7-10. That year.
That sounds weak as shit.
We ended up 7-10.
You went to the playoffs one time with Ron Rivera. You went to the playoffs one time with Sweat and Young. They were some shit together. I'm sorry it didn't work out, but they were trash together. You only had them on the field 1 year, and the 1 year they was on the field together, they went to the playoffs with a losing record.
They went
that you were proud of.
Y'all
Be proud of that. Be proud of what they did. Be proud of what they did together was go to the playoffs with a losing record. Be proud of them that they went to the playoffs with a losing record at $100 million on your defensive line. That's great. Like I said before, you're so used to losing that you don't know what winning look like, except for looking at it on other teams.
Then on the second time, you had Carson Wentz start half the season. We had no business.
That's an excuse. That's an excuse. Carson Wentz went to the Super Bowl with the Eagles. He got a Super Bowl ring. He's a Super Bowl champion.
If you watch those games, I don't even know why
he's a Super Bowl champ. He's a Super Bowl champ.
Even with Ron Rivera, even when everybody go and look at the press,
Rivera's not a Super Bowl champ. Rivera's not a Super Bowl champ. Rivera's not a Super Bowl champ. Wentz is a Super Bowl champ. Rivera's not. Rivera's not a Super Bowl champ. Wentz is a Super Bowl champ.
If that, whatever, Ron Rivera botched the season, so I blame Ron Rivera.
So he botched every season that he was here.
I don't blame them.
He didn't have a good season. None of he was here. He never had a good season. He never had a good year.
You had a 2022 season where you only had a starting quarterback. You only had a starting quarterback.
Ron recovering from cancer, debaucher,
and then you had a Ron Rivera year. So
debaucher.
So I can't blame the players. Nonetheless, I'm not blaming
can't blame the players.
Sweat. I can't blame them for those things.
Why you can't blame? Hold on. Can I say something? Why you can't blame the players when Todd Collins went to the playoffs?
This team went to the playoffs too, though. So I mean,
I'm saying Todd Collins had Sean Taylor on his defense. That's a little different.
And not only that, and not only that,
we was talking about quarterbacks, right? What I'm saying is,
not only that though, but when Todd Collins went to playoffs, when Todd Collins came in as starting quarterback, his record was 5. I believe I think they had to win 4 straight to get in the playoffs. So I think they were around 500. Taylor Heineke came in, they were 2-4. And then a second time when he came in and was put in, he lost. Carson Wentz lost, I think, 2 more games after that. So in all the games Taylor Heineke played, I believe he was like 6-3. So I think if he plays the whole season, I do think that team goes to the playoffs. That's just how I feel. I feel like that was a Ron Rivera season.
But they did. I just said name the results. I ain't say what you thought or wish would happen.
That's why.
But that's why I been good 23 years in a row.
Again, I don't blame Martez Sweat and Chase Young as if they didn't do something for that because. Again,
what did they do? What they
played well. They were top 10. The defense was top 10.
Guess what? You know the only Redskin that would make your saying right now make sense is RG3. That's the only Redskin.
They were 7.
That's the only Redskin that has ever in the last 20 years did something about being bad when you needed someone to do something about it. And it didn't cost $100 million. It cost the coach not believing in him, and you ran off 6 games straight to go to the playoffs. That's the last one to do it. Outside of Heineke bringing some hope here. Other than that, you can't name nobody. It ain't coaches. It ain't none of that. It's a losing. You hired a dead coach. I mean, excuse me, no disrespect, but you hired a coach that was dying. It wasn't taken serious. And I don't know how you don't see that except for believing in players that did not reach their potential while they were here. Sweat was consistent. Sweat was consistent and literally got the most sacks that he's gotten in his NFL career with adding eyes and going to the beds. He's got 11.5. That ties his total record for being with the Redskins is most sacks. He's the only one out of the 4 linemen that has progressed or had consistency every season that he's been here.
I don't know what they would have been if they wasn't broken up in the middle of the season. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying.
That's for 5 years you've seen that it wasn't going to work.
I can't say for 5 years. I say for a year.
I'm not saying what you said. I said for 5 years, it showed you that it did not work. That's why you pick up another defensive tackle tonight, because if it don't work this year, one of those guys got to go. You can't keep holding on to players if they don't get the goal is the Super Bowl. It's not to have a favorite player play for your team. That time is over with.
I never said they never even not even a favorite player of mine. I just say I don't feel like they had got a lot of much of a shot.
You got to go back to those, man. Your young came out your mouth a lot for him not to be a favorite player. He's with the 49ers. Young. It's a lot. I don't know what you're screaming for.
No, I never even. I wanted Justin Jefferson back to what I originally said, but
you wasn't screaming him in the Super Bowl because he wasn't in the Super Bowl. You naming players that's not making it to the big game. Why you naming them? They not going to the big game.
Chase Young, I just didn't feel like they had enough time. I would have gave him another shot. That's me. I would have kept it together and gave it another shot.
You got to be healthy, bro. You can't pay $13 million to somebody who ain't paid, who ain't played.
I'm just saying.
You want to spend $13-14 million on somebody that don't play?
Again, that's just me. He played with the 49ers. They ended up in the Super Bowl. Something worked.
He's not playing with him anymore because he wants $13 million. He's playing with
ended up. Hey, but they ended up in the Super Bowl with him on their
They were going
roster.
to end up there without him. He wasn't the reason why.
That's what you could say that, but he was on the roster. He was there. He went. He started. He was a starter. So we wasn't there.
He didn't get any more. He got a half a sack, a 1.5 sacks from leaving us to going to the 49ers.
Whatever it
was, that was Super Bowl worthy.
Whatever it was, it worked. They ended up in the Super Bowl and should have won if their coach would have went over the overtime rules before they actually ended up in overtime. They probably would have won.
Yeah, and you see them doing well again this year. I can't see it. They don't have the guy that you said he went there and did well. They don't have him no more.
They don't. But I'm just saying, whatever it is they did, they ended up in the Super Bowl in overtime with a chance to win.
I don't think they had anything to do with that.
So whatever it was, that's where they ended up. That's all I'm saying. They wasn't in the Super Bowl before they got there. Before he got there, they was in one a couple of years ago.
Yeah, I'm about to say they were.
Yeah, a couple of years ago, different quarterback, different whatever. So when they got him, they got back there. You know what I'm saying? Whatever it was. So that's all I'm saying. I mean, at the end of the day, I get it. You know, y'all think that this ain't or this is this or this. I don't think none of that. Me personally.
No, this is my thing. This is my thing at the end of the day, personally. I don't care who you put in there. You get paid to play ball at the end of the day. So all that, this guy ain't that. What Danny DeVito or whatever that guy's name is for the Giants do to us last year. Yeah, I called him that last year during the game, but what he do to us, Slim? Straight mob tied us up, Slim. Went to work on us. Ain't nobody know that he came out there and played. So that's why I can't
tanking on purpose.
Whoever who named Gilbert or whatever his name was didn't come out there and ball out. So what? Ain't nobody know Danny, but they know him now.
No, they did. Actually, Danny DeVito. We're gonna keep calling him Danny because that's just gonna fly.
We were tanking.
Hold up, no, DeVito hold up. Before DeVito played us, he did have, I think, 2 good games back to back, and that's why they was riding DeVito.
I believe we were tanking. I keep saying that. So I don't think they we were trying to win. I don't think they beat us like that.
What did Montez Sweat and Chase Young do to stop the tank from moving?
Thank you. Because they weren't trying to tank the whole year.
I don't know. I think after they went 2-0, they went right in the tank mode.
No.
That's my opinion. When you look at the rushing, the rushing attempts.
When
they won, and then the rushing attempts after we looked at it on air, all of us were there. We looked at it on air. The rushing attempts went from 19 and 20 for Brian Robinson at least, and for everybody else, then it dropped down to 4-3. I don't think that was a coincidence. We didn't run the ball for almost the next, I don't know how many games, till we were well out of it. I believe that's when the tank started when Eric Bieniemy stopped running the ball. That's me. Everybody can feel the way they feel. That's when I feel like it started.
Hey, no, bro. I'm gonna say this. Listen, I'm gonna say this.
If you gonna tank out the gate, it's a process you take on at the beginning of the season. Y'all knew y'all wanted Jaden Daniels, so y'all tanked at the beginning of the season. Just because you lucked up and won 2 games don't mean you wasn't tanking.
Well, I don't think they knew they was going to tank.
I don't think they knew they was going to win. I don't think they realized they was going to win.
Can I say this? I don't think at the beginning of the year they thought they was going to tank. The reason I'm saying this is because before the beginning of this year, Jaden Daniels was nowhere near what he was towards the end of the year when they said, okay, cool, this is what we're going to do. You know what I mean? Jaden Daniels was the 9th ranked quarterback going into last college season. So there was no there might have been taken for Caleb Williams.
Taken for a high pick. That's what I'm saying.
No, I'm saying it might have been taken for Caleb Williams. I can see us taking for Caleb Williams.
I don't think they necessarily knew I mean, until a certain point that they was going to get Jay Daniels. But what I'm saying is they knew at the beginning of the season that they were going to be tanking. They knew that.
I
believe Josh Hurts knew. I believe Josh Hurts knew. I don't think everybody was on board though. I don't think everybody was on board in the beginning. I don't think everybody was on board.
Out of the building. Those two
guys,
like, you know what I'm saying?
I think Eric Bieniemy was down for it though. From day one.
Of course, with the chat.
Yeah. I believe it was Eric Bieniemy.
I think this process was started long ago when Ron Rivera was brought here. I remember when we first got Ron, I said, I do not like this. I don't know why they went and got Ron. He can't even win a championship game with the most elite quarterback at that time. That year, y'all went 15-2. You couldn't even win a Super Bowl, my brother. Why would we go get this guy? It just something smelled real fishy in the water, and now we see what that smell of fish was.
Mm-hmm. I don't know, man. I don't know. Like I said, I look at it like this. Just in my opinion, what we did last year was tank. You know, so I'm not gonna give the players a bunch of bad reviews for that tank season. Okay? Not gonna say that. So what I will say is Ron Rivera was really bad, but players also had a chance to display who they were. Okay? Mm-hmm. They got a chance to display if they were a premier type of player or they were a player that was just gonna go with the win. You know what I mean? Those premier players, they continued to shine through. Terry McLaurin didn't have the best year, but he had a solid year. You know what I mean? Stuff like that. And so
Terry was going through the year.
It was
back
solid.
to Jahan. I want Jahan to really beef up his game this year because in his first season he got some pretty solid numbers. You know what I'm saying? So follow that campaign up with a 600 or 700 yard season, maybe 7-8 touchdowns. We on the move now, and I think he's going to get that this year. To be honest,
I think Jahan Dawson need to have 1,000-yard year.
No, he don't need it. He don't need it.
Listen. Why I say he do. Listen why I say he do.
Needs that.
I disagree. He is a number one pick, first round. Not like a number one overall, like number one for our team for a year. He was the first pick. If he does not resonate, that is on him. He got to step up, and he don't got to just step up a little bit. He got to show that he's going to be deserving of a contract.
The only reason why I can kind of disagree with that is because when he was brought here, he was a third receiver. He wasn't two. Yeah, y'all.
Don't matter where you're. Listen, we just said Randy, we just said Randy Moss was one of three. Okay, Randy Moss, the great Randy Moss, one of three.
Randy had 700, 800 yard season. He ain't come out the gate with 1,000.
I didn't say come out the gate with 1,000. This is Jahan's third, fourth year?
It's about to be his third year. But see, that's what I'm saying.
1,000-yard year.
To that, what's the name? That's what I'm saying. He don't necessarily, to me, he don't necessarily need 1,000. He can have an 8, and I'd still be great with that.
I'm not gonna be mad at him for 8, but I'm not gonna feel like that is a first round picks phenomenal year.
Why not? With 8 touchdowns,
that's not a phenomenal. Because that's not a phenomenal year. That's not a first round pick year.
8 touchdowns and 800 yards, bro.
No, it's not. It's a third. That is a.
That's good. Nah, that's good to me. That's
one first.
Who had 800 yards? Though? Jahan ain't had no 800 yards.
No, what I'm saying. No, bro. What I'm saying is, hold up. What I'm saying
with 8 touchdowns next year. That's not conducive to what he should be.
Not for a third. No, not for
name a receiver that's doing that right now.
You said, that's doing 800 yards?
Yes, name me one guy that's doing that.
What, 800 yards, 8 touchdowns?
That got picked where he at.
Jamar Chase.
Jamar Chase got picked higher than he did.
No, it's not about who's higher, bro. I'm saying first round pick.
He got picked at number 13. First round 13. Jamar Chase was like what, 5 or 6?
Bruh. Okay. You about to make me do it. I gotta do it. I'm gonna do it right now.
Back to my point, when Jamar Chase got drafted, he was drafted for number 2. Am I not correct? Number 2 guy. Getting the second most touches in the game. That's all I'm saying, bro.
What I'm saying is that this year, what I'm saying is, in past years, like the last 2 years, I can accept 800. I can accept that 800. That makes sense, right? But what I'm saying is right now in your third year as a pro, you are supposed to get 1,000 yards if you're a first round pick. Or you're gonna look. Or
not if you're the third receiver. How?
They gonna listen though.
How do you get that?
The third year.
The third receiver, you want to get 1,000 yards. Back in the day with the trio, bro. This ain't the trio.
Bro,
when we had the trio around here in the last 20 years, we ain't had it in while.
You talking about Dotson
getting 1,000?
Dotson gotta get 1,000 now. It's time for Dotson to bust 1,000, bro. He gotta get 1,000 this year, but well, he gonna have to, man.
So what y'all telling me? 800 yards and 8 touchdowns.
That ain't enough for him. Not enough for him.
That's not enough for a first round. We need
1,000 out of him
after 3 years.
We need 1,000 out of him and 1,000 out of Terry.
He's not the main focus. He's not the main focus.
1,000 out of both of them. Waddle and Tyreek Hill,
exactly.
Like Smith and AJ Brown. Like whoever else you want to name.
Y'all the 2 ones. They did not bring that boy in here to be a 2. They brought him in to be the 3. After Curtis, bring him in for that. Now, if he's going to be that this year,
he's a first round pick. He better be a 2.
That's what I'm saying, bro.
He better be a 2. What you bringing? You ain't bringing nobody no first round pick on no 3.
You cannot blame him for what they're doing. They did that. He didn't ask for that. They did that.
He ain't bringing nobody no 2 round. Three.
What I'm saying is,
draft nobody no first round to be no 3.
He did that. He didn't say draft me at number 1 and make me a number 3. They did that.
Big son. What I'm saying is that after the years that he has to be a professional, so I didn't expect this last year, and I didn't expect it the year before in his rookie year. This is his 3rd year. Okay.
Time to step his game up.
You're a first round pick. You have to step it way up because otherwise you don't get that
1,000. He need a G. He needed
700 yards his first season.
No, he didn't. He had 5 something. He had 5 something, bro. He did not have 700. He had 5 something. He had 538. Yes, he did. He had 538. Y'all talking about some 7. Well, y'all keep on. He had 538. Y'all talking about 7. 523. 523.
Listen.
Y'all talking
right
about
now.
We're Sam. What?
Listen. Right now, Jahan Dotson has only had a little bit over 1,000 yards in 2 seasons. He needs to take the next step.
That's not terrible. That ain't terrible, but that ain't no first round pick.
It's not first round pick.
That ain't terrible, but it ain't no first round.
It's not.
Huh?
But he's
listen. 1,000 yards.
You said it was a good pick because he was going to be with Terry and he can handle it. He going to have to make a bigger impact.
Listen. 1,000 yards, right, and 11 touchdowns is what he has in his career. That is a good year for a second receiver.
How you gonna make an impact when you don't have nobody? How you gonna make an impact when you don't have nobody to make an impact with?
You got everybody you need.
He didn't get double covered. Listen,
who don't he have?
Here we go with Jahan Dotson. He didn't get double covered because Terry McLaurin gets the double coverage. He didn't get the best cornerback on him because the best cornerback checks Terry. So my thing is that you've had open options to show and display your talent.
You supposed to be out there dogging your opponent, and we ain't seen that out here.
Exactly.
You supposed to be.
That's how
It's supposed to be a mismatch.
Quarterback,
I do
man.
like that.
You supposed to be a mismatch.
What was he doing last season to a defender?
It wasn't
Y'all
that.
talking about
He wasn't doing nothing.
Who was his quarterback?
Nothing.
Yes, he
It was
was doing
Sam
something.
Howell. He ain't doing nothing.
You even said that last season was better than
his production.
He had more receptions.
You said he
lesser yards. Lesser yards though.
And less touchdowns.
That's what I'm saying.
And lesser touchdowns.
Seven TDs last year. What I'm saying though.
He had 7 last year. He had 4. Year before last year, he had 7.
Point. Who does he have to do that?
It went down.
Sam Howell
threw
21 picks. We're gonna sit up and drop the ball and all that. Sam Howell threw 21 picks, overthrew the league. Let's stop it. Let's stop what we're doing. Let's stop what we're doing and talk about that man.
Down. His production went down.
No, I'm saying that. No. What I'm saying is that his production needs to go.
If you're a third receiver, how can I expect you to get 1,000 yards?
Big son, his production needs to go up regardless, bro. If he's a first round pick. He's a first round pick, bro. His production needs to go up.
That ain't enough.
First round pick. Where is he playing at? Don't nobody care about where he got picked at. I'm saying he's a third receiver. If he was number 2 or number 1, y'all got a valid argument.
Matter. No. We need to get somebody else in it. That ain't enough. If he ain't here to be the second, then it ain't enough. He gotta go in another direction. Go in another direction there, Go in another direction,
You can't name them. You can't go in another direction. You can't even name another player that's doing that.
It's Terry.
Third receiver.
Listen. Wes Welker, Julian Edelman was two third receivers.
Jamison Crowder,
productive.
Y'all going back.
He had an 800-yard season. Jamison Crowder had an 800-yard season as the number 3 receiver.
That's
the number 3 receiver behind Garcon and behind Jackson when he was here. When he was here before when he was here.
I'm talking about right now. A number 3 wide receiver. Who was the number 3 wide receiver getting 1,000 yards? And Jameson ain't have 1,000. He had 883.
Yeah,
he ain't have 1,000.
Yeah, but Johnson got 500. But that's almost double. He almost doubled that man up. He almost doubled that man up.
No,
Crowder basically doubled that man up.
Receiver get no 1,000 yards. Y'all can't even name them. You can't name them because ain't nobody doing that.
Hold on, let me look this up, man. Let me go.
Yeah, that's what I said. I gotta look at it. Yeah, I'm not going.
You won't find it.
I'm not trying to get number false information.
Stop it, y'all tweaking.
Let me look this up.
All right.
Since you want to put it to the test, fine. Look it up then. Look it up. Puka Nacua.
That nigga ain't no third. He a 2. That nigga ain't no third. He ain't no 2. Puka ain't no 2. What you doing?
Puka Nacua. That's 1. He's a rookie. Rookie coming in at a 3.
No, he came in at a 2. Who had the most targets? Who had the most targets?
There you go.
Who had the most targets and catches? If he was the second, he's the second man.
He was the third though. He just was getting open. That's why he had the most targets because they couldn't keep up with him.
Bro, we gonna act like Sam Howell wasn't overthrowing niggas?
Man, Dotson wasn't doing the job, bro.
Dotson had 15 drop passes. No. Dotson had 20. Let me look at it. Because he had 83 targets.
Nico Collins.
For who?
For the Texans.
Nico Collins ain't no third. Stop what you doing over there.
He's a third.
Nico Collins ain't no third, bro. You scouted Nico Collins. You know that. Nico Collins ain't no third, bro.
He's a third.
He ain't no third, bro. You know that man is number 2. Stop what you doing.
Hold on, let's look it up.
Who was the Texans receiver before Nico got there? Nobody. Nico might even be number 1 down there.
Nah.
Yeah.
Look at that. Look at it.
Nico number one for them peoples. Brandon Ayuk, Nico Collins. He number one for them. He that number wide receiver. Come on, man.
Nah, he ain't no number one. He ain't no number one. I'm about to tell you.
I'm looking at it right there. That man is number one, bro. He ain't number one.
That.
Go ahead.
Hold on. Stephon Diggs is their number one. Yeah.
They just got him, though, right?
Yeah. Stephon Diggs, they number one.
Nico was the number one for Stephon got there. Yeah, come on, man. Ain't no number 3 in the league giving you 1,000 yards.
So hold on. So what you saying number 3 is you mean what? What you mean? What's the criteria for number 3? A slot receiver? Is that what you talking about?
No, the number 3 receiver. When you look at your depth chart, 1, 2, 3,
Brown.
The number 3 receiver is Jahan Dotson.
No,
the last
it's not.
The last season, he's the 3rd receiver.
He the starter. He the starter.
Who?
Hot Dotson.
He's the starter. He's not. So all right. So we play a game. Single back and I formation. What wide receiver in there? 1 and 2 or the 1? Ain't no 3. Ain't no
Dotson
3.
Where he the 2 then? Dotson the 2. That'll make him the 2.
No, he gonna be the 2 this year. He ain't been the 2 the last 2 years.
He was 2
He'll be that
year.
this year.
Let me see.
He ain't been at the last 2 years.
Let's see.
Because that was Curtis Samuel's spot.
Hold on. Let's see. Let's go to 2023 and see. Let's see. Hold on. Jahan Dotson was the slot. It said he was the slot. Curtis Samuel was the wide receiver. Yeah. De'Ami Brown was behind
That's what I'm saying.
Don't matter. He still ain't produced. It wasn't trash, but it wasn't. It ain't one. It ain't the number one. It ain't the number one stunner. He ain't proved to them people. He ain't moved Curtis Samuel out the way.
If that's the case,
Curtis Samuel out the way. He ain't move him out the way. He ain't take his job.
Curtis Samuel ain't produced.
He ain't take his job.
It wasn't his job to take.
He's supposed to take it. He's supposed to take it. If Curtis Samuel ain't stepped it up, he's supposed to roughhouse it. And
bring him
his
in
job too.
That wasn't his job to take.
Take his job too, Take his job too.
Ain't no number 3, man. No number 3.
Roughhouse it. You need to roughhouse it. If the dude in front of you ain't doing whatever it is that need to be done, you might have to come roughhouse it and just take the spot if you playing that good. If you that good as a number 1 pick supposed to do. See, number 1 picks ain't like the other picks, bruh. The number 1 pick is a guy who could come in and supposed to be the one that changed things around off the break anyway. Use a first round pick. They pick the highest value in the draft they gave for you.
Wouldn't have draft.
Huh?
You wouldn't have draft bust. You can be projected.
Well, no, you got draft bust because the people don't know what they doing.
No,
that's why you got draft bust.
They know what they doing. If they brought him in to be a number 2 receiver, they did that though.
No, if you don't know what you're doing, you don't know what you're doing.
Oh, he's going to be our number 2
If
receiver.
it's a good pick, it's going to pan out to be a good pick. Whether for you or for somebody else.
How he not panning out, bro?
He ain't got no yards.
What do you mean?
500 ain't enough.
A third receiver.
500 ain't enough, bro. It ain't enough.
Supposed to have
500 ain't enough.
No, that's crazy. No,
it ain't enough.
Nobody
1,000 out of them for that first round pick.
Ain't no third in history had 1,000.
We gotta get 1,000 out of them for that first round pick. We need 1,000 out of them. You ain't get $1,000, then it ain't enough.
After you be a third receiver, I don't need $1,000 from you. I just need
enough. It ain't enough. That ain't enough though. That ain't enough for that first round pick.
Well, they shouldn't have picked.
Get rid of them. You gotta get rid of them. You gotta trade them. Trade them for. You gotta trade them. Trade them. If that's all he can offer, you gotta trade him. If that's all he can do,
Allen and Payne.
If that's all he could do, you gotta get rid of him. You gotta get rid of him if that's all he could do. That ain't enough.
You gotta get rid of Allen Payne.
Why you gotta get rid of Allen Payne? What they got to do with that, man? He refused. He refused. All he can give is 500 yards.
Yeah,
that ain't enough. You got to go.
Double-digit sacks every season. Y'all 100.
You got to go. I agree. I agree. Allen and Payne got to be dominant on that side too. I agree with that. That ain't because this all for $100 million. You got to be for $100 million. Yeah, you got to be dominant for $100 million. Yeah, you got to play like $100 million. I agree. You got to play like $100 million, like you worth $100 million. You know, for these people to give you $100 million. Boy, you got to be dominant. You got to be next level. You got to be boom. You know what I'm saying? So you can get you another $100 million on top of that. You dig what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So you plan for your next $100 million. You know, don't think, oh, I got this $100 million. I'm gonna lean back. I'm gonna chill. I can do what Nah, I'm trying to get another 100. So I'm about to really step it up now. Oh, you got 100 to give me? Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm gonna take boom. That's how it's supposed to be.
We got about 12 hours. I think the fourth round started 12 o'clock. Got a little less than 12 hours to get ourselves back in order and ready for the big. To me, this is where it's really going. How sufficient they are when it comes to handling business.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Again, it's something about what's going. I guess they addressed what you need. They wanted a tight end. They got a tight end. I guess you did get a tight end into that. You did get your receiver that you did get a receiver. Got your quarterback. I guess that is it's underwhelming, but you did get done what you tried to get, what you were supposed to get done.
Yeah. I have to agree with you with the underwhelming part, but did you get what you needed to get? Yeah, you did. And can they be serviceable? Yes, they can. I do believe that. Only pick that I'm still up in the Raptors is the D tackle. But like I said before, I do understand the need and the pick. We were pretty bad in the run. And just overall defensive. So, like I say, these guys. Darcy, you don't gotta go. Payne and Allen, y'all don't work out. Y'all gotta go. Y'all getting too much money over here, and we can pay somebody who actually wants to play and actually be not productive. I'll say they've been productive, but I'll say overly dominant. Like I don't see the dominance that I saw at the beginning. Like Payne. You had them 13 sacks, brother. We ain't see none of that. You know what I'm saying? We ain't see none of that tenacity, the getting in the backfield. I ain't see none of that this past season. So, and Allen, you run your mouth a lot. Run that same mouth on the field. You do a lot of talking. You did a lot of talking after the guys was let go. Oh, we gotta go do it, and we still ain't do nothing. So, you know what I'm saying? You got to show and prove for me. This season is make or break when it comes to Allen and Payne. Just spend too much money across the line. You got rid of Sweat and Chase for the same reason. Get rid of them too. If it ain't working, that's
man. I do think that the line got to be dominant, man. I would like to see it return back to its form of dominance. I will say that. I would really like to see that. I like Flowers, believe it or not. I like Flowers. I believe he might can do something. I think that's his name, Flowers. The guy. So I mean, it's interesting. Let's just say that it's interesting. You know what I'm saying? I like the guy that they got from Michigan. You know, we're gonna go over all the picks.
Hey,
know what I'm
big
saying?
son. Hey, big son. So I got a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
What is acceptable for a number 2 receiver if your number 1 receiver has 1,100 yards?
You said for your number 2?
Yeah, for your number 2.
Man, we need 1,000 or at least 900 if you the number 2. At least 900. Anything under that is Bush.
Yeah, 8,900 for me, because if he had 1,100, that means you got to be right on his heels, somewhere around his heels. You know what I'm saying? So that's why my
All right, hold on. Not done. That's the first question. Answer. So the second question: if your receiver has 1,500 yards, your wide receiver, your number 1, how much should your number 2 have?
12 or 11.
12 or 11. So, in my opinion, if Terry McLaurin comes up and has, let's say, 16, because I think he's going to have close to 100 yards a game. I'm saying 15 and some change, but I'm going to go all the way to 16. Let's say you have 1,600 yards, okay? How much would you expect Jahan Dotson to get?
Like I just said, 12.
Huh?
12.
12?
1,200.
If he does not get 1,200, what do you do with him? I mean, he got one more year on his rookie deal after that, but do you start thinking about trading him or do you keep him?
No, because if he don't get 1,200, he could very well have 1,000 or 900, and I'll still be satisfied with that. I want production. I want to, and I know.
All right. So this is all I'm saying. Thank you for proving my point. We need at least 950 to 1,000 from him. 950, I would take.
If he's the second receiver, yes. If not, I cannot ask the guy who's not the second receiver to give me 1,000 anything. Because you got
the second receiver.
You got to listen. You got to think about the tight end room. Those guys are going to get receptions too. It's not just about the third. When you start going to that third guy, you got to think about the tight ends getting receptions too, because that gets taken away from him as well. When you talk about the third guy,
no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. That should not be considered in your number 2 wide receivers catches and stuff.
Third, bro. I said third.
No, I get what you're saying. You saying if he's the third, why would he? If he's the third and he's the number 1 pick, we should trade him anyway.
No, you should. You picked him there. He didn't ask to be picked. I picked him there to be.
Dan Quinn did not pick him there.
This is what I'm saying. If that guy and he is good, this is what I'm saying. Talent like that, you don't have to, like a Martin Sweat. You ain't had to pay Martin Sweat much, but he's still going to. Why you
Dan Quinn? What I'm saying, bro, is Dan Quinn did not pick him right there. Dan Quinn did not pick him there. Okay, Dan Quinn. This is Dan Quinn's first draft. Okay, and he did not pick Jahan Dotson at a first pick, last pick, whatever. He didn't pick him at all. So if he has no loyalty or nothing to Jahan Dotson, he's given him a year, obviously, because he didn't draft the wide receiver early. You get what I'm saying? He's giving him a year to prove himself.
Mm-hmm.
If he has 600 yards, if he has 700 yards, do you still consider him to be a number 2 option, or do you move forward?
Okay, so let's look at Detroit Lions last year. You had Amon St. Brown had 119 catches, 1,500 yards, right? 10 touchdowns. But then you had their second wide receiver, Sam Laporte, which is their tight end. He had 86 catches and 899 yards. So that's 900 basically. 10 touchdowns, another 10 touchdowns, right? Then you had Josh Reynolds, who had 40 catches for 600 yards.
And that's
what I'm saying?
I mean, number 2.
5 touchdowns. See what I'm saying? So you had a guy get 1,500, still get a guy at 900, and still had more than.
Bro, you talking about we're talking about wide receivers. You're talking about
receivers.
Get that.
With the tight end though, that'll be the second receiver in that offense.
500 something yards.
That'll be the second receiver in that offense.
What I'm saying is wide out. The second wide out from the top guy, not the tight end, the second wide out from the top, and that's what I'm talking about.
They had another guy get 500.
Yeah,
489.
But that's what it is around the league. What's the name? Had about 600 yards this season, right? Curtis Samuel, right? Yeah, about 600 something yards. And what's the name? Had about 500 something yards.
That ain't enough. That ain't enough. We need 2,000s. We need 2,000. We need 2,000 yards receivers. We need 2,000 yard receivers. That's it.
Where?
We gotta get it.
Oh, in the league. Where?
Where you want to say who else has done that? San Francisco. San Francisco.
It's not that type of league. That
San Francisco.
Most of them joints or the tight ends getting the verbal. As we just seen, tight ends get a lot of time.
And watch it this one.
So your number 2 and your number 3 is not going to get you no 1,000. That ain't happening. It's definitely not your number 3.
Hold on.
And so let's see here. We picked him at thing.
Hey, all I'm saying is that we need more value out of our number 2 receiver. Regardless if Jahan Dotson is the number 1, number 2, or number 3 receiver, we need value out of him. Right now, this is my thing.
Who made him a 3rd? If they would have picked him and made him 2 from day 1, he probably would be a lot better than what he is. But they brought Curtis Samuel in here. And that's what
listen. This regime, these coaches did not bring Curtis Samuel nowhere. Like I've said this a couple times now. Listen,
get rid of him.
Listen.
They didn't get rid of him neither, did they?
Big son. No, they didn't. They're giving him an opportunity to prove himself, to be a number 1 talent, a number 1 pick talent, a number 2 option talent. You get what I'm saying? What more could you ask for?
You talking about Curtis?
No, what I'm saying is forget Curtis.
Tyreek Hill and Jaden Waddle had 1,000 apiece. AJ Brown and Devontae Smith had 1,000. Mike Evans and Chris Godwin had 1,000. DJ Metcalf and Tyler Lockett had 1,000. Jamar Chase and T. Higgins had 1,000. We got 5 teams that had 1,000. What you talking about, big son? What you talking about, big son? What you talking about, big son?
Anywhere near them caliber quarterback here? No. All them teams you named, no, we do not.
What you mean?
What?
Yeah, we did.
We just talked about.
If we would have ran the ball. All the teams run the ball. All the teams run the ball.
We just talk about
all the teams run the ball.
And we passed the ball more than ever.
And still didn't get nowhere near that 1,000.
Because you can key in. You can key in.
No.
You can key in. You know what they gonna do.
Your number 2 is garbage.
You know what they gonna do.
And your quarterback is garbage.
Nah.
Garbage.
Nah.
Listen. You cannot blame
all of them what offensive line fault, bro. Stop what y'all doing, man. No. I'm not.
Nah, you said it couldn't happen. I just showed you some examples of it happening. You said it couldn't happen.
What did they quarterback throw 21 picks?
Yeah.
None of them quarterbacks last year threw 21 picks.
No, what that got to do with anything?
No, you talked about last year, so we're gonna stick on last year.
You said it didn't happen. It happened 5 times last year.
Yeah, but who are the quarterbacks?
I agree with you about them not throwing the picks. And listen, you could blame.
I blame Bieniemy for the interceptions.
You could blame the quarterback. You could blame the wide.
Listen, not holding the ball.
Look, you can blame the quarterback.
He ain't holding the ball. I'm not blaming Bieniemy for none of that. I can blame
the plays. They was ready. They knew what he was gonna do. They knew what he was gonna do.
Big son, you could blame. Listen, you could blame whoever you want to blame. In my opinion, you could blame whoever you want to blame. But the reality of it is that he had opportunities to step up, to make plays, to run routes, to get open, to do the things that a good wide receiver does. And although I'm not saying he's a bad player, what I'm saying is that for where he was picked at and the money that it's going to take to re-sign people like that, you get what I'm saying? Because his first contract already a big contract.
To pay him so much money when he didn't produce that much. And you
right.
So wild out the guy. That's what
But what I'm saying is that as a coach, right? Next year, right? Look, next year, this year is his third year, right? So if he don't produce this year, next year they're gonna have the option to pick up his 5th-year option or not. So at the end of this year, basically, we decide whether we pick up your 5th-year option or not, for real, for real. Because usually when people don't get their 5th-year option picked up in their 4th year, it's a bad sign.
This is what I'm saying. We're talking. I could say we had a guy who has no production at all. This guy has production. Alongside of having a, we forget about the mediocrity that we faced around here in this organization, and we expect to get 1,000-yard receiver out of mediocrity.
But listen, is the production that he's given enough?
And who's to say it's going to be even better than what it was in the last few years around here? So we sitting up here putting expectations on a man, and we don't even know what this offense is going to look like. That's what I'm saying. You jumping the gun here. How can you expect this man to do all this that we think or that we quote unquote talking about he's going to do, and we don't even know what the offense is going to look like?
I can agree with that. Now, listen, what I'm saying is that if in the event that we are a passing offense and we don't just run the ball all the time like the Ravens. Now, if we just running the ball all the time, then that changes the stats. I can agree with that. You get what I'm saying? But if as far as receiving stats, he has to step up, because 500 yards is not enough for a number 2, really number 3 option. If you are, because everybody's getting 3,800 yards.
He's stinking it up out there. He's stinking it up out there.
5 teams had 2 wide receivers to go for 1,000 yards. That's
right.
Listen. And if we go all the way, listen though, if we go all the way down to 800 yards apiece, if we go all the way down, listen, Big Son, if we go all the way down to 800 yards apiece, then you're gonna see how many more teams have that. But he isn't even at 800. He was only at 5 with the team that threw more than everybody else.
What's the name? Was only at 1,000 something.
And 1,000 is 5. That's double what he did, bro. That's a lot.
Yeah. Let's reiterate that. How many passing yards did we have for 1, 2, 3 guys to not even have over 3,000 yards of passing? I mean,
that's because the only person that stepped up was Terry McLaurin.
You got to look at Sam. You got to look at Sam.
I'm looking at all of them.
This is a mess.
I'm looking at all of them. But 500 yards ain't enough, bro.
It's a third receiver, bro.
I don't care. It ain't enough.
Asking for the
It's Bush. And if he ain't got the juice or the digs, they go the other way. That's what I'm saying.
Third. You drafted him first, but he was third. You didn't bring him in here to be a number 2.
You gotta get rid of him. Then you gotta go in another direction, baby. You gotta go because you gotta get more out that. You gotta get more out that position of where he.
Here to be a number 2.
More.
Highly upset. But
I keep him. Keep him, but he got to do more at the number 3. The number 3 ain't enough. The number 3 ain't enough.
800 yards, bro.
He need 800 or better. 800 or better.
On that though.
900 or better for real. 900 or better at this point.
Tight end numbers. That's your tight end.
He need 900 or better at this point.
Usually your third guy.
I need him to do something miraculous. If he can't do that miraculous, we got to go in the
like we don't know football here, fella. Stop it.
Nah.
Stop. Tight end is usually your third guy. It is not your third receiver.
If he ain't got the digs to get more than what he's gotten out of this, maybe they might have to look at some other pieces. I like him. Right. I don't think that. I think he a beast, and I think. Hold up. I think he a beast. Hold on. Hear me out. I think he a beast. Hold on. Hear me out. I think he's a beast. I believe he has done things to show he's really good and that he can make an impact without having the ball a whole bunch of times. He did it in his first year, and so I believe he could, it's how you use him. And it's up to you to get the most out of him. If it's somebody who got a style where you don't know how to get the most out of him, then maybe you need to go with somebody who you know how to get the most out of.
That's what I'm saying. You can't fault him for them not knowing what to do with him.
Maybe somebody is easier for you. But my thing is, if you can't get the most out of nobody, then we got a problem.
So So my thing is, I like Terry. Terry ain't had not one double-digit touchdown season yet. So what do we say about that?
I agree. That ain't enough. It ain't enough.
Another way for Terry?
It ain't enough. It's not enough. It's not enough.
Or do you say what actually had around him?
It's not enough, bro. Whatever. Ain't no excuses. It's not enough. That ain't gonna work.
He had a lot of turnover. What he had, about 8 quarterbacks.
He need to dominate his man and get his touchdowns. That's it.
Hey,
he needs to dominate his man.
Hey, Big Son, even though that's not enough, right? Even though it's not enough, and I agree with you, that's not enough. He got to step up. He still is doing something like keeping the yardage up, and that's exceptional. Yeah, nobody else kind of doing what he doing as far as yardage go. So even though he got to get his touchdowns up, it's not a dire need for him to get his touchdowns up. We want it now. That's gonna make him better. That's gonna elevate him. But right now, him getting 1,000 yards a season, that means he's getting first downs. That means he's getting certain things done on the field.
That ain't gonna work.
That's his average 10.
That ain't gonna work.
10
yeah,
points.
He should be averaging 10 now. I agree.
Downs too. First downs don't really matter to me.
Like I disagree.
Which in your class? All right, you're a third receiver. All right, this is what I expect you to do. Because the tight end gonna get more than you. You're not gonna get nowhere near the tight end yards. I'm sorry. He's really the third. Tight end is really the third receiver on the field. 1 and 2. We got 5 teams in the league out of 32 that did that, which tells you ain't nobody really doing that. And the people that did it had great quarterbacks that was doing it with.
That don't mean that we shouldn't be doing it. Everybody ain't got a first round pick. Got 2 first round picks. Everybody ain't got 2. Ain't nobody invest in that like we invested in it. But that just because everybody ain't do it don't mean that we shouldn't do it.
It's not being done.
Well, it is. We just told you 5 people who did
it. You got to have the system to do that one.
Hey, you got to implement the system to do it.
We had it last year.
You got to implement the right system to do it.
We didn't have.
That's up to y'all to do that. Somebody who takes the blame then for that not being done.
What do you mean?
Who's to blame? Since y'all didn't get the most out of Doxson, who gets the blame?
Player.
Who gets the blame?
Not his fault.
Well, who does it? Whose fault is it then?
What do you mean? The regime that brought him in.
So whose fault is it?
The regime that brought him here.
So you got to get rid of him then, because it ain't in the plans of what you want to do.
How you gonna get rid of that guy when that guy is still producing? Y'all have to put a high producing system in. You haven't done that yet. If you put a high producing system in, he will do something. You haven't. Yeah, he proven that already with the little bit y'all gave him.
But that's what I'm saying.
He had 7 touchdowns with the little bit y'all gave him in his first season, and had 4 with the least y'all gave him this past season.
But again,
that's 11 touchdowns, bro. What you mean he ain't producing? He got 11 touchdowns.
But again, it's not number 1 pick.
So Terry must not be number 1 pick neither. Then
he's not the number 1 pick.
It must not be worth a number 1 pick. Well, he was 3rd round, but I'm just saying, like,
Terry has been the man. I'm not taking nothing away from Terry. Terry has been the man. Terry has been the man. I ain't taking nothing away from Terry. However, we need more from Terry too. We need more. Scary Terry got to be really scary. You scared people when you get 20 touchdowns. That's real scary.
The same amount of
touchdowns. That's real scary. 20 touchdowns in 1 year. That's real scary.
All them yards that he giving you.
Yeah, he has not been dominant. Have you called it dominance?
Terry had
dominant.
2 years. He got the same amount of touchdown Terry had in his first 2 years. 11.
Is it been dominant? Has it been dominant?
It's 11.
That's not what I just asked. Is it dominant? Would you call that dominant?
It don't be dominant, but you scoring touchdowns.
That's what I asked.
Team to win.
Was it dominant though?
It don't have to be dominant. You can win with them touchdowns.
No, is it dominant though?
How's it not dominant? You got 11 touchdowns.
Is it dominant or not? Would you consider that dominance?
How's it not dominant?
Dominating? You consider that dominating? He dominating, unstoppable?
Your first 2 seasons?
That's unstoppable to you.
Very had. That's what
that's unstoppable.
Touchdowns in the first 2 seasons.
Is that unstoppable?
If you saying Terry was dominant,
I didn't say Terry was dominant. I never said Terry was dominant.
That's it.
I said, would you consider that dominant? Not that Terry was dominant. I said, would you consider what Terry McLaurin is doing as dominant? Do you consider that dominant is what I was asking. I didn't say whether it was dominant or not. I was asking, do you consider it dominant? No. I do not consider it dominant. That's what I was saying that. I don't feel like he's been dominant. He's been good. Yes. Dominant, no.
But what I'm saying is we're surrounded by mediocrity around here. That's what I'm saying. So you can't expect for a guy that's been had bad quarterback after bad quarterback, guys overthrown.
You got to be dominant.
And how you gonna be dominant? Guy can't even get you the ball the right way.
Dominant.
How you gonna be dominant, bro? Stop it.
You got to be dominant.
That's like you trying to throw to a bad wide receiver. He can't catch.
You gotta work with that wide receiver over time then to get the most out of him. Some people have the ability to get the most out of other people, and so I think that's an element.
So okay, where was Sam?
No excuses.
Where was Sam's ability to get the most out of his wide receivers this year?
He didn't have a lot of ability, but I didn't expect him to. I felt like it was more on the coordinator. I felt like the coordinator was purposely tanking. So even if the ability was there, we wouldn't have gotten to see it because they were purposely tanking. That's my own opinion.
Well, that's to me, not an excuse because the Redskins were about to purposely tank with RG3. He ain't have none of it.
I don't know about. Listen, I don't know. See, that's what people assume. There is no factual information that supports that they was tanking those seasons. There's no factual that Shanahan actually tried to tank.
After that Falcons game, Mike Shanahan told him, "Oh yeah, we gonna pack this up again." RG3 was like, "No,
There's no factual information of that occurred."
Team back RG3 up in that documentary when they talk about that Joe.
What documentary? What documentary?
We're not
documentary.
We're not quitting. We're not quitting.
I don't know about that
season. Look it up on that season.
I don't know about that. I never heard that.
Like we ain't quitting. They went out.
Never heard that Mike Shanahan. I remember a press conference where he talked about evaluating people for next season. I remember that. But that in no way was him actually trying to tank. And then they just all of a sudden didn't want to say, no. Josh Harris fired Jack Del Rio.
We're going to act like we can't read between the lines, bro. We street niggas, bro.
We're not.
Say something like that. I'm evaluating talent for next year. What does that mean?
Your year evaluating that's not what that means.
At 3-6, bro. Stop it. At 3-6,
that could have been him being emotional about that specific loss. We never heard of that again. I think that was more of a play on words. That's what I think.
You got a year right here. Why are you worried about the next year? You got a season in front of you, game by game, bro. You know how it goes all season. You're not worried about that.
I don't know what that was. I think that was more of a slip up on words. I don't know what that was. I don't think that's exactly what he meant, though.
It was what he said it was. Now, his son,
Kyle, I don't think they actually tried to tank, though. Do I really think that? No, I do believe that Eric Bieniemy went to tank. I believe he did.
Mike rolled up with that tank, and RG3 threw the football in the barrel. You crazy.
I think Mike. Hold up. I do think Mike Shanahan tanked in his second season with RG3. I do believe that. He purposely tanked the guy fired. I don't think he did it or tried to do it on the first. That second season, I do believe that he tanked on purpose.
Nah, he tried, bro.
I do.
RG3 wasn't going for it on that first season.
I don't believe that. I never heard him try to tank. I heard him to have a press conference where he talked about evaluating talent for next season. But that doesn't mean he was purposely tanking. I don't think that equates to that.
It does. It does equate to that because you still had 6 games to play. You weren't out of contention yet.
I still don't think that equates to him purposely tanking. However, the way that he called games in that second season, at the end of the season, and some of the things he did, yes, that does equate to him tanking because it was other actions that supported tanking. it just wasn't him saying some stuff after the game that I don't know that you could perceive as anything for real.
Yeah, that's just me though, but man, yeah. It's been one of them nights, ladies and gentlemen. Clap it up for yourselves.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
From the time we made that first second round pick, I knew that it was going to be a little weird, so I just sat back and enjoyed the ride, but very awkward. That was awkward. Like I'm still in my mind. Like, all right, we picked the defensive tackle. What are we going? Matter of fact, when we get off of here, I'm gonna go in the room and do me a new lineup on Madden. Get all these players in here and try to see how this thing is gonna look. You know, and sometimes I like to simulate the games and watch them to see how this team could potentially look. You know, so I'll do that when I log off and see how.
Listen, they kind of got who we wanted them to get. They did get a receiver. It happened last. Again, underwhelming is the best way I could use. Like, okay, you got what you needed. I guess. You know, like I guess, you know what I'm saying? So you got what you needed. I mean, I guess that's the best thing you can say for it is, hey, yeah, they got what they needed. You know what I'm saying? I think that's like one of the only, you know. So all right, like that's it ain't overly exciting. It's just all right. You got what
I'm
you
not overly excited.
I'm not disappointed. I'm not overly excited. It's like, oh, all right, you did get what you needed, I guess. You know what I'm saying? I guess. Like, that's the best thing you can say. You got a receiver, you got a tight end to go with the receiver. I guess those are weapons, I guess. Okay, you got an offensive lineman. I don't think that was the best lineman you could have gotten, though. Like, let's be clear about that. I saw other guys on the board that now whoever else can argue me down on that, but I don't think that was the best lineman you could have gotten for what you needed.
Yeah, we have to agree and applause on that one.
You know what I'm saying? For what you needed, I just don't think so. You know, I got chastised a little bit when I said that, but I don't think so, though. I don't think that was the best guy you should have gotten. I think you could have gotten better than that. And so, all right, that's one of the eye moments. I think the defensive tackle might be good. I mean, he was ranked really high. From what I saw, he was ranked extremely high. I think he was the second. They had him as the second guy in the draft. The second highest ranked guy in the draft. So I think we might have added some value there. Okay, but did you lose at tackle because of who you got there when trying to get him? Did you lose value in another place?
Yeah, because you could have got Rosenthal, Gardner. You could have got
the
guy from BYU.
Yeah,
there's a couple other guys you could have got out there, but we didn't get them. Even Zach Minter.
Yeah,
you know.
But, let's be clear. I like who they got, but I like him at guard a lot more than I like him at tackle.
And look, like I say, we don't know. I mean, well, I know that I like what I saw out of Braden Daniels last year. You know, so he might be potentially taking that left tackle position. So he might not necessarily be in that role, you know. So we'll see. And Lucas is there. So Lucas can potentially start at left tackle. I think I would probably be more comfortable with Lucas starting at left tackle, way more comfortable than I was with Leno these last couple years. So I'm really excited to see Leno out of the building. Also, I think Brandon Coleman was in insurance just in case Wiley starts to wild out and revert back to his old ways of last year.
I would hope you would just use Lucas or Brayton Daniels in that spot. I don't know. Lucas, maybe. Whoever. I think you have to. I agree with that, though. I think you do need insurance for Wiley because he was really bad last year. It could happen again. So you do need a little insurance for that, just in case. Because I think you should be mindful of that. And it shouldn't take all season to see that this guy's just not working out. Hopefully, so, that's something that I hope they're not married to, which is Wiley, because if it looks anything like it looked last year, it's going to be terrible. And so,
yeah, I agree. I totally.
yeah,
Yeah, man.
yeah. So, I mean, overall, again, you got what you were supposed to get, I guess. All right, nothing overwhelming, nothing ecstatic. Yeah. I guess you got Christian McCaffrey's brother, you know. Um, is this who you wanted at receiver? I mean, I guess he comes in. I don't know what this is. I mean,
I was looking at him before the pick.
where does he go now? Like, where do you,
Some of my phones told me we was gonna pick him. I was looking at his film. I like the guy though. I like the pedigree. I like his route running. I like
But where does he go? Where do you go? I mean, where do you? So you put Dotson is still in the slot, and you put him on the outside. I mean, what do you do? Is it De'Ami Brown? Huh?
You put him in the slot now. He faster than Dotson. You put him in the slot now.
He's faster than Dotson.
Yep, and he gonna kill everything over the middle.
So Dotson doesn't play at all, then, huh?
Nah.
Where you put Dotson at?
Outside.
You put Dotson on the outside now.
Him and McClone on the outside.
I don't know. Maybe. I gotta look at some Jaden Daniels film now. I gotta actually break Jaden Daniels down, and I'm gonna do that in a major way. I think that's gonna be my next project is breaking down Jaden Daniels, what he does well, and what's really the lowdown with this. You know what I'm
saying? Yeah, man, it's been real in the field, Nate. To show,
yeah.
I've been live with y'all all night on my Instagram, going back and forth, trying to make sure everybody tuned in.
Yeah. You know it. All right, well, what final thoughts you got? Day 2. You saw everything now, everything transpired. What you got?
My final thoughts is I would just like to say once again, big kudos to Josh Harris and the group for retiring Darrell Green. And the way that they did it, I don't know if any of y'all seen it. The way that they did it, they had Darrell Green there, like he was going to be retiring somebody else's number, and he was reading the teleprompter, and he said, "Yeah, we're retiring the great number," and he just, paused, and his grandkids came in, and his kids brought him tears. So they did that the right way. On another note, it's time to get to business. So we don't have a 4th round draft pick. We have a couple 5th round picks, no 6 and 2 7s, I believe. So tomorrow we're going to have to see how they, work themselves into a couple of good situations. And honestly, I think this is where the money muscle is at. If anybody know about barbecue, you know what I'm talking about. Is where all the good stuff is at. 4th and 7th through the 7th rounds where you can really clean up. For those who know football, like football, you would know between these rounds is where guys like Tyreek Hill and Tom Brady were found. So keep your eye close to the canvas, because it might be a gem there. It might be sparkling, you just can't see it. So those are my final thoughts.
All right, man. Again, man, you know what I'm saying? Man, you know, whatever. This is all right, I guess. Like all the little okays, I guess. Now I don't feel bad about it. I don't feel good. I'm not overly excited. I know a lot of Redskin fans are going to be overly excited. They are going to be harping on the comments made by supposed experts and all this other madness. You know, everybody's going to be chirping on all of who said supposedly and all of this other crazy stuff. They, let me say it like this. They are giving the appearance as if they want to win. And this city or area is not going to be able to survive another 4-13. I don't think, at least, without you having to make either major changes somewhere or really having to do some serious PR work to get back in the good graces. You got people thinking that you have an ability to win. You have a rookie quarterback, but you are going to be expected to win. This rookie quarterback does not buy you time. It makes it worse. You would have been better off sticking with Heineke if you were going to lose than to go off and draft a quarterback to make people think you're trying to win. You have to actually win now. So my final thoughts is, whatever it is you're trying to do, you are giving it the appearance that you want to win. And in that becomes pressure to win. So in that, when you lose, it is still going to be received as you lost. People still going to talk trash. And it is going to be whatever it is going to be around these parts. You will get no slack cut off or cut on because you have a rookie quarterback or none of that. If you are still losers, you will be treated like losers. So, if you are trying to win, you better make some winning moves. You dig what I'm saying? So, whatever you're doing at the end of this draft, I don't know. I don't know what I would do. If it was me, I guess for what you got, I would try to get maybe another defensive back, maybe another receiver, or whatever, maybe a running back. I don't know. I would try to get some more stuff. So whatever you do, try to get some more stuff, man. That's it. That's all. You know what I'm saying? That's my final thoughts. You know what I'm saying? Make sure y'all tune in with us tomorrow. What time it start? You said 12?
Yep, start at 12.
Started up at 12, man. So I think it was 12 to 5 or something like that.
12 to 7 or 6, I believe.
12 to 5, 7 or 6. Okay, so we got the rest of the NFL draft coming for you guys tomorrow. You dig? So we're going to be right on air live as we always are here at the Nature Sports Podcast. Make sure you tune in with us. For all the people out there listening on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it, YouTube, wherever you are watching, you know, drive safely, get home safely, you know, so that you can get back and chill, kick it back.
Yeah.
Don't stress over the mess, baby. There's no point. Hey, so guess we'll see y'all tomorrow. Same bat station, same bat channel.
All right, and we
signed out for the fellas.
We are up out of here. See y'all on the next show. Thank y'all. You know what I'm saying? Y'all know how we do it live and direct all the time, baby.
Yes, indeed. All right.